Second part is here guys, like now for more parts. Chapter 78. An hour later. When night fell, Lin Xuan walked out of the Queen's palace with satisfaction. In this hour or so, he talked about many things with the Elf Queen and completed a deal in the middle. This deal allowed him to obtain 2 million pieces of wood, 150,000 pieces of fine wood, and 2,000 pieces of 100-year-old fragrant wood. And the price was just the food he got for free from the official. After all this tinkering, isn't it the same as picking it up for free? Lin Xuan thought with a little excitement. There are too many of these woods, and there are many fine woods and 100-year-old fragrant woods. Fine wood is a good thing. It is an important material for refining mid-level magic staffs, and can also be used to make high-level arrows, etc. And don't forget, fine wood can also increase the defense value of the territory. Although it can only be used 3 times, it is also very rare. His territory can now use fine wood once more. After the defense is increased tenfold, it will be 100 points of defense value. The most surprising thing is this 100-year-old fragrant wood. This is a good thing. Lin Xuan raised his hand and took out a 100-year calendar from the high-level space ring given to him by the Elf Queen. The 100-year-old fragrant wood in his hand is just like its name. It exudes a faint fragrance. 827. This is a kind of fragrance that only trees that have grown for 100 years can produce, and the material of this 100-year-old fragrant wood is still very hard. It is a necessary material for refining high-level staffs. It is also one of the materials for making super-level arrows. In addition, this 100-year-old fragrant wood can also increase the territory's defense value by 100 points. 100-year-old fragrant wood, high level. This is a high-level wood. It comes from trees that have grown for 100 years. It can be used to refine high-level equipment and increase the territory's defense value by 100 points, limited to 0/3 times. The upper limit of the use of the 100-year-old fragrant wood is only 3 times. If it were someone else, it could only increase the territory's defense value by 300 points at most. But Lin Xuan has 10 times the defense, which, when transferred to his territory, becomes an increase of 3,000 points of defense value. This is very scary. After all, normally, the defense value of the primary refuge camp is only 2,000 points. Lin Xuan was very happy with the above gains. But the happiest thing was the golden treasure chest. This was his first time to get a golden treasure chest. Generally speaking, a golden treasure chest can open high-level rewards, such as equipment, skills, props, etc. And the most anticipated thing is that the golden treasure chest has a chance to open the blueprint of the 4th level castle. The first silver treasure chest I opened last time opened the refuge camp blueprint. I wonder if my luck will be so good this time. Lin Xuan was a little excited. But at this moment, he was still at the door of the palace, and it was obviously not the time to open the golden treasure chest. He pondered for a while and wanted to quit the game and open the golden treasure chest first. After all, he was really looking forward to it. But at this moment, an elf girl walked out of the palace, looked at Lin Xuan curiously, and then took him to a forest. On the way, Lin Xuan asked where Aaliyah was, but after hearing this question, the other party actually lowered her head shyly and told Lin Xuan in a mosquito-like voice that Princess Aaliyah will come to see him later. Hearing this, Lin Xuan was relieved. But then, what surprised him was that the elf girl actually took him to a house built on a big tree. Although this house is very large, Lin Xuan was a little puzzled, thinking that this is how the elves entertain guests. Forget it, I'll ask Aaliyah later. Now there is no one, open this golden treasure chest first. Lin Xuan visited the room, and after the elf girl left, he opened the golden treasure chest with some expectation. You opened the gold treasure chest. Get 300,000 stones, 1 high-level element array diagram, 2 high-level building drawings, 2 high-level skill books, and 1 robe of light. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Xuan was a little disappointed. Because the castle drawings he expected did not appear. He was only rewarded with a bunch of high-level items. My luck was not good this time. I didn't get the castle drawings. It seems that I can only wait for the next time. Although I know that the probability of hitting the target is not high. But when I really see the result, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. But thinking about others and then thinking about myself, Lin Xuan felt much better. Compared with others, his current situation is much better, and this is only the first gold treasure chest. If he wants to continue to hit the target, the probability is really low. After thinking of this, Lin Xuan is no longer disappointed with the drawings, and he checks other rewards in a blink of an eye. The first one is the element array diagram. Elemental array, high level. This is a blueprint of an elemental array. It records in detail the layout of a high-level array. Once successfully arranged, it can resist damage from the outside world, and it can also produce illusions to confuse the outside world. It requires 30 obsidian and 10 high-level beast blood, 10,000 energy points per day. Not bad, this elemental array actually has an illusion effect. It will be just right to arrange it around my villa. Seeing the introduction of the elemental array, Lin Xuan was very satisfied. Then he turned his eyes and looked at the two architectural drawings again. Crossbow blueprint, high level. After using the blueprint, you can build a high-level crossbow, which can load 50 high-level arrows to attack the target in the air. It requires wood X3000, fine wood X100, pig iron X500, and fine iron X100. God locomotive blueprint, high level. After using the blueprint, you can build a god locomotive for the territory. It can fire 100 high-level arrows at the same time to penetrate the target. It consumes 5,000 wood, fine wood X150, pig iron X800, and fine iron X150. These two architectural blueprints are both high-level grades. They can easily break the defense of high-level monsters. With these two weapons, his territory defense in the future will be much safer. The only disadvantage: it consumes too many arrows, and you must prepare enough high-level arrows. Fortunately, he got a lot of wood and fine wood from the elves this time, which was enough for a while. And this high-level arrow is not easy to damage and can be recycled many times. Then, he checked the two skill books again. Ice Phoenix Mantra, high level. After chanting the mantra, you can summon a snow phoenix to attack the target and produce a freezing effect. Earthquake, high level. After chanting the mantra, you can launch a strong earthquake attack on the target area. This Ice Phoenix Mantra skill is good. It also has a freezing effect. Even if you can't kill the target, you can freeze the opponent. That earthquake is also very strong. It can actually cause an earthquake. It's simply a magical skill. But it's a pity that I don't have earth affinity now, so I can't learn this skill for the time being. Lin Xuan was happy. He immediately learned the Ice Phoenix Mantra skill. Ding! You have learned the high-level ice skill, Ice Phoenix Mantra. After learning this skill, Lin Xuan he put the earth-shaking skill book into his backpack first, and then took out the light robe. Light robe, advanced. This is the exclusive robe issued by the Church of Light to priests. It represents the status of priests. Wearing it can resist evil forces, increase the magic power recovery speed by 50%, and it can instantly release the Guardian of Light to protect itself. The light robe in front of him looks similar to the light cloak he is wearing, both are white. The difference is that there are some beautiful patterns embroidered on the light robe, while the light cloak does not. And the light robe is obviously more advanced. It can not only resist evil forces, but also speed up the recovery of magic power and release a defensive skill. Lin Xuan did not hesitate. He took off the light cloak and put on the light robe. In an instant. When he put on the robe, the speed of the mana recovery in his body was obviously much faster. This made Lin Xuan very happy. Then he took out another silver treasure chest and opened it. You opened the silver treasure chest. Get cold iron X500, low-level building drawings x2, intermediate equipment drawings x1, intermediate prescription x1. After opening this silver treasure chest, Lin Xuan got some rewards, but after he looked through it, he found that there was no reward worth surprising. That prescription is not bad, it can be used to refine a life potion to treat injuries, but unfortunately he has no materials now and can't refine it at all. So for the time being I can only put it in my backpack to collect dust. Husband. At this time, Aaliyah's voice suddenly came from the door. Lin Xuan looked towards the door. This look made him stunned for a moment. Because Aaliyah at this time was actually wearing a red long dress, wearing many strange jewelry on her body, a solemn crown on her head, and even light makeup on her face. You know, Aaliyah never wore makeup before 5.9, because her bare face was very beautiful, and now after putting on makeup, she is even more beautiful and charming. What is this? Lin Xuan felt a little strange and looked at her with some doubts. Hee. The queen has agreed to our love, according to your blue star. Tonight is the day for the two of us too. Aaliyah was also a little shy at this time, but she still pretended to be calm and came to Lin Xuan's arms, showing a shy and charming look. That means, your queen agreed to join the territory. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. But as soon as the words fell, Aaliyah shook her head and said, "That's not the case. The queen said that she would discuss this matter with the elders." Okay. Lin Xuan nodded and said, "After all, this matter is not small, and it is normal to discuss it. Hubby, I want to eat milk." Aaliyah's gentle voice came. After hearing this, Lin Xuan looked at the shy and charming Aaliyah in his arms, and immediately quit the game and returned to the real bedroom. "Wait, I'll take off my makeup first. Hee, I just want this." Crack 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 crack. Chapter 79. The next day. After entering the game in the morning, Aaliyah mysteriously pulled Lin Xuan out of the room, saying that she was going to do something that every elf girl must do. Hearing the former's words, Lin Xuan felt a little funny. Because this mysterious thing is exactly what Blue Star lovers do. Pray for blessings. That's right, it's this thing. He had already seen the small wooden sign in Aaliyah's hand, on which were written some words of blessing. It is said that this is something that every elf man and woman must do after getting married. So Lin Xuan did not refuse. Following Aaliyah all the way, he came to a heavily guarded garden. The reason why it is heavily guarded is because this place is the first place with elf guards that Lin Xuan found after he came to the elf home. After seeing Aaliyah, these guards greeted and let the two in. Lin Xuan was a little indifferent at first, and came here with Aaliyah with a leisurely mentality. But when he entered the garden, this leisurely mentality suddenly turned into a surprise. Because there are many herbs planted in this garden. These herbs are all in order, planted in different pieces of land according to different varieties. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of thousands of different herbs planted here. Hey? These are all herbs. This is the valley spirit grass. This is the evergreen flower. This is the vitality fruit. This, I don't know it. Lin Xuan looked at the herbs in front of him and immediately recognized the names of more than a dozen herbs. 16. There are dozens of other herbs that he doesn't know. It's not that these herbs are advanced, but that he didn't come into contact with many herbs in his previous life. After all, any herb is extremely precious and is generally not easily shown to others. Aaliyah, is this where you elves grow herbs? Lin Xuan's eyes were full of surprise. After seeing these herbs, he had the idea of taking them for himself. Yes, husband. Hearing this, Aaliyah nodded absent-mindedly. She was now concentrating on praying. According to the rules of the elves, as long as the blessing was completed, the matter between her and Lin Xuan would be recognized by the gods. Thinking of this, Aaliyah was a little anxious. Especially thinking that there was a beautiful woman like Biling at home, she quickly pulled Lin Xuan to a big tree. Then after praying seriously, she hung the blessing wooden sign on the tree. Until then. After praying, Aaliyah was relieved and felt that the dust had settled. But she was relieved at this time. But Lin Xuan behind her was not calm. Because the big tree that Aaliyah prayed for was actually several hundred meters high and the trunk was more than 20 meters wide. This was not a big tree, it was almost as big as a sacred tree. Tisk tisk tisk. This tree is probably not young, at least 1,000 years old. It's a pity that it can't resist the passage of time. It looks like it's almost dead. Lin Xuan whispered with some emotion. The giant tree in front of him had experienced a long time. But at this moment, the giant tree was obviously dying. There were not many leaves left on the crown, and the remaining leaves were all curled up and looked sick. Take a closer look. Lin Xuan found that the leaves on the giant tree were the medium of the elemental formation that Aaliyah gave him when he first entered the valley. At that time, he was still wondering where this strange-looking leaf came from. It turned out to be the leaves of this giant tree. SHH. Husband, please keep your voice down. This tree is the tree of life of our elves. If the queen hears what you said just now, she will definitely be angry. Aaliyah, who was standing by, was shocked when she heard Lin Xuan say that the tree of life was almost dead, and hurriedly explained to the latter. Hey? The tree of life. Lin Xuan was a little surprised when he heard this. He knew the tree of life. He heard that this was a very magical tree and a companion tree of the elves. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan looked at the tree of life and checked its attributes. The tree of life, this is the legendary tree of life. It can produce magical water of life, and it will also emit various elemental forces, improve the concentration of surrounding elements, etc. No wonder when I came in just now, I felt that the elemental forces here were very active. It turned out to be the reason of this tree of life. Seeing the introduction of the tree of life, Lin Xuan immediately realized it. He thought about it and immediately closed his eyes to feel the elemental forces around him. Sure enough. From the feeling, the elemental power of ice and thunder in this garden is very strong. But strangely, no dark element is felt. Hey? It's a bit strange. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But before he could continue thinking. At this time, behind him, the voice of the elf queen suddenly came. Aaliyah, you are saying bad things about me again. After the voice fell, the elf queen appeared with 10 elders. Aaliyah's body froze, then she turned around and ran to the elf queen with a smile on her face to act like a spoiled child. But the elf queen obviously just wanted to scare Aaliyah, and after saying this, she turned to Lin Xuan. You are right, the tree of life is about to wither. So this is why we refused to join your territory after discussing it. When the elf queen said this, there was some regret on her face. After all, she was indeed attracted by the method that Lin Xuan said, which could absorb the energy of the crystal core. But as the queen of the elves, she had to consider the whole tribe. 0145014116 Philo 1520722150. So after discussing with a group of elders, she had to follow the opinions of most elders and refused to join Lin Xuan's territory. Just because of the tree of life. Lin Xuan heard the reason for the refusal from the elf queen and pointed to the tree of life beside him and asked. Yes, that's right. The elf queen nodded, thought for a while, and continued. You are now half an elf, so there is no need to hide it from you. This tree of life is very important to our elves. Strictly speaking, if we lose the tree of life, then our elves may not be elves anymore. The reason why we elves are born with elemental affinity, and some elves even have 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 elemental affinities, is mainly because of the tree of life. If there is no tree of life, then our elf descendants born in the future may not all have elemental affinity, and then our elves will be reduced to an ordinary race. So for the sake of the elves' descendants, we must continue to stay here. When the elf queen spoke, She walked to the front of the tree of life and stretched out her hand to press on the tree. Immediately, the elemental power in the elf queen's body rushed into the body of the tree of life through her arms. Then, the tree of life regained a bit of vitality, and the originally sick leaves also glowed with a little green. Then under Lin Xuan's gaze, the 10 elders also came to the tree of life together, and like the elf queen, they transferred the elemental power in their bodies to the tree of life. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan seemed to understand something. Is this the reason why you fell from the 8th level to the 7th level? At this moment, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered why the elf queen said that the other party was the 8th level in her introduction, but the reality was the 7th level. It seems that this is to transfer the elemental power in the body to the tree of life. And it seems that the other party must do this often, otherwise there will be no decline in strength. If you don't do this, the tree of life will die long ago. The elf queen looked at Lin Xuan in surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Xuan actually knew about her declining strength. Even if you do this, it will die sooner or later, at most 3 years. Lin Xuan said at the end, adding. He didn't say this for no reason. Don't forget that he is the supreme affinity, and he can understand the situation of the tree of life better than everyone present. Originally, he had only heard of the tree of life. But when he really saw the tree of life, he immediately understood why this tree of life was so magical. In short, ordinary trees absorb water for survival. The tree of life absorbs elemental power for survival, and after absorbing 560 elemental power, it will release 2 elemental powers. Over time, the tree of life actually becomes an elemental tree. This is also Lin Xuan knows more about the tree of life than everyone else. And the reason why the tree of life is still called the tree of life, and not renamed the tree of elements, is because of another feature of the other party. That is, every time the tree of life absorbs enough elemental power, a magical water will be born, which is the water of life. Legend has it that the water of life can repair all injuries and hidden diseases, but whether this is true or not, Lin Xuan doesn't know. After all, he has never drunk the water of life. Just thinking about it. The voice of the elf queen came from the side. In fact, if the tree of life is not about to die, we are really willing to join your territory. After all, our world has long been occupied by darkness. As you said, staying here will sooner or later be swallowed by dark monsters. But if there is no tree of life, even if we survive, what's the point? The elf queen said a little sadly. The lifespan of their elves is very long, but it does not mean that they will not die. For her who has lived for more than 300 years, the elf queen is more willing to stay here and find a way to save the tree of life. But what if I can save your tree of life? Lin Xuan said this in a shocking way. As expected, the elf queen and 10 elders beside him were stunned when they heard Lin Xuan say that there was a way to save the tree of life. The elf queen even laughed. Haha, how is it possible, if you can save the tree of life? Let alone joining your territory to the Blue Star world, even if we follow you to the ends of the earth, we elves are willing. Chapter 80. After the elf queen finished speaking, the 10 elf elders on the side also spoke out. Human! This is not a trivial matter. Do you really have a way to save the tree of life? If you dare to deceive us, the consequences will be very serious. Cunning human, you are not deliberately making up lies to trick us into joining your territory. For a while, when everyone present heard Lin Xuan say that there was a way to save the tree of life, they all became nervous. From a rational point of view, they did not believe that Lin could save the tree of life. Because in the past 10 years, their elves have tried countless methods, but they still couldn't stop the tree of life from withering, let alone saving it. So in everyone's opinion, their entire elf tribe has no way, so how can this human have a way to save the tree of life? But from an emotional point of view, several elf elders, including the elf queen, hope that Lin Xuan really has a calendar to save the tree of life. This feeling is a bit like desperate. So when everyone heard Lin Xuan's words, they all looked unbelieving, but their tone was full of expectation, and they all looked at Lin Xuan nervously. Lin Xuan felt the gazes of the crowd, and he was too lazy to explain slowly, so he stood up and came to the tree of life. Then he stretched out his palm and pressed it on the tree, closed his eyes, and felt the state of the tree of life. In his perception, he saw that the tree of life was filled with a large number of ice and thunder elements. In addition, there was evil power. These evil powers were extremely secretive. If he didn't have the highest affinity for darkness, he really couldn't find these evil powers. I felt something was wrong just now. It stands to reason that there are no dark elements in the garden, but why is there evil power in the tree of life? Now it seems that it is this evil power that has caused the tree of life to wither and wither. Lin Xuan thought secretly in his heart. Then he moved his mind and started to intercept directly, condensing the evil power that was flowing to the tree of life into his palm. As the evil power gathered more and more in the palm of his hand, gradually, a ball of black mist formed. What is this? Dark element? The elf queen and the elders on the side were shocked when they saw the black mist in Lin Xuan's hand. To be precise, this should be evil power. Lin Xuan stopped condensing evil power and turned to explain to everyone. Evil power? Isn't this still dark element? An elder heard Lin Xuan's explanation and asked. Lin Xuan laughed and was about to speak, but was preempted by the elf queen on the side. No. Strictly speaking, evil power is just one of the dark powers. For example, dark system, poison system, undead system, etc., these powers are all dark powers. Hearing the words of the elf queen, the elder nodded half understood. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and added, in fact, the dark element is just a kind of pure energy, which itself is neither good nor bad. But the evil force is different. For example, the rainstorm outside now can infect living things because it contains evil forces. An elder looked at the evil black mist in Lin Xuan's hand with taboo and asked, but, how could the evil force appear in our tree of life? You know, our elves have arranged a special formation nearby, which should have isolated the dark element from coming in. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes when he heard this. I just said that the dark element is very pure, and it is neither good nor bad. Even if the tree of life absorbs the dark element, it will be fine. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, without waiting for the elder to speak, the elf queen said awkwardly, we have no other choice. In fact, we have long guessed that the withering of the tree of life is related to evil forces. But because there has been no evidence, we have not jumped to conclusions. This formation is just in case, but I didn't expect that it was really because of the evil forces that the group harmed the tree of life. But, I'm curious. We have found dozens of powerful dark elementalists before, but none of them found this evil power. How did you find it? After the elf queen finished the last sentence, she looked at Lin Xuan with some doubts. After hearing this, several elf elders beside her also looked at Lin Xuan. Their elves had invited many powerful dark elementalists a long time ago, but after these people's inspection, no evil power was found. In order to prevent misjudgment, they also specially invited dozens of people, including a 9th-level dark elementalist, but the results were the same. These dark elementalists all indicated that it was not due to the dark power. But why? Lin Xuan only took a short while to find out the reason for the withering of the tree of life, and also extracted the evil power in the tree? Sometimes strong strength does not mean everything. I can find this evil power, which naturally shows that my perception of dark power is much stronger than theirs. Lin Xuan smiled and explained briefly. He did not directly explain that it was because of his supreme affinity. But despite this, everyone present was not a fool. With a little thought, they could understand that the problem was with affinity. Hiss! You are a dark elementalist. No. We found an 8th-level dark elementalist before. He said that his dark affinity was super affinity, and he didn't sense this evil power, but you did. So, aren't you a dark elementalist with a supreme affinity? As he spoke, the elder shut up, with extreme shock on his face. The elders around him all widened their eyes and took a breath of cold air when they heard this, and they also showed extremely shocked expressions. At this moment, when they concluded that Lin Xuan was a dark elementalist with a supreme affinity, everyone's heart was like a 12th level tsunami, which hit their hearts hard. Is there a problem? Lin Xuan felt everyone's shocked eyes and asked back. Hearing Lin Xuan's question, several elders were speechless. Think about it carefully. It seems that there is really no problem. The reason why I was shocked just now. It was just because of the other party's identity as a dark elementalist, and the other party's affinity was actually the highest level. So I was shocked. Okay. Now that we have found the problem, how can we prevent the evil forces from continuing to harm the Tree of Life? The Elf Queen waved her hand and interrupted the topic. Although she was also shocked by Lin Xuan's supreme affinity, the more important thing now is how to save the Tree of Life. There is a way, but I want them. Lin Xuan turned his eyes and pointed to the herb garden next to him. The meaning is very clear. He has a way, but he needs herbs as a reward. Human friend. As long as you can save the Tree of Life, you can pick as many herbs as you want. That's right, we can only save the Tree of Life, even if you move this herb garden away. Speak quickly, human friend. Several elders followed Lin Xuan's gaze. Finding that the other party wanted herbs as a reward, they immediately nodded and agreed. After getting his consent, Lin Xuan laughed and told the way to save the Tree of Life. The method is very simple, just move the Tree of Life to my territory, and everything will be fine. Lin Xuan told the method. But when the elders on the side heard this method, they were stunned at first, and then their faces became strange. Move to your territory. What a joke. You are not kidding. What a cunning human, we elves just had a little affection for you, but I didn't expect you to covet our Tree of Life. A group of elders spoke out. They thought this method was Lin Xuan's nonsense. After all, the purpose is too obvious. It must be this human who covets their Tree of Life. When the Elf Queen heard this request, she showed a thoughtful expression. Aren't you curious about where this evil power comes from? Lin Xuan glanced at several elders and asked a question. Where did it come from? An elder asked subconsciously. Here. Lin Xuan pointed to the ground under his feet. Everyone heard it and looked at the ground along Lin Xuan's hand, and immediately thought of a possibility. Are you talking about the roots? Is it the evil power absorbed by the roots? This is impossible. Let's not talk about the fact that we have arranged the elemental formation. A few years ago, we dug the nearby ground and found nothing unusual. Several elders said decisively. They are not fools, and they have thought of this a long time ago. But they spent a lot of effort and did not find that the roots of the tree were eroded by evil power. And they have already arranged the elemental array. There is not even a little bit of dark element in the whole Elf Valley, so how could there be evil forces? So when they heard Lin Xuan say that the evil forces came from the roots of the tree, the elders did not believe it. But the Elf Queen on the side seemed to understand something. I understand. In fact, what Lin Xuan said is true. These evil forces really come from the roots of the tree. After the Elf Queen finished speaking, the elder hesitated and said, but we have already dug the entire valley and found no evil forces. Yes, Your Majesty, don't be fooled by this human. The Elf Queen shook her head and said, what Lin Xuan said is true. Don't forget that our Tree of Life has survived for thousands of years, and its roots have long been dense. We only isolated the valley, but not the outside of the valley. After so many years of growth, the roots of the Tree of Life have already extended outside the valley. These roots outside the valley naturally come into contact with the evil forces outside. Although we also checked the roots outside the valley, we did not find these evil forces because of the low affinity. The Elf Queen explained the reason. Lin Xuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I said that moving the Tree of Life to my territory can save it. Your Elf Valley is too small, which is not conducive to the growth of the Tree of Life. As long as it is moved to my territory, these problems will naturally be solved." Lin Xuan was a little happy. This Tree of Life is definitely a good thing. If the Tree of Life can be moved to his territory, there will be too many benefits. The first benefit is naturally that with the Tree of Life, the various elements in his territory will be very rich. The second benefit is that the elementalists in his territory, who live under the Tree of Life for a long time, can not only speed up their cultivation, but also slowly improve their physical fitness. The third benefit is that with the nourishment of the Tree of Life, the new life born in his territory will be the probability of having an elemental constitution will increase. In this case, it will also indirectly bring him a reward. Don't forget, he has a golden entry for having many children and good fortune. The ability of this entry is that as long as a newborn is born in his territory, he will be rewarded. And the stronger the qualifications of the newborn, the richer the reward will be. Now as long as the Tree of Life can be moved to his territory, he will really make a fortune. Of course, the premise is that the elves must agree. Several elders hesitated when they heard the explanation of the Queen and Lin Xuan. But just when the elders were thinking about the pros and cons. At this time, the Elf Queen took a deep breath and made a major decision. "Lin Xuan, our elves have decided to join your territory, but there is a premise. That is, your territory must be as good as Aaliyah said, otherwise we will not agree to it." After the Elf Queen finished speaking, Lin Xuan, who was standing by, was overjoyed and nodded, "No problem." The Elf Queen also smiled and said, "In order to give an explanation to more than 30,000 people, I must go to your territory in person to take a look. If your territory is really like what Aaliyah said, then our elves will move immediately and join your territory, and as long as you don't abandon us, our elves will always be loyal to you." Lin Xuan thought about it and felt that the Elf Queen's request was reasonable. After all, the other party learned about his territory from Aaliyah, so it was reasonable to want to take a look in person. So Lin Xuan nodded and agreed immediately. Okay. Chapter 81. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan and Aaliyah, with the farewell of the Elf Queen and a group of elves, rode on the two-headed bull, and then returned to the territory in the shocked eyes of everyone. Hiss! This is a 6th-level two-headed bull. This human lord is really hidden. He is obviously only a 4th-level strength, but he has a 6th-level mount. I hope the other party's territory is really as strong as Aaliyah said, and can protect our elves. Many elves looked at Lin Xuan's back and were shocked by the other party's mount. After this short period of contact, they felt that Lin Xuan was full of mystery. The other party not only had a powerful territory, but also had supreme affinity, and also mastered the 3 elements of ice, thunder, and darkness, and there was endless food. Now it was discovered that the other party was only a 4th-level strength, but actually had a 6th-level two-headed bull as a mount. These things together refreshed their cognition over and over again. On the other side, Lin Xuan naturally didn't know what the elves thought. He only knew that he was rich now. Hee. I got a lot from the elves this time. I got a lot of herbs before I left. With these herbs, I can make potions when I return to the territory. Lin Xuan looked at the various herbs in his backpack and smiled. These herbs were given to him by the Queen of the Elf. There were a total of 10,000 beads, including 7 kinds of herbs. He asked the Queen of the Elf for them according to the prescriptions on him. In addition, there are 64 kinds of herbal seeds, with a total of 80,000 seeds. When he returned to the territory, he immediately asked Aaliyah to take the goblins to plant all these seeds in the underground area. Then he could harvest a large number of herbs. And calculate the time. When he returned to the territory, Cook would be back soon. He gave Cook a lot of food. I thought that this time of exchanging food would definitely bring a lot of materials. With these materials, it is estimated that the territory can be upgraded to the top 560 level refuge camp. Next, he only needs to obtain the castle blueprint to own a 4th level castle territory. Thinking of these questions, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. After more than 10 days of hard work, the territory is now more and more perfect, and everything is developing in a good direction. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly came from a distance. Yin! Hearing this dragon roar, Lin Xuan was immediately surprised. What is this? The sound of a dragon roaring. Lin Xuan said uncertainly. Don't worry, husband, this dragon valley is still far away from us. Aaliyah quickly explained. Little did she know that her words immediately made Lin Xuan's eyes brighten. Aaliyah, is there a dragon nearby? Yes, husband, there is a dragon valley dozens of miles away. I remember that since the darkness fell, I don't know what happened in the dragon valley. Every day there are dragons roaring, which sounds pitiful. Aaliyah nodded and pointed in a direction. Dragon Valley? Are there many dragons there? Lin Xuan looked in the direction and asked. I don't know now. I remember that before the darkness came, I went there with the queen once when I was a child. It seemed that there were thousands of dragons, but I don't know now. What's wrong, husband? Aaliyah shook her head and said. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xuan curiously, not understanding why he asked this question. It's okay. Lin Xuan rubbed Aaliyah's little head and didn't say anything. But he couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. The dragon race, this is a powerful race. It would be even better if we could subdue some dragons to join the territory. Lin Xuan took a deep look at the direction of the Dragon Valley, and had no intention of going there. Tomorrow is the day when the miracle will come, so he should hurry back to the territory. It would be best to upgrade the territory by 1 level before the miracle comes. And my own strength must also be promoted to the 5th level. Thinking like this, Lin Xuan flipped his palm, took out a mid-level crystal core, held it in his hand and began to absorb it. During this period, whenever there was a gap, he would take the opportunity to absorb the mid-level crystal core. After absorbing a lot of small amounts, his current level progress has become 50.13%. As long as he absorbs 100 mid-level crystal cores, he can be promoted to the 5th level. Currently, he still has more than 120 mid-level crystal cores in his backpack, which he obtained by hunting mid-level monsters in the past few days. So with other unlike players who don't have crystal cores, he has enough intermediate crystal cores, but he just doesn't have time to absorb them. But now that he has a 2-headed bull as a mount, he can take time to absorb these crystal cores. Strive to be promoted to the 5th level today. After Lin Xuan set a goal in his mind, he immediately began to absorb the crystal cores with all his strength. Of course, while absorbing the crystal cores, he did not forget to sense the nearby treasures. If there are any closer, he will directly turn into lightning and quickly take them. He also did not let go of the intermediate monsters he encountered along the way, and solved and looted the opponent with a skill at will. So the next journey, Lin Xuan seemed to be absorbing crystal cores, but he was not idle. Until 3 hours later, the two came to a poisonous area. Husband? Isn't this the territory of the 6th level 5 poison beast? Aaliyah jumped off the bull's back and asked while looking at the poisonous area in front of her. Yes, drink this and go to avenge me, husband. Lin Xuan nodded, took out 2 bottles of high-level detoxification potion from his backpack, and handed one to Aaliyah. These 2 bottles of detoxification potion were what he and the Elf Queen wanted. He had already asked about it, and this potion can remove most toxins. And the detoxification effect will last for 5 hours, specifically against the toxins of the 5 poisonous beasts. Let's go. Lin Xuan took the barbarian bull back to the infinite space, drank the detoxification potion, and walked into the poisonous area in front of him. Aaliyah behind him also drank the detoxification potion and followed Lin Xuan into the depths of the poisonous area. Not long after walking, Lin Xuan saw a few white mulberry flowers. He walked forward with a smile, collected them and put them in his backpack. You collected white mulberry flowers x1. You collected white mulberry flowers x2. These white mulberry flowers were the ones he left behind when he risked his life to take the silver treasure chest last time. It wasn't that he didn't want to collect these white mulberry flowers at that time. But the poison of the 5 poisonous beasts was too strong, and they didn't give him this opportunity at all, and poisoned him to death. Now he revisited the old place. Of course, he couldn't waste these white mulberry flowers. After collecting all the white mulberry flowers, Lin Xuan took Aaliyah to continue moving forward. But after walking for a long time, it was found that the poisonous area was very quiet, and there was no trace of the 5 beasts at all. Don't look for it, it's a waste of time. Lin Xuan suddenly stopped and gave up the stupid way of looking for the 5 poisonous beasts. Then, in Aaliyah's puzzled eyes, Lin Xuan waved his hand and released more than 100 first-level blood-sucking mosquitoes from the infinite space. As soon as these blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared, the silent poisonous area suddenly sounded a buzzing sound. But it only lasted for 7 or 8 seconds. These blood-sucking mosquitoes were poisoned to death. Lin Xuan didn't feel sorry for seeing this, and waved his hand again, releasing more than 100 first-level blood-sucking mosquitoes. The next moment, the silent poisonous area was buzzed again. More than 100 fist-sized blood-sucking mosquitoes, the sound of flying together is not small. Even outside, the sound is very loud. Not to mention in this silent poisonous area. With such a big noise, I believe that the 5 poisonous beasts will think that there is food coming again, and they will definitely come over. Sure enough. Just when Lin Xuan released the 7th batch of blood-sucking mosquitoes, suddenly, a quack sound came from the distance. Here it comes. Lin Xuan was delighted and released more than 100 blood-sucking mosquitoes. Then, without waiting for a while, as the call of the 5 poisonous beasts got closer and closer, with a bang, the huge 5 poisonous beasts appeared in Lin Xuan's sight. Lin Xuan looked at the other party. I saw that the 5 poisonous beasts were about the size of half a house, more than 2 meters tall, with 4 legs, and tumors all over their backs, releasing toxins. From the appearance, this 5 poisonous beast looks like a toad. Quack, quack, quack. Monster, 5 poison beast. Level, 6th level. Introduction: this is a powerful 5 poison beast. It carries a lot of toxins all over its body. These toxins are persistent and will form a poisonous area. Any creature that breaks in will be infected with the toxins and die. It is said that if the 5 poison beast reaches the super level, a poisonous zone will be formed. Good guy. This 5 poison beast can really just lie down. With this ability to release poison, you don't need to work hard at ordinary times, just wait for food to come. After seeing the introduction of the 5 poison beast, Lin Xuan suddenly felt that the other party's ability was really amazing. But before he could finish his sigh, the 5 poison beast on the opposite side suddenly jumped and pounced on Lin Xuan. At the same time, the other party opened its mouth and spit out a scarlet tongue with mucus, and rolled towards Lin Xuan. Facing the opponent's attack, Lin Xuan first waved his hand to put a layer of ice barrier on himself and Aaliyah, and then waved his hand again, buying a high-level skill from Wu Du Zeng. Ice Phoenix Curse. To be on the safe side, Lin Xuan did not hold back, and directly used up half of his magic power and released the Ice Phoenix Curse 3 times. The next moment, a large piece of snow suddenly fell from the air around the 5 poison beasts, and then 3 phoenix calls were heard, and a snow phoenix more than 10 meters long appeared. Chirp! These 3 snow phoenixes look a bit romantic. Every time they flap their wings, a lot of snow will fall around them. But Lin Xuan knows. This thing is not romantic at all, because these are 3 snow phoenixes. Sure enough. Just after these 3 snow phoenixes locked onto the 5 poison beasts, before the 5 poison beasts landed, the 3 snow phoenixes chirped, and then rushed towards the 5 poison beasts. Bang! Bang! 3 explosions of ice were heard, and the 5 poisonous beasts that were originally aggressive were killed in an instant, and there was a thick ice sculpture. Haha! It is worthy of being an advanced skill. Although it consumes a lot of magic power, it is so powerful. Lin Xuan laughed. He hurriedly came to the ice sculpture of the 5 poisonous beasts excitedly, and then controlled the elemental affinity to melt the ice on the 5 poisonous beasts. Then, he stretched out his palm to the dead 5 poisonous beasts and used the corpse slave skill. Corpse slave, conversion. The next second, the soul deep in his mind was torn apart and merged into the soul of the 5 poisonous beasts. Chapter 82. Quack. As the 5 poisonous beasts were transformed into corpse slaves, this guy suddenly lost his previous fierceness. Instead, he became obedient and called out to Lin Xuan, his master, twice. Through the fluctuations of the soul, Lin Xuan understood that this was the other party's intention to pay homage to him. This corpse slave skill is very weird. Obviously, Lin Xuan's soul power has split a small part to occupy the 5 poisonous beasts, but the other party still has basic self-awareness. This feeling is like a master-servant contract. As the master, Lin Xuan, the 5 poisonous beasts must obey Lin Xuan unconditionally, otherwise, Lin Xuan only needs a thought to kill the 5 poisonous beasts. And if Lin Xuan dies, his corpse slaves will die with him. By performing so many corpse slave skills, Lin Xuan vaguely felt that this situation should be related to the trace of soul that he split out. Originally, these corpse slaves were dead, and he resurrected them again. So if I die, my soul will disappear, and then these corpse slaves who rely on my soul to survive will also die. This kind of relationship is very domineering. However, Lin Xuan likes it very much. With this relationship, he doesn't have to worry about the corpse slaves rebelling. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan smiled happily. Hee. Since you are called the 5 poison beast, from now on, I will call you Xiaohu. Lin Xuan said casually. Quack. The 5 poison beast blinked its big eyes and called twice. The only basic consciousness left made it understand that the master gave it a new name. By the way, I'm going to put you in the space temporarily, you collect the poison. Quack. After the 5 poison beast responded twice, it trembled obediently and stopped releasing the poison. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and put the 5 poison beast into the space. If he didn't let the other party stop releasing the poison, he was really afraid of poisoning the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the infinite space. As for how he knew, the 5 poisonous beasts can freely control the release of toxins. This point was naturally learned after the other party was converted into a corpse slave. Let's go. After dealing with the 5 poisonous beasts, Lin Xuan turned around and walked out of the poisonous area with Aaliyah, who was horrified. After leaving the poisonous area, he then released the 2-headed bull, sat on the bull's back, and returned to the territory. On the other side, Cook brought more than 30 tribesmen and visited 6 goblin tribes through the efforts of the past few days. The chiefs of these tribes were very happy to see him. After all, they belonged to the goblin tribe and it was easy to communicate with each other. When these tribal chiefs ate the food that Nankei brought out, they all agreed to the deal without saying a word. And Cook was also very smart. During the conversation, he kept talking about the strength of Lin Xuan's territory. Sure enough, hard work pays off. Under his temptation, 2 of the small tribes expressed their desire to join the territory on the spot. Among the remaining 4 tribes, 3 chieftains were more cautious and said they also wanted to join the territory, but in order to be responsible for their people, they would wait until the rainstorm stopped and then go to Lin Xuan's territory in person. If it is really as Cook said, Then these three tribes are also very willing to join Lin Xuan's territory. As for the remaining one, it did not express whether to join or not, and replied to Cook that it would consider it. Chief Cook, our harvest this time is really huge. When Lord Lin Xuan knows about it, he will be very happy. Pazay followed behind Cook and said excitedly. Yes, Pazay, thank God for letting us meet Lin Xuantians. Now we not only have endless food, but also can rescue many compatriots. This is a blessing for our Goblin tribe. Cook nodded and said. He knew it very well. The reason why the conversation with other tribes was so smooth was mainly because of Lord Lin Xuan's food. It was very difficult for them, the Goblins, to live in the Moon Spirit Forest. The most unacceptable thing for them was the lack of food. Thinking of the time when they were hungry, Cook couldn't help but cherish his current life. Let's go, Pazay, we don't have much food left now, and we should go back after visiting the Vok tribe. Cook looked at the remaining food and said. Vok tribe. Chief, their tribe is very powerful, can they agree to join Lord Lin Xuan's territory? Pazay was a little surprised after hearing this. In his impression, the Vok Goblin tribe is very strong and has a large population, almost more than 5,000 people. It is the third-ranked Goblin tribe in the Moon Spirit Forest. I don't know, but the other party is definitely willing to exchange food with us. After all, so far, no Goblin has been able to refuse Lord Lin Xuan's food. Cook said, flipping his hand and taking out a piece of chocolate and putting it into his mouth. After chewing for a few times, Cook showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Half an hour later, Cook brought his tribe to the Vok tribe. The other tribe, like them, also lived in the underground world. And they also dug a deep pit underground, with a square below and earth holes around the pit wall where the tribe lived. The only difference is, the Vok tribe is strong, and the goblin nests they live in, that is, the pits are decorated with stones. It's worthy of being the Vok tribe. This home is much more luxurious than our Gilbert's home. Cook was led to meet Chief Vok on the way. After seeing the other tribe, he couldn't help but feel envious. But when he thought of the underground living area where he lives now, this envy turned into a kind of complacency. After all, Lord Lin Xuan's territory is much more luxurious than here. Every time he came to the Vok tribe, he would envy them for having such a powerful nest. But now, after seeing the luxury of the underground living area, this goblin nest, which was originally luxurious in his eyes, was like a garbage dump, and was not worthy of his eyes at all. No. It should be worse than a garbage dump. The garbage dump in the underground living area is more luxurious than this one. Thinking of this, Cook changed his previous inferiority complex and straightened his chest. Then, under the leadership of several goblins, Cook came all the way to a bright cave. There were 4 magic lamps in the cave, and the interior was very bright. Haha! It's been a long time since we last met, Brother Cook. How are you doing recently? As soon as Cook came in, he heard an enthusiastic voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and found that the owner of the voice was the chief of the Vok tribe Coker. At this moment, Coker, wearing a robe made of animal skin, was walking towards him enthusiastically with a happy face. Chief Coker. I'm fine, I just missed you. Cook also grinned and hugged Coker warmly. But the next second, he was stunned for a moment and found that there were several dwarves in the cave. Looking carefully, it was still Cook's old acquaintance Or. The reason why Halls is an old acquaintance is that every time Cook went to the dwarves to exchange food, Halls was the host. Why is he here? Cook was a little puzzled in his heart. But out of courtesy, he still went forward and greeted Halls. After greeting, UK and others sat down separately. At this time, Cook asked the doubts in his heart. Brother Halls, why are you here? Hearing this, Halls's face was a little distressed. Oh! It's all the fault of those damn humans. I don't know who destroyed a tomb of our dwarfs. Our chief was angry and asked me to come and exchange some diamonds with Chief Vok to prepare a batch of stone tablets. When Hall said this, his heart and face were extremely depressed. Last time, I thought that if I found out that it was done by humans, I could make up for my crime. But who knew that this crime was even greater? Their chief united the 100 Clan Alliance and thought that there were only 1 or 2 humans, but this search found that it was not 1 or 2. It was not a dozen or 10. But there were hundreds of them. Although he killed many humans, the chief barely calmed down. But Halls was still punished. The chief asked him to bring food and some equipment and weapons to the Goblin tribe to exchange for some diamonds. He was going to upgrade the tombstone to a higher level. In this way, it could be regarded as an apology to these dwarf ancestors. Oh, that's it. Hearing the reason Halls said, Cook didn't know what he was saying, but he was on guard in his heart. He had already regarded Halls as a competitor. I wonder what Brother Cook is here for. At this time, Coker turned his head and looked at Cook and asked. Haha, what a coincidence, I also want to find Chief Coker to exchange materials this time. Cook laughed and said. Chief Cook is also here to exchange materials. Halls was stunned for a moment. Yes, Brother Halls, and I also want materials like diamonds. Cook didn't shy away from the other party and nodded. You also want diamonds? Halls was subconsciously stunned. He was a little curious. Don't understand what Cook wants diamonds for? At this time, Coker was also surprised to hear that Cook wanted diamonds. Both of them looked at Cook curiously. Cook was not going to be shy, cleared his throat, and told the two that he had joined Lord Lin Xuan's territory. These materials were exchanged for their Lord Lin Xuan. Then, Cook described in detail the luxury of Lin Xuan's territory. For example, the territory is very large, and there are several underground areas. Then there are solid walls, powerful magic crystal cannons, and there are many beautiful houses in the underground living area. There are various types of furniture and appliances in the house, sofas, washing machines, refrigerators, TVs, etc. Cook talked endlessly. Horses and Coker, the two people, just like listening to a myth, listening to the words that Nan K said from time to time. Under Cook's narration, Lin Xuan's territory was immediately praised to the sky. It is simply the place where gods live. Brother Cook, is what you said true? Coker asked with stars in his eyes after hearing Cook's story. Of course, you see, this is the food of Lord Lin Xuan's territory. Chief Coker, you try it, and Brother Halls, try it too. Cook nodded confidently, then took out a few bags of pre-prepared dishes and distributed them to everyone present. Even the men who followed Halls, Cook also gave a bag. After everyone had a bag of pre-prepared dishes, Cook sat back in his seat and laughed in his heart. Hee hee. I specially took out this braised pork pre-cooked dish, I don't believe I can't conquer you. Cook played a trick. He deliberately took out the braised pork he thought was the most delicious and distributed it to everyone. With the taste of the braised pork, he believed that he could definitely conquer these people, especially Coker. Sure enough. Just after Coker and Halls tasted the braised pork, the two men suddenly widened their eyes and ate the food in their hands in big mouthfuls. While eating, they did not forget to praise. Woo woo. Brother Cook, the braised pork you mentioned is so delicious. Woo woo. Not bad, not bad, this is simply the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Unfortunately, it would be nice if I had a drink now. Cook, who was standing by, heard what Halls said, and his eyes lit up, and he took out a bottle of peach-flavored fruit wine from his space ring. Brother Halls, try the specialty wine of our territory, this place is only available in our territory. Cook opened the bottle cap considerately. Coker, who was standing by, was a little curious, and he asked Cook for a bottle. Well, what kind of wine is this? Sweet. This is wine, why do I feel like it's sugar water, but this wine tastes good. Or and Coker were shocked again. Both were impressed by this food. While Coker was eating meat and drinking, Cook on the side quickly said that Lord Lin Xuan was recruiting goblins to join the territory. And he exaggerated it. Now 5 goblin tribes have agreed to join the territory. After this was said, even Halls on the side was moved. But Coker was the chief after all. Although he was very tempted, he still groaned and said, "Okay, Brother Cook, I admit that your human's territory is very good. But this matter is too big, after all, it involves more than 5,000 tribesmen, I need time to think about it. Well, let's do this. After the rainstorm stops, I will lead several elders to the territory of this human being. If these elders agree, then we Vok will also join the territory." Coker said. Cook was overjoyed and said no problem. This scene made Halls a little envious. But what made him even more envious was, then Coker actually used a lot of materials to exchange more than 500 boxes of food from Cook, including several kinds of wine. Seeing that Cook was about to leave, Orr gritted his teeth and called Cook hard. "Wait a minute, Chief Cook. I have 800 diamonds here, and I also want to exchange some of your pre-made dishes and wine." Orr felt that he was really crazy now. If this makes the tribe, the chief knew that he had exchanged all the diamonds used to build the stone tablet for his ancestors for food and wine. He would probably get his kicked at the least. However, Halls thought about it and felt that this was an opportunity to make amends. What if the chief eats these delicacies, then I might not be punished. Instead, I will be rewarded. Thinking of this, Halls did not hesitate, he thought he should take a gamble this time. Then, although Cook was a little surprised, he still gave Halls 3 boxes of pre-prepared dishes and 10 bottles of various drinks. "Here, Brother Halls, you have too few materials, I can only give you this much." Ah! Halls blinked, looked at the pitiful food, and cursed Cook for being a profiteer in his heart. 24. Chapter 83. Half an hour later, Cook led his people out of the Vok tribe. "Chief, are we going back to the territory now?" Pazarhe put on the cloak of light and asked Cook. "Of course, if I don't go back, my hands will be full of space rings." Cook's face was slightly excited. While speaking, he stretched out his 2 hands and gestured to Pazarhe. The latter took a look. "Wow! I saw that their chief Cook's 2 hands were already loaded with 9 space rings. No need to guess. There must be all kinds of materials in them. Lord Lin Xuan will definitely be very happy this time," Pazarhe said with a smile. Cook nodded when he heard the words, and he was also a little excited. Then he waved his hand and immediately took his people back to the territory. When he heard that he was finally going back to the territory, these more than 30 goblins, Yi Shi was very happy. "Great! We are finally going back to the territory. Yet, I miss the big bed at home so much. And my comfortable toilet. I have been using leaves these days and my hole is itchy." With a burst of cheers, Cook led a group of tribesmen and disappeared into the forest. When they walked more than half of the way, Cook and others were surprised to find that the rainstorm disaster was actually weakening. When they arrived at the gate of the territory, the rainstorm disaster that lasted for several days stopped completely, leaving only rain on the ground. This damn rainstorm disaster really knows how to choose the time. It didn't stop early or late, but it stopped when we returned to the territory. Cook took off the light cloak and thought indignantly. But it's okay. They finally got back to the territory before dark. These days, they were exhausted, and Cook felt that he had to reward himself tonight. Well, just drink some urquata from last time, with some pre-prepared dishes, some spiced chicken legs, and then have a good sleep. Thinking of this, Cook's alcoholism was aroused, and then he quickened his pace and quickly led his people into the territory. But then when he arrived at the villa, he did not see Lord Lin Xuan, but only Princess Aaliyah stayed at the door. "Wait a minute, Chief Cook, my husband is preparing to break through to the 5th level, please wait a moment." After seeing Cook and others, Aaliyah immediately stopped them. "Break through the 5th level." Cook was a little surprised. He remembered that Lord Lin Xuan had just broken through to the 4th level not long ago, so he was going to break through to the 5th level so soon? This is really incredible. It seems that I, Cook, have a good vision. I actually flattered such a powerful lord. After being surprised, Cook thought happily. After all, the stronger Lin Xuan's strength, the safer their territory. This is a good thing. So when he heard that Lin Xuan was breaking through the 5th level, Cook didn't think much about it and ran to the side to wait for Lin Xuan. Although he didn't know how long he would have to wait. But Cook thought about it, afraid that he would drink wine would delay things, so he prepared to hand over the materials to Lord Lin Xuan before going back to drink. So, under the leadership of Cook, more than 30 goblins squatted at the door of the villa and waited patiently. And inside the villa, Lin Xuan was closing his eyes, holding the crystal core in his hand, absorbing the energy inside. Next to him was a small pile of crystal core fragments. From here, it can be seen that he has absorbed dozens of mid-level crystal cores. This is indeed the case. Including the one in his hand, he has absorbed a full 200 hand-level crystal cores. After absorbing so many crystal cores, his level progress has also become 99.99%. He is only a little bit away from being promoted to the 5th level. Crack! After a few breaths, the crystal core in Lin Xuan's hand suddenly made a crisp sound and broke into several pieces. At the same time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from his body, as if a bronze bell was struck by someone, and a shocking change was taking place. Boom boom! As the rumbling sound sounded, Lin Xuan saw through his inner vision that the first thing that changed was the blood and qi in his chest. These red blood and qi, like a blood mist, were like a gap opened in the yellow river at this moment, rumbling all the way from his chest, breaking through the barrier and rushing to his shoulders. Then it was his arms, wrists, palms, and finally stopped at his fingertips. The blood and qi are so rich. It's almost 10 times more than before. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. It seems that the blood and qi stored in his 2 arms are not much. But this promotion to the 5th level also made the blood and qi in his body more rich. Just like a sponge, it was now being taken away by someone. A slight squeeze made his blood and qi become more concentrated. Just thinking about it. A sudden roar came from his lower abdomen, and changes began to occur. Boom boom! Lin Xuan quickly controlled his mental power to come to the elemental sea. Then he saw the elemental sea in his body, which was originally more than 2 meters wide, began to expand outward in an instant. 3 meters. 5 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. The elemental sea, which was originally only more than 2 meters wide, rumbled and expanded to more than 11 meters wide before stopping. Looking around, he has 100 elemental seas like this one that are more than 11 meters wide. Haha! The magic power has also increased tenfold. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Looking at the 100 elemental seas in his body, Lin Xuan knew that from now on, even if he released high-level skills, he would not have to be so careful. No way! Having more magic power means being willful. As for the extra 1 meter of the elemental sea, it is because of the royal jelly, which makes each of his elemental seas more than 1 meter wide. In this way, his magic power is equivalent to more than 110 times more than that of a normal 5th level elementalist. Not bad. After being promoted to the 5th level, my vision and hearing have also been greatly enhanced. Awesome! Lin Xuan opened his eyes happily, and immediately heard Cook and others outside the villa discussing what to drink in the evening. After hearing the conversation between Cook and others, Lin Xuan's heart moved, and he looked at his own attribute panel and walked out of the villa. Name, Lin Xuan. Level, 5th level, 0%. Territory, Advanced Refuge Camp, number 1. Skills, Heavy Attack, Haste, Frost Whisper, Ice Shield, Ice Thousand Slashes, Thunderfall, Thunder Escape, Ice Barrier, Corpse Slave, Thunder Domain, Ice Phoenix Curse. Equipment, Silver Python Spear, Purple Bow, Magic Ring, Star Staff, Light Robe, Shadow Chaser Boots. Talent, Colorful gold items per level, Gold Unlimited Resurrection, Gold Absolute Defense, Gold Treasure Hunter, Gold Ice Blessing, Gold Infinite Space, Gold Never Betray, Gold Thunder Blessing, Gold Long Lasting, Gold Many Children and Blessings, Gold 10 times Efficiency, Gold Dark Blessing. Element Affinity, Ultimate Ice, Ultimate Thunder, Ultimate Dark. Husband. Master Lin Xuan. As soon as Lin Xuan walked out of the villa, he was discovered by Aaliyah, Cook, and others who were waiting. Aaliyah was surprised to get into Lin Xuan's arms. Cook and others congratulated Lin Xuan one after another. Congratulations to Master Lin Xuan for breaking through to the 5th level. The voices of more than 30 goblins were uniform. It was rehearsed at a glance. Well, you have worked hard these days, how did you harvest? Lin Xuan nodded with a smile and asked the most concerned question. After all, if Cook and others exchange smoothly, then he can now upgrade the territory to the top shelter. Cook, who was standing aside, immediately stepped forward 2 steps after hearing this question, and said respectfully, Lord Lin Xuan, we have harvested a lot these days. Not only have we exchanged a lot of stone, pig iron, cold iron, and other materials, but we have also conquered 2 goblin tribes. As long as the rainstorm is over, they will bring their people to join the territory. There are 4 other tribes that have expressed their desire to join the territory, but the chiefs of these tribes are very cautious and said that they must see the territory with their own eyes before they agree to join. Well, there is another tribe that has neither expressed its intention to join nor its intention not to join. Cook, in a nutshell, told all the gains of the past few days. Good, good. Don't worry about the last tribe. Lin Xuan smiled when he heard that 6 tribes were willing to join the territory. Although the more goblins joining his territory, the better. But a forced melon is not sweet. He was unwilling to force the other party to join. Thank you for your compliment, sir. Cook, who was praised, was delighted and then quickly took out all the materials in the 9 space rings and piled them on the ground. Hwalala! In the blink of an eye, more than 30 small hills of materials appeared in front of Lin Xuan. In these 30 or so hills, there were all kinds of materials, even obsidian. Lin Xuan's heart moved, and he put these materials into his backpack. Then, he got the quantity of these materials. Stone X576043, Pig Iron X221940, Diamond X41670, Refined Iron X50137, Cold Iron X33689, Bronze X7661, 100 Years Cold Iron X4108, Mithril X702, Red Gold Sand X374, Obsidian X87. Good guy. I remember only giving Cook 1 truckload of supplies. At most, it's 3,000 boxes of pre-prepared dishes. Although there are 400 boxes of wine and drinks, it's really beyond my expectation to be able to exchange for so many materials. Lin Xuan couldn't help but be happy. The official subsidies for him in the past few days have increased from 100 trucks per day to 500 trucks per day. Among them, he has received 30 trucks of pre-prepared dishes alone. It seems so. Cook and others are still too slow to exchange. They can't catch up with the speed of his receiving supplies. No, wait until tomorrow to increase the intensity. Let Cook bring more people and food. Lin Xuan thought secretly. Then he turned to look at Cook and asked him to notify the tribesmen to come out quickly. He was going to upgrade the territory now. Ah! Are you going to upgrade the territory again, Lord Lin Xuan? Cook was very surprised to hear this. After Lin Xuan nodded in confirmation, he immediately shouted excitedly and quickly took people to notify the tribesmen. Let's go, Aaliyah, let's go outside first. Lin Xuan looked at the surprised look of Cook and others and couldn't help but smile. If someone who didn't know think the territory belongs to Cook, and he is happier than he is. Hubby, you are really awesome. After upgrading the territory this time, when the queen arrives, they must be scared. 2.5. Aaliyah said in Lin Xuan's arms. Lin Xuan looked at the sky after hearing this. Only then did he realize that it was no longer raining, which meant that tomorrow the elf queen and those goblin tribes would come to his territory to take a look. If everything goes well, then these people would join his territory. But what I'm most looking forward to is the miracle tomorrow. I guess the whole world will be dumbfounded by then. Lin Xuan remembered his previous life. When the miracle came, it shocked the whole world. But this matter has both good and bad sides. For many players, it is good news. But for Dragon Country, this matter is not so good. Master Lin Xuan. All our tribesmen are out. 10 minutes later, Cook came to the outside of the territory with thousands of goblins. After hearing what Cook said, Lin Xuan nodded, and then, in the eyes of everyone's expectation, he upgraded the territory to a top-level shelter camp. Do you want to consume 300,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 40,000 pig iron, and 10,000 diamonds to upgrade the territory to a top-level shelter camp? Upgrade. Upgrading. As Lin Xuan's voice fell, the huge territory suddenly fell into an illusory state, and the entire territory began to undergo various changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made all the goblins look very excited and expectant after seeing it. Even Lin Xuan showed a hint of expectation at this moment. Chapter 84. Upgrade completed. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a top-level refuge camp. You currently have one chance to win a prize. 1 hour later. Under the witness of everyone, the territory was finally upgraded to a top-level refuge camp. Ah! Look! The territory has been upgraded. Oh! Lord Lin Xuan is so amazing. He has made the territory bigger again. The walls are higher, and there are more magic crystal cannons. I can't believe that I will live in such a powerful territory one day. Wow! Goblin ancestors, look! Our goblin tribe finally doesn't have to be afraid of dark monsters. Thousands of goblins, after seeing the upgraded territory, all cried with joy and burst into a burst of joy. At this moment, no one can understand their feelings. After getting Lin Xuan's consent, all the goblins ran into the territory. Looking at these happy goblins, Cook on the side was also very excited. Even Aaliyah, seeing the upgraded territory, was beaming with joy and looked a little excited. If these two people had not been with Lin Xuan at this moment, they would have run into the territory long ago. You guys go and have a look too. Lin Xuan saw what they were thinking and immediately signaled that they didn't need to accompany him. Thank you, husband. Thank you, Lord Lin Xuan. Cook and Aaliyah got Lin Xuan's consent and immediately ran into the territory with excitement. Watching the two people disappearing from their backs, Lin Xuan did not also visit the changes in the territory. After all, there was something more anticipated waiting for him to do at this time. Start the lottery. Lin Xuan murmured in his heart. The next second, a huge lottery wheel appeared in front of him. That's right, the thing he was looking forward to more was the entry lottery. This was the thing he looked forward to most every time he upgraded his territory. Now he already has 11 gold entries. If he draws one more, he will have 12 gold entries. According to the existing gold players in Dragon Country, even if all are added together, he still has fewer gold talents than him. I wonder what I will draw this time. Lin Xuan looked at the spinning entry wheel, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Although he knew that each gold entry was very powerful, but he couldn't help but be full of expectations. Luckily, his expectation did not last long, and the wheel slowly stopped and pointed to a gold entry. Congratulations on winning the gold entry talent, 100 times elements. 100 times elements, gold. The element concentration of your territory will be increased to 100 times. And the element concentration in the Lord's mansion will be increased to an additional 200 times. Hiss. The ability of this entry is too strong. It actually increased the element concentration of my territory to 100 times. After seeing this entry, Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly widened, because his heart felt like it was hit hard. The extreme surprise made him feel like he was dreaming for a while. It was not until he stretched out his hand and pinched his ear hard and felt the pain that he realized he was not dreaming. This gold entry of 100 times the element is real. After realizing this, Lin Xuan immediately breathed rapidly and came to the gate of the city wall of the territory, stretched out one foot and stepped into the city gate. Boom! As soon as he stepped into the city gate, Lin Xuan suddenly felt that the three elements of ice, thunder, and darkness around him suddenly became dense and rushed into his body crazily. These elemental powers are very much. It was like being in a sandstorm, rushing towards him all over the place, and then drilling into his body and being transformed into pure magic power. In this case, the speed of his magic power recovery was like a monkey soaring into the sky, and it was directly increased to a terrifying level with a whoosh. If before, his magic power recovery speed was a pony leaping at 1,000 horses. Now, it has become a super large engine with a capacity of 1,000 horsepower. This change made Lin Xuan ecstatic instantly. Then he had an idea and turned into lightning and came to the villa, which was his lord's mansion. Boom! As soon as he entered the villa, he felt that the elemental power around him became particularly dense again. If the elemental concentration in the territory is boiled water, then in his villa, it became honey, making him feel as if he had fallen into a honey nest made of elements, giving people a very sticky feeling. Even, he couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha! Cool! It's so comfortable! Feeling the elemental concentration around him, Xuan laughed out loud in ecstasy. The ability of this entry is simply against the sky. 100 times the elemental concentration means that all elementalists in his territory will increase their cultivation speed by 100 times. And the speed of magic power recovery will also increase by 100 times. In addition, there are various benefits. For example, improving elemental constitution, increasing the probability of offspring having elemental affinity, etc. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan turned into lightning again and came to the city wall. He stretched out his hand excitedly and looked outside the city wall. Then, he felt that when his palm stretched out of the city wall, the concentration of elements disappeared. But if he was on the city wall, the concentration of elements was still 100 times. This is simply invincible. If there is still 100 times the elemental power on the city wall, then there is no need to drink magic potions at that time. Everyone can just turn into a mobile elemental turret and throw elemental skills crazily outside the city. Haha! By then, I will have a row of elementalists standing on the city wall. As long as there are monsters attacking my territory, I will order all elementalists to throw skills together. This scene is really cool to think about. Lin Xuan seemed to have seen this scene, with a proud look on his face. In addition, this 100 times element concentration is much stronger than the effect of the Tree of Life. Now even if the elves do not join his territory, the chances of his newborns in the future having elemental constitutions will increase several times, dozens of times, or even dozens of times. Humph! What's the need for the Tree of Life now? When the Elf Queen comes tomorrow, it won't be a question of whether she is willing to join my territory. It's whether I want them to join. Lin Xuan's idea is not excessive. Relying on the elves' dependence on element concentration. If the elf queen knew that the element concentration in his territory was 100 times that outside, then even if she kowtowed and knelt, she would have to beg Lin Xuan to let their elves join the territory. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan was very excited. At that moment, Aaliyah's trembling voice came from the side. Husband! The elemental power of our territory seems to have increased dozens of times. Aaliyah's face was a little horrified, as if she had discovered something earth-shattering. Not dozens of times, but 100 times. Lin Xuan was in a good mood, and immediately pulled Aaliyah over, put his hand on her, and several times. 100 times. Is this true, husband? Has the concentration of elements really increased 100 times? Aaliyah exclaimed, her body softened a little, but her tone was still full of shock. Of course it's true. Haven't you experienced it? Moreover, the elements in our villa are more concentrated, 200 times that outside. Lin Xuan said with a smirk, and increased the in his hand. Oh my god! Husband, you are so amazing! Aaliyah's was ineffective, but the shock in her beautiful eyes was full. Go to the villa and take a look, I will come to find you. Lin Xuan slapped Aaliyah's breasts hard, thinking of the 3* swimsuit in his space. But he didn't just know XX. After all, there were still things to do, and it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after finishing the business. Thinking like this, Lin Xuan visited the changes in the territory. First, after upgrading the territory to a top-level refuge camp, the area of his territory has expanded to 1 million square meters. The thickness of the city wall has also become 5 meters, and the height has been raised to 20 meters, the same as a 7-story building. And the number of divine motorcycles on the city wall has also increased to 12, and there are 3 mid-level divine motorcycles. After Lin Xuan pondered for a while, he took out the high-level divine motorcycle blueprint and placed the divine motorcycle on the east wall. The number of high-level divine motorcycles in your territory has increased from 0 to 1. After building this high-level divine motorcycle, he looked at the magic crystal cannon again. Now the number of magic crystal cannons has increased to 8, plus the one he originally added, there are now 9 magic crystal cannons. Among them, there are 3 magic crystal cannons on the east wall, and the other 3 walls have 2 magic crystal cannons. It just happened that I used the magic crystal cannon blueprint in my backpack. Lin Xuan's mind moved, and he took out the blueprint of the intermediate magic crystal cannon. He had already gathered all the materials needed for it. So after some consideration, he placed this intermediate magic crystal cannon on the west wall. The number of intermediate magic crystal cannons in your territory has increased from 0 to 1. After making this magic crystal cannon, now the magic crystal cannons in his territory have become 9 low-level magic crystal cannons and 1 intermediate magic crystal cannon. Then, he continued to visit the territory. Now there are many more buildings in the territory, and many of the original buildings have also been upgraded. But this time the dormitory building has not changed, there are still 50 buildings, which can accommodate 50,000 people. There have been some changes in the underground area. The breeding area and the planting area have become 2-story, and the processing plants inside have also increased to 2 small processing plants. Although the living area is still only 5 stories high, the population has increased to 50,000 due to the change in area. And the living area has a lot of people living in it. The conditions are more luxurious. There are many more public facilities. There are even many shops. With the population of the 5-story living area, the total population of his territory has reached 300,000. This population is very impressive. After all, after the darkness falls, there are not many lords who can reach the top refuge camp. Then there is the foundry building, and the foundry rooms inside have become 103. The alchemy building next to it has also become 103 alchemy rooms. The research institute has also become 50 research rooms. After Lin Xuan finished the visit, he directly took out several drawings of the foundry and alchemy rooms, and added some additional rooms. The number of foundries in your territory has increased from 103 to 109. The number of alchemy rooms in your territory has increased from 103 to 112. Next, Lin Xuan looked at the empty space in the territory, thought about it, and temporarily gave up the idea of using other building drawings to add buildings to the territory. Forget it. Let's wait until darkness falls, and then place these buildings according to the specific situation. Lin Xuan shook his head. He took out a piece of fine wood and 3 pieces of 100-year-old fragrant wood from his backpack. Chapter 85. You have increased the base's defense value by 310 points. After a 10-fold increase, your base's defense value has increased to 100,200 points, 103,300 points. After using 3 pieces of 100-year-old fragrant wood and 1 piece of fine wood, the territory's defense value has increased by more than 3,000 points, and now has more than 100,000 defense points. This made Lin Xuan very happy. Then he thought about it and checked the territory's attributes. Base, number 1. Level, top level shelter camp. Territory, 1 million square meters. Population, 1,372 people / 300,000 people. Buildings, 1 3-story luxury villa, 50 10-story dormitory buildings, 5 underground living areas, 2 underground planting areas, 2 underground breeding areas, 2 small schools, 2 small shopping malls, 2 small commercial streets, 2 small parks, 2 activity squares, 3 small office buildings, 2 small hospitals, 3 small police stations, 2 small fire stations. Foundry Room X109, Alchemy Room X112, Research Room X50, Small Power Station X5, Small Heating Station X3, Small War Room X1, 20-meter Wall X1, Low-Level Crossbow X53, High-Level Crossbow X1, Mid-Level Motorcycle X12, High-Level Motorcycle X1, Low-Level Magic Crystal Cannon X9, Mid-Level Magic Crystal Cannon X1. Defense Value, 103300/103300 points. Daily Consumption, 25,000 energy points. Upgrade Requirements, 500,000 wood, 200,000 stone, 70,000 pig iron, 20,000 diamond, 3,000 fine wood, 3,000 cold iron, 50 obsidian, 1 castle blueprint. The upgrade conditions have indeed become higher. To upgrade from a refuge camp to a castle, you actually need 7 kinds of materials and a castle blueprint. But fortunately, I have a lot of materials in my backpack, and I think it should be enough. Thinking about it, Lin Xuan glanced at the materials in the backpack again. Backpack, wood X2140,000, stone X920,000, pig iron X210,000, diamond X40,000, fine wood X150,000, fine iron X60,000, cold iron X30000, bronze X10,000, centennial fragrant wood X1997, centennial cold iron X4255, mithril X697, red gold sand X403, obsidian X95. Now he has a lot of things in his backpack. Among them, he focused on the 7 materials for upgrading the castle. The quantity of these 7 materials is not only enough to upgrade to the castle, but also far exceeds it. Even the most important obsidian is nearly doubled. It seems that I am now only 1 blueprint away from a level 4 castle. Lin Xuan had a headache. For him, these basic materials were not difficult to obtain. Whether it was official funding, Lu Ziming's auction, or the natives in the game, he had ways to get a lot of materials. There was no need to search as hard as other players. If there was any material missing, he had to go around looking for people to exchange. He was now struggling with the castle blueprint. If he was lucky, the next treasure chest might be opened. But if he was unlucky, even if he opened a dozen treasure chests, he might not be able to get the castle blueprint. However, with his strength, Lin Xuan was confident that he would definitely get the castle blueprint. After all, if one treasure chest couldn't be opened, then 10, 20, or 30 would be opened. At that time, he would always get a castle blueprint. Paper. The scary thing is that if he gets the blueprint in the last few days, it will be tragic. His ultimate goal is not a level 4 castle, but a level 5 base city. In the previous life, there are not many lords with level 4 castles, but there are nearly 1,000. But only the level 5 base city, looking at the billions of players in the world, no one has built it. So there were rumors in the previous life. It is said that if anyone can build a level 5 base city, he can basically sit back and relax, even if darkness comes, he doesn't have to worry at all. So Lin Xuan's ultimate goal is to upgrade the territory to a level 5 base city. When the Elf Queen comes tomorrow, she should be rewarded with a gold treasure chest. In addition, several other goblin tribes should also have treasure chests. Lin Xuan remembered that the last time he was rewarded with a golden treasure chest, it was because he had gained the friendship of the elves. After the elves join the territory tomorrow, the reward for conquering the elves should also be unlocked. In his opinion, the friendship of the elves is a golden treasure chest, so to let the elves join the territory, at least it must be a golden treasure chest. It may even be a diamond treasure chest. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan felt better, and he moved his feet and walked towards the alchemy building. After arriving here, he pondered for a while and took out 4 prescriptions from his backpack. Magic potion, low level. This is the formula of a low-level magic potion. The potion effect can slowly restore the magic value. It needs to consume moon grass x2, chi links u x1. Frenzy potion, low level. This is the formula of a low-level frenzy potion. The potion effect can enter a frenzy state. It needs to consume crown heart grass x2, golden crow grass x1, and low-level beast blood x1. Chi and blood potion, low level. This is medicine. The effect of the potion can slowly restore the power of chi and blood. It consumes red blood, 2, cloud dew bud x1. Life potion, intermediate. This is the potion effect can heal physical injuries, and it consumes bamboo fruit x3, tricolor flower x2, and red plum leaf x2. These 4 prescriptions. They are 3 low-level prescriptions and 1 intermediate-level prescription. The alchemy building is idle anyway, so he plans to refine some potions first. Of course, he will not sell these refined potions unless it is absolutely necessary. The reason is simple. It is not easy to grow herbs, and each bottle of potion is precious. He plans to keep them for future use. The automatic mode of alchemy rooms 1 to 112 has been turned on. The current forging target is low-level magic potion 0/785, low-level madness potion 0/530, low-level chi and blood potion 0/612, intermediate level life potion 0/272. Forging in progress, estimated to take 34 minutes. After Lin Xuan assigned the alchemy rooms, he turned on the automatic mode. Hundreds of alchemy rooms are refining medicine together, and the speed is still very fast. This alchemy room is similar to the foundry room. It takes 10 minutes to refine low level and 6 minutes to refine high level. Because Lin Xuan has a gold entry with 10 times efficiency, the refining time is shortened by 10 times. It only takes half an hour to evenly distribute these medicines to the alchemy room to complete all the refining. This is mainly because of the mid-level medicines. If they are all low-level medicines, this time can be shortened. This 10-fold efficiency is really good. With it, I actually have thousands of alchemy rooms. Lin Xuan laughed. Turned around and found Cook in the territory. Master Lin Xuan? What's the matter? Cook was a little curious. He was taking a group of tribesmen to visit the new territory, but he didn't expect a flash of lightning to appear in front of him, and then Master Lin Xuan appeared in front of him. Try putting on these pieces of equipment. Lin Xuan didn't waste any words, took out several pieces of equipment from his backpack and gave them to Cook. These pieces of equipment were specially prepared by him. They were double-edged axe, ghost helmet, fire armor, mail waist, and shadow-chasing boots. Is this a set of equipment? Cook was a little surprised when he looked at the equipment in his hand. But after being surprised, he still put on all the equipment according to the instructions of Lord Lin Xuan. After putting them on, Cook suddenly changed a lot, and his whole body was protected by the equipment. Lin Xuan signaled Cook to turn around and do a few fighting moves. The latter heard it without any doubt and immediately nodded and did it. Hey! Ha! Cook performed hard. Not bad, after wearing these equipment, more than 70% of the parts are covered. Lin Xuan showed a satisfied look. At this time, Cook was holding an 80 cm long double-edged axe in his hand, and wearing a helmet with a ghost mask on his head, covering his face tightly. He was wearing a Luo armor that covered half of his arm including his chest and back. 0145014116 Fila 1520822580. Around his waist was a broken armor waist similar to a three-point skirt, which could protect his knees. Under his feet were shadow-chasing boots that protected his entire calves. Cook's outfit was almost as good as a heavy armor soldier. But in order to maintain a certain degree of mobility, Lin Xuan was not going to turn him into a heavy armor soldier. Master Lin Xuan, are these equipment for me? Cook's tone was a little excited, and he stroked the equipment on his body carefully, just like stroking his own wife. To be precise, it should be for you goblins. I want to build a goblin army, and this set of equipment is the regular equipment of your goblin army. Lin Xuan shook his head and explained. Goblin Corps? Hiss. That's a scale of 10,000 people. Cook was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard that Lord Lin Xuan was going to build a Goblin Corps, he was immediately shocked. The Corps is not a team of 300 to 500 people. That's a scale of 10,000 people, and the materials consumed are too much. Not to mention the long term, just the equipment on his body is not a small number. Equipping 10,000 people, this will require, oh no, how much food will it cost? Thinking of this, Qian Dezao, Cook was both excited and distressed. But at this time, Lin Xuan told him another good news. Yes, it's a Goblin Corps of 10,000 people. When the time comes, you will be the Corps commander first. Ah! I am the Corps commander. Cook took off his ghost helmet, revealing the shock and joy on his face. This is a 10,000 man corps. Originally, his tribe only had more than 1,000 people, but he didn't expect that Yi Kuke would become the corps commander in a blink of an eye. This news touched him so much that he couldn't help but be more loyal to Lin Xuan. Why are you so excited? I said I'll be the first one. If you are not an excellent corps commander, then you should step down and let others do the job. But if you are excellent, maybe I can't let you be a division commander. Lin Xuan casually painted a big pie for Cook. This trick was summed up by him in his previous life. Whenever his subordinates were passive and lazy, as long as he used this trick, it would definitely be effective immediately. Cook at this time was the same as Lin Xuan expected. When he heard that he could still be the division commander and manage 100,000 people, Cook was immediately very excited, as if he had taken a shot of adrenaline. Seeing Cook like this, Lin Xuan had no doubt. Now even if he asked Cook to destroy a killer bee nest, the other party would definitely rush forward without hesitation. Thank you, Master Lin Xuan. From now on, I, Cook, will always be loyal to you. Chapter 86. Automatic mode has been enabled in casting rooms 1-109. The current forging target is, low-level double-edged axe 0/3500, low-level ghost helmet 0/3500, low-level fire armor 0/3500, low-level mail waist 0/3500, low-level shadow chasing boots 0/3500. Forging in progress, estimated to take 851 minutes. After parting with Cook, Lin Xuan came to the casting building and forged 3,500 sets of equipment after thinking about it. It's not that he doesn't want to forge 10,000 sets. But each set of equipment requires 16 parts of pig iron, 5 parts of silk thread, and 6 parts of beast blood. He has a lot of pig iron, enough to forge 10,000 sets of equipment. But there are only so many silk threads and beast blood in his backpack. Let Lu Ziming buy some later. Lin Xuan thought about it and could only buy these two materials for the time being. Fortunately, he still has 2 million crystal cores. The price of these two materials is not expensive, and you can get a lot of them without using many crystal cores. Through the matter of making equipment, Lin Xuan now felt a sense of urgency and thought that he should think of a way to get some more wool. Although even if he didn't make equipment, his soldiers could still kill the enemy. But there is a world of difference between wearing equipment and not wearing equipment. It's no exaggeration to say. A low-level soldier with full equipment can at least beat 5 or 6 unarmed low-level soldiers. The gap between the two is like a fight between a strong man and a child, and the latter has no power to resist at all. I haven't looked at the ranking list for several days. I wonder if anyone has upgraded to difficult. A thought moved. Lin Xuan walked towards the villa and checked the number of remaining players at the same time. 3.24 billion remaining players in the world. 420 million remaining players in Dragon Country. It's about the same as in the previous life. Also in this time period, only 1/3 of the players are left. Lin Xuan muttered to himself. If others heard this, they would definitely say he was ruthless. So many players died 837, but he didn't feel sympathy or surprise at all. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Xuan was ruthless. First of all, he already knew the result. When the game was played for half a month, only 1/3 of the players would be left. Secondly, there were at least more than 3 billion players now. When darkness falls, there will be only more than 100,000 players left out of nearly 10 billion players. That's when it will be a real shock. What's even more shocking is that most of the territories of these more than 100,000 players who survived are shelters and refuge camps, and only a small number of people have castles. Lin Xuan remembered that the number of people in the castle territory seemed to be only about 1,000. Among them, the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have more than 100 castle-level territories, and the rest were refuge camps, followed by shelters, and a very small number of safe houses. The lords of the safe houses like this were all afraid of death and didn't dare to enter the game. But the ending is the same. They will be killed by dark monsters if they can't survive for more than a month. After all, the defense of the safe house is too low and the population is too small. They can't resist the invasion of dark monsters, let alone resist the dark army. If they were smart, they wouldn't have materialized a territory like the safe house, and would have committed suicide to join other territories. Let's take a look at the rankings. Lin Xuan turned his eyes, called out the ranking panel, and first looked at the Dragon Country ranking. Dragon Country ranking. First place, number 1, Lin Xuan Top Shelter Camp. Second place, biggest and strongest, Han Zi Intermediate Shelter Camp. Third place, Zhuzhu, Wu Taizu Primary Shelter Camp. Fourth place, Xiaodao League, Suzimo Primary Shelter Camp. Fifth place, Qingcheng Tianxia, Deng Yi Primary Shelter Camp. Sixth place, I'm Here, Zhushuang Primary Shelter Camp. Seventh place, Monk Uses Panting, Baoyang's Primary Shelter Camp. Eighth place, Huaguashan, Sun Ning Primary Shelter Camp. Ninth place, Internet Cafe Owner, Mobakshan Top Shelter Camp. 10th place, Professional Water and Electricity, Please contact 134. Zhongquilai Top Shelter Camp. 11th place. I haven't seen it for a few days. At present, in addition to Lin Xuan, there are already 7 people in Dragon Country who have upgraded their territory to a shelter camp. Among them, the 2nd place is still an intermediate shelter camp. No need to think, most of these people should be fire personnel. Only the Spark members can gather enough materials so quickly. I am not familiar with the 479th person, probably because they failed to materialize the territory. There are also a few others I am not familiar with, either they died in the game or they failed to upgrade the territory to a castle. I know the 250th and 26th people. Especially the 10th place, Zhongquilai, a professional water and electricity expert. I remember that this person's territory seems to be an intermediate castle. Lin Xuan muttered to himself. He automatically ignored the weird names of these people. If you think about it, you will know that these people probably didn't take it seriously when they first entered the game, and all the names were randomly chosen. In the previous life, the name of his territory was still Hami Melon. Afterwards, Lin Xuan looked at the world ranking list again. World ranking list: 1st place, number 1, Dragon Country Top Refuge Camp, 2nd place, Give the Bear a Slap, Northern Bear Country Intermediate Refuge Camp, 3rd place, The Biggest and Strongest, Dragon Country Intermediate Refuge Camp, 4th place, Brahma, Asan Country Intermediate Refuge Camp, 5th place, Fake, Beautiful Country Intermediate Refuge Camp, 6th place, Longing for Dragon Country Life, Padiat Country Intermediate Refuge Camp, 7th place, Khao Misbaku Huizi, Sakura Country Primary Refuge Camp. 8th place, Zhao Tuo is from Nanyu Country Primary Refuge Camp. 9th place, Zhuzhu, Dragon Country Primary Refuge Camp. 10th place, Wash Your Face with Water, Hanfu Country Primary Refuge Camp. 11th place. On the world ranking list. In addition to himself, there are already 5 players who have intermediate refuge camps, one of whom is from Dragon Country. The rest, a total of 87 people, are primary refuge camps. That is to say, including himself, there are 93 players in the world who have upgraded their territories to refuge camps. Among them, Dragon Country accounts for 8 people, and the remaining 85 people are from 57 different countries. It is worth mentioning. The player called Give Bear a Slap is the lord who conquered the angel race in his impression. This person's territory is very powerful, it is a top castle. It is said that this player was crazy about obtaining the base city blueprint in the later stage of the game, and even shouted to the whole world that he wanted to buy the base city blueprint. Unfortunately, this person did not achieve it in the end. Not to mention that no one has the base city blueprint. Even if someone really got the base city blueprint, it is impossible to sell it to him. Husband. Just thinking about it, Aaliyah's shout came from the front. Lin Xuan looked up and saw that he had walked to the villa. He looked at his lord's mansion, which was the villa in front of him. Then he opened his backpack and found the element array diagram from it. This element array diagram is similar to a parchment scroll. After expanding BGBC, a prompt popped up. Please select the array location. Seeing this prompt, Lin Xuan naturally selected the villa area. Do you want to consume 30 obsidian and 10 high-level beast blood to arrange a high-level element array here? Yes. Lin Xuan responded immediately. Sorry. Incomplete materials. Hey? Incomplete materials? Hearing this prompt, Lin Xuan was stunned and quickly looked at his backpack. This look. He suddenly realized and gently slapped his forehead, then looked at Aaliyah. Aaliyah, ahem, did you get that high-level beast blood? Lin Xuan hinted at the other party with his eyes. Hee. Got my husband. But it was a little unexpected. Aaliyah covered her mouth and smiled, and took out 10 green vials from the space ring. Accident? What accident? Lin Xuan took the vial, opened it and smelled it. Instantly, a strong force drilled into his nose, causing the elemental C in his body to boom and become disordered. It's just when I was taking these high-level beast blood, I was discovered by the queen. I didn't expect that she has learned to be smart now and set up a formation in the treasure house. I just opened the door of the treasure house and was discovered by her. But fortunately, the queen just glared at me and told me not to do it again. These high-level beast bloods will be my dowry. Aaliyah said hesitantly. After that, she raised her hand and took out 10 crystal cores as big as a baby's fist. For your husband, the queen said that these 10 high-level crystal cores are the first meeting gift for you, the elf son-in-law. Aaliyah said honestly. Hearing this, Lin Xuan touched his nose and thought to himself that he didn't expect the elf queen to be so generous. Don't look at these 10 high-level ones. The elves also consume a lot of crystal cores to maintain the operation of the elemental formation every day. It is estimated that these 10 crystal cores should be the limit that the other party can take out. Forget it, since the elf queen is quite sensible. Next time we meet, I will give her 10 kilograms of honey for free. This thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. As for royal jelly, forget it. This thing is too good. Ahem. He is afraid that the elf queen cannot enjoy it. Let him enjoy it. Do you want to consume 30 obsidian and 10 high-level beast blood to set up a high-level element array here? Yes. Lin Xuan nodded happily. Then the parchment scroll turned into a stream of light and flew over the villa, turning into a light curtain covering the entire villa. Then, this layer of light curtain became transparent. From the outside, there was no clue at all. At the same time, he also obtained all the information of this element array and completed the binding with it. Binding is somewhat similar to the meaning of recognizing the master. Lin Xuan can now freely control the element array, such as whether to activate and deactivate the array, and can also switch the array mode. In fact, to put it bluntly, that is, Lin Xuan has been authorized. Unless he dies or the element array is broken, this element array only recognizes Lin Xuan as the master. Well, give Aaliyah authorization first, so that she can enter and leave the villa freely. Thinking like this, Lin Xuan immediately pointed at Aaliyah's forehead and input a trace of his spiritual imprint. He can input this imprint directly on a person, or on something, such as stones, leaves, or even clothes. The last time he went to the Elf Valley, the leaves that Aaliyah gave him were imprinted with the array mark. Aaliyah! Come on, put this on! Lin Xuan flipped his hand, and a pair of briefs and smaller than his palm appeared on his palm. Seeing this thing, Aaliyah blushed instantly. Although this was the first time she saw the real thing, she had already known what this thing was on her mobile phone. Thinking of the swimming pool in the villa, she looked at Lin Xuan's excited look. Aaliyah's heartbeat accelerated, and she took off her panties and ran into the villa with a blushing face. I really can't see it. While Aaliyah ran into the villa, Lin Xuan found that he could not see any changes from the outside, and there was no Aaliyah's figure at all. The scene inside the element array was still an empty villa. This won't work, it's better to be more secretive. Lin Xuan touched his chin, and his mind moved. The next second, the transparent element array in front of him turned into a misty state, looking like a mosaic. Husband, okay, okay. Hearing Aaliyah's call, Lin Xuan smiled and entered the element array. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Aaliyah standing there with a shy face. The other party was wearing a small skirt, with a petite figure, skin as white as cream, and as pure as ice and jade, like 10 lotus flowers. Plop! Plop! Lin Xuan was in a good mood and jumped into the swimming pool. The swimming pool is very large, 12 meters long and 5 meters wide, and the clear water inside ripples, just like Lin Xuan at this moment. Ahem, Aaliyah, come and get the lollipop. A mosquito-like voice came, and then Aaliyah ** jumped into the water. Chapter 87. Half an hour later. Lin Xuan exited the game with a satisfied look on his face and returned to the real world. Hey? Was the house robbed? No, thieves won't clean it so cleanly. After coming to the living room from the bedroom, Lin Xuan showed a look of surprise on his face. The living room, which was already clean, was even cleaner at this time. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was spotless. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table, and steam was still coming out of it. Seeing this scene, not to mention Lin Xuan, even Aaliyah was a little confused. But the next moment, Aaliyah felt a sense of crisis. Because Biling suddenly came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of carefully prepared side dishes in her hands. Hurry up and eat. This is a snack specially made for you. Biling put the 2 small cold dishes on the table and said to Lin Xuan with a smile. At the same time, she took the opportunity to glance at Aaliyah, as if to say, "Humph! You little BCH is fighting with me. You must be dumbfounded now." Aaliyah, who was standing aside, received this look and fought back calmly. "Hey! You dare to go out?" Aaliyah looked at Biling with amusement. Since the other party moved in, he has been staying in the bedroom most of the time. I didn't expect that today was really a bad day. The other party actually came out and even made a table of delicious food. It seems that this little girl really has impure intentions. I didn't expect you to cook. Lin Xuan laughed and automatically ignored the weird atmosphere in the air. He sat on the sofa and looked at the food. There were 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table. They were braised prawns, 4 happiness meatballs, braised large intestines, white-cut chicken, cold cucumber and preserved eggs, and cold pig ears. The last soup was beef brisket stewed with tomatoes. These dishes were all good in appearance, and some embellishments were carefully placed on them, which made people's appetite increase at a glance. Under Biling's expectation, Lin Xuan picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Unexpectedly, the taste was also very good, not inferior to those big restaurants at all. Not bad, not bad, it's a pity that you don't open a restaurant with your skills. Hehe, my grandfather is a hotel chef, and these are his specialties. Have some beer. Hearing Lin Xuan's praise, Biling was very happy and filled a glass of beer for the former. Her actions immediately made Aaliyah jealous. Not so good. Aaliyah took a small sip and deliberately showed an expression that it was just like that. When Biling heard these words, she was a little dissatisfied. Seeing that the 2 women were about to expand the war. At this time, Lin Xuan's dissatisfied dry cough was heard. The 2 sides calmed down. Next, Lin Xuan ate this meal very happily and drank an extra bottle of beer. When he was halfway through the meal, Zhang Meng called unexpectedly. The other party said that the official funding had arrived and asked Lin Xuan to receive it. There was also another thing that he wanted to give to Lin Xuan in person. Could it be that the thing has been developed? Lin Xuan's heart moved, and after the meal he took the 2 women to the steel mill. When they arrived at the steel mill, it was as bright as day here, and several searchlights around illuminated the entire factory area. Many large trucks were coming in and out, and they were covered with green tarpaulins. No need to think. There must be supplies sent by the government inside. Mr. Lin, there are too many supplies today. A total of more than 1,200 trucks of supplies have been transported. It's too small outside to put them all in. I asked people to put them in the room. Seeing Lin Xuan appear, Zhang Meng hurried over and said. Hearing the latter's explanation, Lin Xuan nodded to show that he understood. Then, Zhang Meng handed him a list, which showed the official material subsidies for the fire personnel this time. Lin Xuan took it and took a look. I found that the quantity this time was much larger. There were a total of 2.15 million pieces of wood, 230,000 pieces of stone, 50,000 pieces of pig iron, 800 pieces of refined iron, 530 pieces of refined wood, 20,000 pieces of monster materials, more than 800 pieces of various low-level equipment, more than 800 low-level crystal cores, more than 250 bottle of potion, 40 mid-level crystal cores, more than 40 various blueprints, etc. Among these materials, Lin Xuan found some silk threads and beast blood. If you count the number, you should be able to create 500 sets of equipment. In addition, he also found that most of these materials are basic materials, such as some fine wood, fine iron, blueprints, and potions, etc., and the rarer things have not increased much. But just a little thought. Lin Xuan understood the problem. It is estimated that the official influence has decreased again. Many consortiums and forces are unwilling to take out rare materials. In fact, this is normal. As the darkness is getting closer and closer, this is also inevitable. Some people may think that the official is too asterisk and does not even want to train the lords themselves. After all, the official force value is amazing. But Lin Xuan knows that it is possible to think about it, but it is not necessarily possible to do it. No matter how amazing the force value is, it must be built on people, and someone must execute it. Everyone is in danger, and they all want to rise up as heroes, become kings and ministers. What can they use to control these military values? Slogans? Big cakes? A heart? This is the real world, and the current situation is normal. If it weren't for the official, there would have been chaos. Lin Xuan shook his head and didn't think about it. Received all the funding from Zhang Meng. Then Zhang Meng took out a delicate small box, which was the size of a mobile phone box, and there was no marking on it. Mr. Lin, this is the latest communication bracelet developed by the official. This bracelet was specially selected, and the number is. You just need to wear it and it will automatically activate the binding. Zhang Meng explained a few words and handed the small box to Lin Xuan. The latter took the small box and was slightly disappointed. It turned out to be a communication bracelet. I thought it was that thing. Lin Xuan said in his heart. He knew about the communication bracelet a long time ago. In simple terms, this thing is a multifunctional communicator. In his previous life, he had one. However, his communication bracelet in his previous life was the third generation. And the one Zhang Meng gave him was just the first generation that had just been researched. The functions were also very simple. It could access the internet and make calls around the world. Even if there was no signal, there was a micro-signal receiver inside that could cover a range of 10 kilometers. Don't underestimate these 10 kilometers. When darkness falls, this can be a life-saving ability. After all, it was only the first generation. In the previous life, this kind of communication bracelet had already developed the fifth generation. Of course, the price was very expensive, and not everyone could afford it. So Lin Xuan only wore the third generation. Although he had never seen the fifth generation communication bracelet. But Lin Xuan had heard others talk about it. 0145014116 Fila 1520922260. This fifth generation communication bracelet has many functions. It can test a person's strength, blood value, element value, speed and defense value, etc. And the signal receiver of the fifth generation communication bracelet can already cover any place in the world. This means that even after darkness falls, calls can be made anywhere in the world. This is absolutely a heaven-defying discovery. Of course, it is not possible now. The first generation can only cover a radius of 10 kilometers. And there are no other magical functions. Currently, it can only measure blood pressure and heartbeat. Welcome to Long Bracelet. Activating. Activation completed. Welcome user 0001. After opening the bracelet, a voice sounded. Then Lin Xuan felt a tingling pain. The bracelet had automatically collected blood samples and projected a light screen. This light screen is like a projector, and the size of the projected light screen is about the same as a notebook. There are some of his values on it, such as name, number, age, and gender, and blood pressure, etc. At first glance, this is a communication bracelet that combines all the functions of a mobile phone. The only bright spot makes people feel that it is high-tech. Mr. Lin? Have you used this bracelet before? Zhang Meng watched Lin Xuan's skilled movements, and he set up the bracelet in a short while, which surprised him a little. It's similar to a smart watch. Isn't it just a more advanced bracelet? Lin Xuan said in a light tone. Then he turned and went to the warehouse. The steel plant has 8 warehouses, each of which is very large. At this time, more than 1,000 trucks of materials have occupied 4 warehouses. After Lin Xuan entered the first warehouse, he immediately began to collect all the materials here into the infinite space bit by bit. On the other side, on the road outside the steel plant gate, there are few people here, only cold buildings and vehicles passing from time to time. But at this time, hundreds of figures appeared from all directions. After a while, these figures gathered at the entrance of the steel plant. These people first looked at the steel plant that was as bright as day, and then looked at a long-haired man in his 30s. One of the young men said to the long-haired man, "Mr. Inu. According to the intelligence of the United States, a lot of materials are transported here every day. If my guess is right, this is at least the place where the Dragon Country's B-level fire is manifested." The backpack-carrying youth finished speaking. The long-haired man, the man called Mr. Inu, nodded. "Yoshi. I've seen it all. The intelligence from the beautiful country is still trustworthy. In order to smoothly implement our Qianlong plan, several cities near Donghai City must not allow the manifestation of powerful territories, especially the territories of suspected B-level fire personnel." Inu Saburo nodded slightly, and then looked around. It was quiet around, and there were no pedestrians passing by. Only some large trucks would go in and out of the steel mill from time to time. Seeing so many trucks, Inu-kun was fully confident that this was definitely the manifested territory of the Dragon Country's fire personnel. Otherwise, why pile up so many supplies here? Judging from the number of vehicles, the level of the fire personnel in the steel mill must be not low, at least B-level. Thinking of this, Inu Saburo showed a kind of fanaticism on his face. "Mr. Ono, have you made an agreement with the others?" Hearing this, Mr. Ono, that is, Ono Tanaka, said. "Yes, Mr. Inu, we agreed to start together at 8:30. There are 5 locations for this attack, and the other 4 locations were attacked by people from South Korea and other countries. Because this factory has the most materials, our great Sakura people will do it." Ono Tanaka bowed slightly and nodded. After he finished speaking, Ono Tanaka hesitated and asked the question in his heart, "Master Inu, if we do this, can these Dragon Country Fire Seed personnel give up the territory in Donghai City?" After Ono asked this question, hundreds of people around, Yi also looked at Yongshang Saburo curiously. "Tisk. Don't worry, Dragon Country people are as timid as mice. With such a large-scale attack, these Dragon Country lords must be afraid. According to an old saying in Dragon Country, this is to shock the tiger. For safety reasons, they can only change the location of the embodiment to other places. Then we can boldly implement the Qianlong plan." Inu Saburo heard the question and explained with a sneer. He immediately turned his head and glanced at Ono Tanaka, and asked, "Have you brought everything?" "I brought it to Lord Inu." Ono Tanaka nodded, and took out a large number of weapons from the space ring. Clatter! Instantly, hundreds of automatic firearms appeared on the grass. Inu Saburo looked down and found that there were bombs and powerful weapons inside. "Well done, Ono-kun. With these things, it is enough to turn this factory area into ruins." Inu Saburo patted Ono Tanaka's shoulder with a happy face. The latter said a little flattered, "Thanks to Lord Inu for the compliment. This is also thanks to the space ring, otherwise, it would not be easy to open so many fire bodies. Oh no, Tanaka really didn't lie. If it weren't for the space ring, with the strict prohibition of the Dragon Kingdom, even if he wore his pants outside, he couldn't get so many firearms in, not to mention bombs and other high-killing firearms. Very good. With me, a 4th level elementalist, and all the brave Sakura country warriors, this attack plan will surely be a complete success. Inu Saburo smiled with relief. In his opinion, this attack is foolproof. After all, in addition to him, a 4th level elementalist, there are more than 100 low-level elementalists and warriors. With the factor of surprise, there will definitely be no accidents. After completing the attack, he immediately led his men away. The whole battle was done without anyone noticing, and he didn't believe that the Lord of Donghai City would not be afraid. Even if he was really brave. Then 2 more attacks would surely scare the Lord of Donghai City so much that they would all hide far away and never dare to materialize their territory in Donghai City again. As long as we seize this landing site, the rich land of Dragon Country will belong to Sakura Country in the future. Thinking of this, Inu Saburo was very excited. When the agreed time came, he immediately appeared and waved at the steel plant. For the great Sakura Country. Turn this place into ruins. Let's go. With Inu Saburo's order, hundreds of Sakura Country soldiers around rushed to the steel plant in the night. Chapter 88. Inside the steel mill. Zhang Meng just took out a cigarette and lit it, but he hadn't taken 2 puffs yet. Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Boom. FK. Hearing this familiar sound, Zhang Meng immediately turned his head and looked at the factory gate. Fire shot up into the sky in his sight. In the night sky in the direction of the factory gate, there were more than 100 figures swaying, accompanied by hundreds of fire dragons, venting their anger towards Guangne. This sudden scene. All the soldiers in the factory were a little confused. Ah! There are elements. Brother Meng. What should we do? For a while, the whole steel mill was in chaos, with all kinds of shouts coming one after another. Fortunately, there were all Dragon Country soldiers here, who reacted quickly and hit at the first time. FK. It's an attack. Organize a counterattack. Zhang Meng was the first to react. He roared and pulled out the firearm from his waist. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and started to fight back. Bang bang bang. When Zhang Meng's firearm sounded, the soldiers on the scene knew the seriousness of the incident and hid and started to fight back. Fortunately, since the game appeared, the soldiers have been equipped with firearms. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Boom. 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 In an instant, the whole steel mill was in flames and explosions were endless. The 2 sides were engaged in a fierce battle. But soon, Zhang Meng found that the opponent's firearms were too heavy, and there were even big killers. As soon as he showed his head, his shoulder was unfortunately hit by fragments, and a bomb flew to his feet. I'm so angry. Zhang Meng suddenly widened his eyes and flew to the truck without hesitation. Boom. The violent shock wave shocked Zhang Meng a little confused. He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to be more awake, and then yelled at the soldiers to retreat and organize defense in the factory. Brother Meng 870. What should we do now? The opponent's weapons are too powerful. After entering the factory, the deputy ran to Zhang Meng and shouted. After hearing this, the latter took a few deep breaths and then said. Take your men and try to see if you can go around. Zhao Che. Li Zhengao. You 2 take people to the left and right sides. Zhang Meng is worthy of being 2 cents and 4, and immediately made a series of deployments. He also analyzed it. Although the firearms on his side are too light, there are quite a few people, plus the drivers, there are 300 or 400 people. As long as they can hold on until the rescue arrives, all problems will be solved. Thinking like this, after Zhang Meng and others finished a series of orders, they immediately took out their mobile phones and called for rescue. And outside, at this time, Ono Tanaka saw that the Longguo soldiers were forced into the factory, and immediately showed a look of success. Master Inu. They have all entered the factory. Humph. They are courting death. Inu Saburo nodded and snorted. After that, Inu Saburo raised his hand and grasped a staff, and then began to chant a spell. In Inota's expectant face, Inu Saburo quickly finished chanting. He then waved his hand towards the factory in front. Fire dance all over the sky. Instantly, 9 fire pythons burning with flames appeared above his head. Each of these fire pythons was 5 or 6 meters long. With Inu Saburo's heavy wave of his hand, the 9 fire pythons roared and rushed towards the factory in an instant. Not good. It's a fire elementalist. It's over. Brother Meng, what should we do? Who are these bastards? The soldiers in the factory shouted angrily. If they only relied on firearms, they could not hold on. But facing the attack of the elementalist, they would definitely not be able to hold on. After all, they were not at the same level of power. At this time, even Zhang Meng felt despair. But just when everyone was desperate, the fire python was already roaring. Suddenly, everyone was surprised to find that a circle of light appeared on each of them. Then, before they could think more, the fire python outside the factory had already roared in and immediately hit the factory. Boom! 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 Accompanied by 9 violent roars, the 9 fire pythons immediately blew up half of the factory. Looking from the outside, everyone inside was buried under the ruins. Haha! Lord Inu's fire python skill is really powerful. He wiped out all the Dragon Country soldiers in one go. Ha ha ha, the fragile Dragon Country soldiers, now they don't even have to dig their graves. All the Sakura Country soldiers burst into laughter. In their opinion, the Dragon Country soldiers in the factory must have all gone to see God. Humph! Killing them all dirty my hands. But for the great Sakura Country, it's worth it. Inu Saburo snorted lightly, with a hint of complacency at the corner of his mouth. After all, this is a mid-level fire skill, and the soldiers in the delivery room will definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Mr. Ono, quickly take people to clean up the battlefield, and then place the big medicine, and raise the map to the ground. Inu Saburo said with a proud tone. Hearing this, Ono Tanaka immediately nodded and agreed, just like taking people into the factory, oh no, into the ruins. But as soon as he moved his feet, Ono Tanaka was stunned. I saw that in the factory in front, after the smoke dissipated, the fighters inside were not dead. Everyone was still protected by a layer of light curtain. Ono thought about it, this light curtain seemed to be an intermediate skill of the ice system ice barrier. Mr. Inu. Look. Those Dragon Country soldiers are not dead. Ono Tanaka pointed in the direction of the factory and said tremblingly. Hey? Not dead. Inu Sanlang heard this and looked towards the factory. This look. He was immediately surprised. That's right. None of the Dragon Country soldiers in the factory died. Each of them had a light screen on their body, and they were all alive and kicking. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. After noticing this scene, all the Sakura Country soldiers immediately opened fire. But no matter how strong the firepower was, those light screens were actually motionless. They looked thin, but they were actually harder than steel. Hiss! Seeing this phenomenon, all the Sakura Country soldiers gasped in shock. Just at this time, a cold snort came from the side. Humph! Damn thing, it actually destroyed several trucks of my supplies. After the voice sounded, everyone present was happy and worried. The happy ones were the Dragon Country soldiers. Because this voice was Mr. Lin's, thinking of Mr. Lin's power, all the Dragon Country soldiers were ecstatic. It's Mr. Lin. Haha. Damn Sakura people, you're done for this time. Mr. Lin is so scary. Oh no, he's really awesome. As expected of the strongest man. He actually set up defensive skills for hundreds of us at the same time. All the Dragon Country warriors immediately put their hearts at ease after knowing that it was Lin Xuan who took action. In their opinion, Lin Xuan's strength is beyond doubt, which can be seen from the defensive light curtain he applied to them. Although they are not elementalists. But they have never heard of an elementalist who can set up defensive skills for hundreds of people at once. Are you the B-level Fire Lord? Inu Saburo is not stupid. Since Lin Xuan appeared, these Dragon Country warriors looked like they were sure of him, so he could guess the bet. The Dragon Country man in front of him should be the B-level Fire Lord. The reason why he did not suspect that Lin Xuan was a Dragon Country warrior. The reason is very simple. Everyone present was wearing the Dragon Country warrior uniform, only this man was wearing ordinary clothes. From these various signs, the man in front of him, 9 out of 10, is the B-level Fire Lord. Class B. It seems that not only your strength is not good, but also your intelligence is not good. Lin Xuan stood in the ice curtain and said one by one. After saying that, he didn't want to delay any longer, so he waved his hand directly. In an instant, blood-sucking mosquitoes that covered the sky and the moon appeared in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. The number of these blood-sucking mosquitoes was so dense that it made people's scalps numb at a glance. Not to mention the Sakura people, even Zhang Meng was shocked to see so many blood-sucking mosquitoes. Especially when he saw that Mr. Lin just waved his hand, these blood-sucking mosquitoes seemed to have received an order. Buzzing and rushing towards the group of Sakura people, Zhang Meng was even more shocked. What is this? Blood-sucking mosquitoes. Hiss. It seems that Mr. Lin can control these monsters. Zhang Meng was very shocked. And the Sakura people on the opposite side were not much better. After seeing so many blood-sucking mosquitoes, they were instantly scared and their faces turned green. Inu Saburo's face also changed suddenly, and he immediately began to chant the spell, because he had set a layer of fire defense skills. Just after releasing it, the blood-sucking mosquito in the air rushed to the front. Ah, help! Master Inu, please save me! I am Ono. Master Inu, please give me a defensive light curtain. Blood. They are sucking my blood. For a while, as the blood-sucking mosquitoes flew all over the sky, all the Sakura people were scared and fled. But their escape speed was simply child's play in front of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. They just flapped their wings a few times and caught up with these Sakura people, and then they lay on these people and sucked them dry. Witnessing this scene, Inu Saburo was immediately paralyzed on the ground. Damn it! This lord is too strong. Inu Saburo regretted it very much at this time. But facing these overwhelming blood-sucking mosquitoes, he could only pin his hopes on the fire curtain, hoping that this defensive skill could resist the attack of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Ice Phoenix Curse. But Lin Xuan obviously didn't give him a chance to live. He whispered, and then snowflakes fell from the sky, followed by 2 phoenix calls, and 2 snow phoenixes appeared out of thin air. Chirp! Chirp! Under the gaze of everyone, the 2 snow phoenixes gently flapped their wings and rushed towards Xia Saburo. Boom! Boom! After 2 ice explosions, everyone looked up and saw that the fire curtain on Inu Saburo had disappeared, and the other party was also frozen in place, still in a paralyzed posture. This is the strength of the strongest man. Zhang Meng's eyes were shocked, and his heart was like a storm. The surrounding Dragon Country warriors also swallowed hard, excited and shocked. This scene of Lin Xuan's attack was really shocking. Everyone felt their hearts were struck hard, and they understood completely that it turned out that Lin Xuan, the world's number 1, was not lucky, and his reputation was not in vain. After the other party appeared, he first released hundreds of ice curtains to protect them. Then, with just a wave of his hand, thousands of blood-sucking mosquito monsters wiped out the Sakura people and sucked everyone dry. These scenes were simply soul-stirring. Drink this. Lin Xuan took a step and took out 3 bottles of intermediate-level life potions and distributed them to 3 soldiers. These 3 soldiers were the most seriously injured. One of them had a fist-sized blood hole in his lower abdomen, and his breathing was extremely weak. But fortunately, after drinking the potion sent by Lin Xuan, the soldier's life stabilized, but he had to recuperate for a few days. The other 2 seriously injured soldiers also stabilized their lives after drinking the intermediate-level life potion. Go and distribute these potions to all the injured. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, counted the number of injured people, took out some primary life potions according to the number of people, and handed them to Zhang Meng's deputy. The latter heard him without doubt and immediately distributed the potions. Very quickly, all the injured soldiers recovered to normal after drinking the potion. Only the 3 seriously injured soldiers needed to rest for a few days. But it was only a few days. After all, this was a mid-level life potion, and the speed of repairing injuries was still very fast. Mr. Linear. Mr. Lin. How to deal with these people? After the scene was almost cleaned up, Zhang Meng came to Lin Xuan and said with fear in his heart. Until now, he still remembered how Lin Xuan showed his power just now. Especially when the other party waved his hand, dense blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared. At that time, it looked like, well, a big devil. But this did not make Zhang Meng feel unfamiliar, but he was a little afraid of such power, which was too scary. Zhang Meng swore. He would never dare to think of anything bad to Mr. Lin in his life. Take off the equipment of these elites and distribute them equally to all the soldiers present. In addition, give each person 50 crystal cores, and double the amount for the injured. Lin Xuan said without thinking. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and called Zhang Meng's deputy to hand over more than 20,000 crystal cores to the other party, asking the other party to distribute them to all the soldiers according to his instructions just now. Lin Xuan's action. Everyone saw it. When they learned that the other party actually gave them all the equipment, and even paid out of his own pocket to give them 50 crystal cores each. These soldiers were immediately grateful to Lin Xuan. Some people even had tears in their eyes. After all, these are 50 crystal cores. The value contained in them is too great. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Is Mr. Lin still recruiting? We are willing to follow you forever. I also want to join Mr. Lin's territory. From what I saw just now, I can definitely drink soup by following Mr. Lin. Bullshit. Drinking fart soup. Look at these white crystal cores, this is not drinking soup, it is clearly eating meat. All the soldiers showed their true feelings and expressed their desire to join Lin Xuan's territory. Lin Xuan was very happy to hear this. He understood that only by making his subordinates love and fear him, the regiment could completely control them. The effect is good. These people are just preparing for receiving residents after the territory is materialized. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded, and immediately expressed his willingness to accept these people. As long as they always believe in him, then the door of his territory will be opened for them. After getting Lin Xuan's consent, all the soldiers present cheered and encouraged, and everyone had a smile on their face. Seeing this, Lin Xuan was also very happy. He turned around and came to the corpse of the Sakura people and took back the blood-sucking mosquito army. Hey! The strength of the blood-sucking mosquito has increased? And it seems that there are more than 700 blood-sucking mosquitoes. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, after sucking hundreds of Sakura people, some of the first-level blood-sucking mosquitoes under his blood-sucking mosquito army were promoted to the second level, and some of the second-level blood-sucking mosquitoes were promoted to the third level. And he clearly felt that the number of blood-sucking mosquitoes had increased by hundreds. Last time when the 5 poisonous beasts were lured and killed, 700 or 800 blood-sucking mosquitoes were wasted, and now they were just replenished. Lin Xuan felt it carefully. He found that these extra blood-sucking mosquito larvae did not need to be converted, and they were naturally converted into his corpse slaves. This discovery made him very happy. He actually learned a little secret trick to strengthen the blood-sucking mosquito. Then he took a look at the body of Anu Saburo, shook his head, dissolved the ice layer on the other party, and the blood-sucking mosquito king sucked the other party. You died unjustly. If you waited until the miracle came tomorrow, you probably wouldn't have to die. Lin Xuan looked at the hundreds of corpses of Sakura people. He thought to himself, could this be the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth? Chapter 89. The next day. It was a little after 7 in the morning. Lin Xuan brought the 2 girls to the rooftop. Husband, what are we doing here? Aaliyah asked puzzled. Biling, who was standing by, was also puzzled. It was the coldest time of the year, and she was not Lin Xuan. Her physical fitness had reached the 5th level, and she was basically not afraid of this little bit of cold. Even Aaliyah, because of her affinity with ice, was much more resistant to cold than her. Biling wrapped her down jacket tightly and was about to say something. But before she could open her mouth, Lin Xuan's voice came. You'll know in a minute. Lin Xuan laughed and looked up at the sky. Today was a good day. The sun was high, the weather was clear, and there were no clouds in the sky. You could see the azure blue sky when you looked up. The 2 girls on the side saw Lin Xuan looking at the sky, and they also looked up. But all they could see was a piece of blue sky, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. Aaliyah and Biling were even more confused, and they didn't understand what Lin Xuan was waiting for. But suddenly, Biling was startled, and a system prompt sounded in her mind. At the same time, including Lin Xuan, all the Blue Star people heard this prompt sound. At this moment, whether it was the lords who had not died in the game or the residents who had died, everyone heard this prompt sound. Everyone, please pay attention. There are still 14 days, 16 hours, and 00 minutes before the darkness falls. All players with resident status, please apply to enter the existing shelter territory in time. All players with lord status, please improve your shelter territory as soon as possible, and when darkness falls, you can materialize your territory into the real world. Reminder. All players with resident status can freely choose to apply to join any shelter territory. If the Lord agrees, when darkness falls, you can be teleported to the Lord's shelter territory. All players with Lord status can only materialize their territory in the Blue Star world when darkness falls, and the specific location can be freely selected. Once the materialization location is confirmed, the Lord himself can descend into the territory together with the territory buildings, residents, game natives, etc. Please note. Now start to condense the shelter territory. Wow! When the prompt sound fell, the whole world was in an uproar. A scarlet countdown appeared in everyone's eyes. There are still 14 days, 15 hours, and 57 minutes before darkness falls. When seeing this countdown, everyone seemed to have a tight hoop on their heads, and their hearts were full of crisis. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Everyone doesn't want to die. Seeing this countdown at this moment, out of the instinct to survive, those who have not yet joined the shelter territory immediately became anxious and begged for help from their grandfathers and grandmothers, wanting to join a shelter territory. Those who have applied and joined the sanctuary territory are also worried all day long, fearing that their sanctuary lord will die in the game. These people began to pray to the gods, hoping that the gods can protect their lords and not die in the game. Otherwise, they have to reapply for other people's sanctuary territory. But compared to these people with resident status, many players with lord status are discussing another issue enthusiastically. Oh my god! Time flies. I just upgraded to a top-level safe house. Brother, you're out of date. I've already been a top-level safe house, but unfortunately, there are no blueprints, so it's still a safe house now. It's okay, a safe house is a safe house. I'm going to materialize to the Arctic to see penguins. Ah? There are penguins in the Arctic? No. Can the territory be materialized so far away? Of course. Didn't you hear the system announcement? When darkness falls, all lords can materialize their territories to any corner of the world, and they don't have to go there in person. Hiss. Can this be done? Then can't I materialize my safe house to the Kinkokui shrine in Sakura country and take a shit there? Theoretically, there's no problem. Okay. That's it. I'll go to Sakura country to take a shit. You go to the Arctic to see penguins. Soon. Everyone realized two problems. First, all people with resident status can freely choose a territory to join, even if it's from a different country. Second, a territory can be materialized to any corner of the world, even if it's the end of the world. The former problem has been discovered by someone long ago, so it is not very surprising. But the latter problem is far away. Originally, in the eyes of many people, the place where the territory is manifested should be the city where the Lord is located, or the place where the Lord is. But now it seems it is actually free manifestation. After hearing the news, all the lords were very excited and took out the world map to start checking. And all the countries were happy and sad. The happy ones were the small countries, especially the countries close to the ocean. After being able to freely manifest the territory, it means that they can manifest the territory to other countries, so that they can greatly reduce the risk of being destroyed by natural disasters. On the other hand, those countries with fertile land are more worried. Because no one knows whether other countries will manifest the territory to their own homes. Just when the whole world was discussing it heatedly. At this time, suddenly, someone discovered that an abnormal phenomenon appeared all over the world. Many buildings slowly appeared in the originally clear sky. Take a closer look. These buildings are actually safe houses in the game. Ah! Look! There are many safe houses in the sky. As more and more people discovered this abnormal phenomenon, people were surprised to find that these buildings were all territories in the game. Just like projections, many safe house building projections appeared in the sky all over the world. From a distance, it looks like a mirage, which should be in the sky. Oh my god! This is really a miracle. The territory in the game actually appeared on the blue planet. It's so spectacular. I have to take a picture to show my girlfriend. Quick, quick, quick. Turn on the live broadcast. I want to be the first internet celebrity to report it. The miracle has come. In the amazement of people all over the world. After a while, some building figures appeared in the sky again. Compared with these building figures, the safe houses projected before are nothing. Mom and Dad, look, there is a projection of the second-level shelter in the sky. A 14 or 15-year-old girl shouted excitedly, pointing to the sky. The girl's parents looked up. The next second, both of them showed a look of shock. Because just above their city, there were projections of hundreds of shelter territories. These secondary shelter buildings are very large, and you can vaguely see the appearance of the buildings. Ha ha ha! Little sister, look at the 30-second shelter on the left. That's my territory in the game. Wow! Brother is so awesome! In Beihai City, Longguo, a 20-year-old young man pointed to a shelter building in the sky with a hint of pride on his face. Hearing the young man's words, the sister behind him immediately clapped happily, and her eyes were full of her brother's tall figure. At this moment, 0145014116 Fila 152102040. For example, the situation of the young man. It is happening in every corner of the world. At this moment, no matter the player's territory in the game, whether it is a safe house or a shelter, it is all projected into the real world. These territory projections are densely packed, blocking most of the sky. But the amazing thing is that it did not block the sunlight. For a while, people all over the world looked at the increasing number of territory projections in the sky in shock as if they were watching a miracle. After the projection of the second-level shelter territory appeared, people felt a little bit of anticipation in their hearts, and they still looked up at the sky. Everyone was looking forward to whether the third-level refuge camp would also appear in the sky. After a while, just as everyone was looking forward to it, changes appeared again in the sky around the world, and the projections of nearly 100 third-level refuge camps slowly condensed. The projection area of these refuge camps was larger and higher. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Hiss, it's so scary. These third-level shelters are so tall. I envy the lucky ones who can join the shelter. I wish I could join a shelter. Honey, look. The walls of these shelters look so safe. I heard that there are many underground areas in the shelter territory. It's a pity that I can't see them here. Wow! This primary shelter is so powerful, then the world's number one Lin Xuan, his top-level shelter is 29 times stronger. At this moment, when the projection of the third-level shelter appeared in the sky, people all over the world subconsciously turned their eyes to the direction of Donghai City, Longguo. There is a projection of a top-level shelter. That is the most powerful territory in the world. It's a pity that the distance is too far, and many people can't see it. But some smart people immediately thought of a way and opened their mobile phones to search for Longguo bloggers. And in Longguo, many people from several provinces and cities around Donghai City drove towards Donghai City at the same time, wanting to see the world's largest territory. Many internet celebrities and bloggers also heard the news and rushed to Donghai City. Hurry up and ask the superiors for help. Donghai City is going to explode. Zhou Yongqiang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He had been a police officer for many years and keenly smelled something unusual. His intuition told him that if nothing unexpected happened next, then Donghai City would always be the center of the world's vortex. It is also the focus of billions of people's attention. Oh my Mr. Lin! How can I live like this? Zhou Yongqiang had a sad face, opened the office window, and looked up at the sky. Above Donghai City, there were many territory projections densely distributed, like a group of mirages, some large and some small. Among these projections, there was an extremely huge territory, like a giant, sitting in the sky, overlooking the whole world. When many people in Donghai City saw the territory of this giant, they all showed a kind of pride on their faces, as if to say, "Look! This is the territory of Lin Xuan in Donghai City. You all don't have it." Chapter 90. Husband, husband, look! This biggest one seems to be our territory. Aaliyah was excited, hugged Lin Xuan's arm, pointed at the only top-level refuge camp in the sky and exclaimed. Biling, who was standing by, also looked over. When she saw the projection of the huge territory, she was immediately shocked. This was the first time she saw the true appearance of Lin Xuan's territory. Although it didn't look very clear, only the outline could be vaguely seen. But just the tall city wall was very shocking, and you could vaguely see that there were many high-rise buildings in the territory. And I heard that when the territory is upgraded to a third-level refuge camp, an underground area will appear, and the area of each floor is the same as the territory. Incredible! This man's territory is too strong. It's much stronger than my shelter. Biling took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and glanced at her own shelter quietly. At this time, her territory was naturally projected over Donghai City, which was a high-level shelter. If there were no Lin Xuan's territory, her territory would be considered the best in Donghai City. But compared with Lin Xuan's territory, it seemed much weaker, like a little white rabbit encountering a big bad wolf. Just thinking about it. Lin Xuan's voice came to my ears. Is this your territory? Lin Xuan noticed Biling's eyes and asked casually. Well, compared with yours, it's too bad. Biling hummed lightly, looking at Lin Xuan's huge territory with envy. Hehe, it's not bad, it can be ranked in the top 10 in Donghai City. Lin Xuan chuckled and boasted about Biling. His words were really not false. He had just seen that, not counting the several counties near Donghai City, there were probably more than 100,000 territory projections in the sky above Donghai City alone. Most of them were safe house level. There were only a few thousand or so that could reach the second level shelter, and there were only 9 of them above the high level shelter, and Biling was one of them. As for the level 3 refuge camp, there was only him. By the way, is the system announcement just now true? Can we really materialize the territory anywhere in the world? Biling felt a little proud of Lin Xuan's praise, and then thought of something and asked the latter. Well, the system has issued an announcement, how can it be false? Lin Xuan nodded and said. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that foreign lords can also materialize their territories in our dragon country? Biling realized this and couldn't help but take a breath. That's right. Lin Xuan looked at Biling's shocked expression and felt a little funny. I thought to myself that not long after the darkness fell in the last life, wasn't your castle territory destroyed by foreigners? When he first met Biling, Lin Xuan recalled this incident. It's just that the territory he joined at that time was not in Donghai City, so he only knew about this incident and didn't know the specific process. This is also why he said yesterday that Anu Saburo's death might be due to his rebirth effect. In the last life, Lin Xuan remembered that there seemed to be no foreign attacks, but it happened in this life. This is probably because his territory is too powerful, which makes foreigners feel uneasy. After all, his territory is in Donghai City. And Donghai City happens to be the place where foreigners concentrate on materializing their territories. So the group of Sakura people were impatient to destroy the material locations of all the fire personnel in Donghai City in order to scare away him, the strongest lord. But these foreigners don't know. In fact, it is not necessary for the lord himself to come to Longguo. When the time comes, he only needs to wait for the territory to materialize and choose to materialize the territory in Donghai City. This is why he said yesterday that Anu Saburo deserved to die. If the other party had acted a day later, when they knew that the territory could be materialized freely, they would definitely not risk coming. But it is also possible that an attack actually happened in the previous life. It's just that I was too weak in the previous life and didn't hear the news. Lin Xuan shook his head and stopped thinking about this topic. Now that the miracle has come, the next thing should be the dark disaster. This natural disaster is very harmful and will cause the number of existing players to be reduced by about half. This means that about 1.5 billion players will die worldwide. Dragon Country is no exception, and a large number of players will also die. Lin Xuan died in the dark disaster in his previous life. Fortunately, there are still 3 days before the dark disaster. During this period, he can make some preparations in advance, such as upgrading the territory to a level 4 castle. The castle level territory has absolutely amazing defense, even facing ordinary beast tides. And once upgraded to a level 4 castle, the territory area will expand tenfold, and the territory buildings will also undergo earth-shaking changes, and the resident population will reach 1 million. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan immediately took the 2 girls home and entered the game. On the other side, in the Parliament Hall of Sakura Country, when the highest leader Jin learned that the territory could freely choose the materialization location, he immediately had an ecstatic look on his face and asked people to notify all senior officials to attend an emergency meeting. Ha ha ha! God bless you! Now our Sakura Empire finally doesn't have to worry about being destroyed by natural disasters. Hehe, this time, I, Jin, must occupy Dragon Country. Jin laughed wildly with excitement. This matter really made him very happy. He was originally worried about how to get someone to sneak into Dragon Country. After all, Dragon Country's military power is too high. If they angered the other party and gave him a big mushroom, then their Sakura country would be destroyed. But if they don't sneak in, then when the natural disaster comes, Sakura country will also be destroyed. Not to mention anything else, a tsunami, earthquake, volcano, etc., will be enough for their tiny island to drink a pot. Especially volcanic disasters. If the eruption of Mount Jufu is caused, then all the people of Sakura will become roast-suckling pigs. And the reason why he is confident that he can occupy Dragon Country. This is not because he is delusional. He has secretly united many weak countries and formed a 100-nation alliance. At present, 13 countries have agreed to lead the lords of the country to sneak into. Oh no, now it should be to descend on Dragon Country. Only by doing this, the weak countries like them have a glimmer of hope and can survive in the darkness. Otherwise, the result waiting for them can only be the destruction of the country by natural disasters. As for why Dragon Country was chosen, naturally, it is because of a series of reasons such as fertile land area. Just thinking about it. Several Sakura senior officials came into the Parliament Hall, and several more came in later. Not long. The Parliament Hall was filled with 18 Sakura senior officials. These people obviously learned about the free embodiment of the territory, and their faces were all filled with smiles at this moment. After Anjin looked around, he started this secret meeting. Everyone, I believe you have all heard about the free embodiment of the territory. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Sakura country. Anjin sat at the head and said happily. After the voice fell, all the senior officials present echoed. Yes, Lord Anjin. We have all heard about this. This time it is really God's grace that has given us such a great opportunity in Sakura country. Lord Anjin, please forgive my previous rashness. I now agree to sneak into Dragon Country. After all, there is no need to take risks now. I agree too. Listening to the echoes of everyone present, Anjin nodded with satisfaction. Before, several senior officials disagreed with the Qianlong plan, thinking that it was touching the tiger's butt. 0145014116 Fila 152102170. So according to the previous plan, it was not planned to sneak all the Sakura people into Dragon Country. Instead, only half of the people were sneaked in, and the remaining half continued to stay in Sakura country. In this way, no matter which side has an accident, the Sakura kingdom will not be destroyed. But now everything is different. Because of the free manifestation of the territory, there is no risk in sneaking into the Dragon Kingdom, and they have more than a dozen countries, or even more. The population of so many countries combined is enough to compete with the Dragon Kingdom. As for whether the lords of other countries are willing to sneak into the Dragon Kingdom, Anjin believes that as long as they are not fools, they will agree. After all, the small countries he united were carefully selected, either in the sea or relying on volcanic earthquake zones. Anyone who is smart will not materialize the territory in such a place. Besides, a chopstick is easy to break, but a bundle of chopsticks together cannot be broken. Even if the dark monster comes, Anjin has the confidence to resist. Thinking of this, Anjin pondered for a while and expressed his thoughts. Okay. Now that everyone agrees, when darkness falls, we will move the whole country to Dragon Country. After careful consideration, I decided to materialize in the Donghai city of Dragon Country. Then the lords of our countries will all materialize together to form a super powerful territory. Anjin said this with a proud smile. This strategy is absolutely unprecedented. Their small countries are weak and do not have very powerful territories. But if all these territories are densely packed together, that would be a super powerful territory. By then, even a level 5 base city would not be as powerful as their super powerful territory. Yoshi. Lord Anjin has a good idea. Ha ha ha. This strategy is good. By then, our Sakura country will be the leader of this super powerful territory. With this super powerful territory, I guarantee that all small countries will beg to join our 100 Nations Alliance. After hearing Jin's idea, many senior officials were enlightened and nodded in agreement. But at this moment, a discordant voice came. But, why is it set in Donghai City? As far as I know, it is a coastal city. When darkness falls, aren't you afraid of sea monsters? Qian Zhao. After the voice fell, everyone thought carefully and felt that it seemed to be so heavy. Everyone looked at Jin in confusion. Hee. You are really simple-minded. Don't forget that although monsters are scary, they are also full of treasures and all kinds of materials. As long as we can obtain materials continuously, the strength of the territory will surely rise all the way. By then, we will not only occupy a small area of Dragon Country, but also take over the entire Dragon Country. Have you forgotten what was the reason that allowed us to have a continuous supply during the last fight with Dragon Country? Jin said confidently. He had thought of this a long time ago. As the strongest leader, how could he not even consider this problem? Sure enough. Just after he finished explaining, all the senior executives present suddenly realized and praised the good choice of this location. Just like what Lord Jin said. Last time, their small island country relied on the continuous supply from the local area to occupy most of the territory of Dragon Country in one go. And it is the same this time. As long as there is sufficient material supply, the weapons and equipment can be made as much as possible. As expected of Lord Jin. Thinking ahead. I fully agree with this location. Ha ha ha. Then let the people of Dragon Country accept the trampling of our great Sakura people. Chapter 91. Aaliyah, these are 80,000 herb seeds. Take the goblins and plant all these seeds in the underground planting area. After entering the game, Lin Xuan immediately handed all the herb seeds that the Elf Queen gave him last time to Aaliyah. All these seeds were placed in small cloth bags, and the names of the herbs were marked on them. With Aaliyah's ability, it is no problem to plant these herb seeds. Okay, husband. Aaliyah nodded and took the seeds, then turned to the underground area to find cook to throw them. There are quite a lot of seeds. If she relies on herself, she will definitely not be able to finish the work today. I don't know when the Elf Queen will come. After Aaliyah left, Lin Xuan sat in the courtyard of the villa and thought thoughtfully. Although he agreed with the Elf Queen last time that she would come after the rainstorm stopped. But there was no specific time agreed. There are also several other goblin tribes, the same is true. If the other party waits until the evening or tomorrow to come, then he will undoubtedly waste a day in vain. No, there are only 3 days left before the dark calamity comes. I have to hurry to find the golden treasure chest. Lin Xuan thought about it and decided to go out to explore first. He believed that if the Elf Queen came to the territory and found that the elements here were 100 times more concentrated than those in the outside world, then even if she drove her away, the Elf Queen would not take her away. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan's mind moved and he sensed the treasures around him. 4.3 kilometers to the west, some stone was found. 11.7 kilometers to the northwest, a small amount of refined iron was found. 8.5 kilometers to the east, a low-level equipment was found. 16.4 kilometers to the northeast, a black iron treasure chest was found. 14 kilometers southwest, a small amount of diamonds were found. 18.2 kilometers southeast, a silver treasure chest was found. After turning on the perception, Lin Xuan was surprised to find that the range he could perceive had increased from 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers. After the range increased, he immediately sensed that there were more than 130 treasure prompts within 20 kilometers centered on him. These prompts included materials, equipment, and some black iron treasure chests and bronze treasure chests. There was even a silver treasure chest in the southeast. Since the gold treasure chest has not been found, let's go to the place where the silver treasure chest is first. After getting the silver treasure chest, continue to turn on the perception. Careful, Lin Xuan discovered. On the way to the silver treasure chest, there are 2 black iron treasure chests, just killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After making up his mind, he immediately released the 2-headed barbarian bull. Then, the 2-headed barbarian bull, which is as big as a house, appeared in the territory. Let's go, old bull. Lin Xuan sat on the bull's back and said to the 2-headed rhino. Moo. The 2-headed barbarian bull immediately understood Lin Xuan's meaning through soul fluctuations, and then roared and rushed out of the territory. The barbarian bull is very fast. This guy is tall, only with 1 step, he could cross several meters. After a while, the wild bull took Lin Xuan out of the territory and ran towards the southeast. Sitting on the back of the wild bull, Lin Xuan was not idle either. He took out a high-level crystal core and began to absorb it. This was his first time to absorb a high-level crystal core. As soon as he started to absorb it, he noticed it. The energy in this high-level crystal core is much better than that in a medium-level crystal core. It would take at least an hour to absorb the energy in the high-level crystal core. Fortunately, absorbing the crystal core does not delay killing monsters, otherwise, I would have to waste a lot of time. Lin Xuan sat on the back of the ox holding the crystal core. While absorbing the energy inside the crystal core, he took the time to release skills and kill the mid-level monsters he encountered. As for the low-level monsters, he did not take action. He directly released the blood-sucking mosquito army, buzzing all the way, sucking all the blood of all the low-level monsters. Thunder Fall. Ice 1000 Slashes. Thunder Domain. You have looted low-level animal skin X1, 6-eared rabbit teeth X2, low-level crystal core X1. You have looted mid-level fur X1, wind chime sheep horn X2, mutton X3, mid-level crystal core X1. You have looted silk thread X1, low-level crystal core X1. You have collected radiant grass X4. Boom! Wherever Lin Xuan passed, all the treasures could not escape his hands and were all collected in his backpack. The monsters encountered along the way also had no chance of escaping the bad luck. They were either killed by him and their materials were looted, or their blood was sucked out by his blood-sucking mosquito army. As he walked, he suddenly saw a little light from the corner of his eye. Lin Xuan was delighted and turned into lightning to the hiding place of the light. It was the first black iron treasure chest. Lin Xuan was slightly delighted. After opening this black iron treasure chest, he continued to explore forward. You opened the black iron treasure chest. Get wood X200, low-level equipment X1, elemental fruit X1. After walking for a while, Lin Xuan found the second black iron treasure chest under a boulder again. After picking up this treasure chest, he also opened it. You opened the black iron treasure chest. Get bronze X5. Okay. This time only the basic materials are rewarded. Lin Xuan shook his head and didn't care. He immediately sensed the location of the silver treasure chest. Soon, he learned a good news and a bad news. The bad news is that there is still no trace of the gold treasure chest within 20 kilometers. The good news is that he is only 6 kilometers away from the silver treasure chest. Let's go, old cow. Lin Xuan climbed onto the cow's back and continued to run towards the location of the silver treasure chest. I have to say, this golden entry for sensing treasures. It is indeed very convenient and saves him a lot of time. If there is no sensing prompt, he can only wander around and try his luck like everyone else. Hey? Why does it feel like the temperature in front is getting higher? Lin Xuan exclaimed lightly and found that the temperature was getting higher as he went forward. Although it was only 3 or 5 degrees, he was sensitive enough to feel it. When he finally arrived at the silver treasure chest, the surrounding temperature was at least 7 or 8 degrees higher than before. But he looked around. He didn't notice anything unusual. Never mind, Open this silver treasure chest first. Shaking his head and not thinking too much, Lin Xuan found this silver treasure chest in a crack in the ground. After finding a way to take it out, Lin Xuan blew off the dust on it and opened the treasure chest immediately. You opened the silver treasure chest. Get red gold sand x20, intermediate skill book x1, low-level building blueprint x1, shelter blueprint x1. I'm lucky this time, I actually got another shelter blueprint. This should be the fourth shelter blueprint I got. Lin Xuan put away the shelter blueprint happily. This blueprint is a good thing. There is a saying that classics never go out of style, and this shelter blueprint is the case. 0145014116 Fila 1521022300. Don't look at the fact that many players have upgraded their territories to the second level shelter. But there are many more players who have not upgraded to the second level shelter than those who have the shelter. So no matter when, this upgrade blueprint will only become more and more expensive, not cheaper. With this shelter blueprint, I can exchange more materials. Then, Lin Xuan looked at the other skill books and the building blueprint. The building blueprint is very ordinary, adding a power station to the territory. The skill book is a skill of the wind system. Floating, intermediate. After chanting the spell, you can float in the air and move around. What do you say about this floating technique? In fact, it is a low-level version of flying. Although it can control the body to float in the air and fly around. But the speed is not fast. Of course. Even if it is slower, Lin Xuan can't learn it for the time being, because he has no affinity with the wind system. It seems that I can only put it in the backpack first. Lin Xuan thought about it and put the building blueprint and the skill book into the backpack. But at this moment, he didn't have time to close the backpack. There was a sudden burst of high temperature in the sky, and then 70 or 80 fireballs fell and hit him. Whoosh! 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 The fireballs fell very fast, with a fierce whistling sound. Ice barrier! Without time to think, Xuan immediately put on a layer of water barrier. The next moment, dozens of fireballs as big as heads whistled and fell on his head and around him. Boom boom boom! Dozens of fireballs exploded instantly, turning the area where Lin Xuan was in into a sea of fire, and all the flowers and plants in this area were burned to ashes. The ice barrier on Lin Xuan's body also made a crackling sound and cracked into more than a dozen cracks. For safety reasons, he immediately put on another layer of ice barrier, and then looked around to find the culprit. After a glance, a majestic and tall lion appeared in his sight. This lion has a big head, covered with red mane, and flames are burning on its tail and four paws. Monster, Red Flame Lion. Level 7. Introduction: this is a red flame lion that has been corrupted by evil forces. It is born with a strong fire talent and is very brutal. Any creature that appears in its territory will be cruelly torn apart by it. It's actually a level 7 monster. It looks like I'm being targeted by it. Lin Xuan thought as he looked at the red flame lion. The strength of the level 7 is equivalent to the peak of the high level. If it rises one level, it will be super level strength, so the strength of this lion is still very strong. But unfortunately, it ran into Lin Xuan. Although he is only level 5, he has a lot of magic power and cannot instantly cast high-level skills. Just from these points of view, Lin Xuan's methods are much stronger than this red flame lion. At present, as long as he does not encounter a monster with super level strength, Lin Xuan is not afraid at all. Thinking of this, as soon as Lin Xuan raised his hand, he was ready to release a high-level skill to kill this red flame lion. But at this time, 4 figures suddenly appeared beside the red flame lion. These 4 figures were all the same as the red flame lion, but 3 of them were small lions at first glance. And the other one was obviously a female red flame lion, and its body was smaller. Could it be? These 5 red flame lions are a family. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment. But the next moment, he returned to normal and attacked with Xian at the same time. Day. Thunder Domain. Boom boom. Chapter 92. Boom boom. As Lin Xuan released the Thunder Domain skill, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared above the head of the opposite red flame lion, and then hundreds of thunders fell. Boom. 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 In a flash, the terrifying thunder fell around the 5 red flame lions, turning the surrounding area into a purgatory. The 3 little lions were unable to dodge and were hit by the thunder on the spot. They lost their lives with a roar. Only the 2 red flame lion parents, because of their high-level strength, relied on their own defense, and even if they were hit by thunder, they were only slightly injured. Roar! Roar! Seeing the death of their children, the 2 red flame lion parents immediately fell into rage. The flames on the other party's body burst out instantly, and they suddenly roared to the sky. The next moment, 2 flaming lions condensed in the sky and flew towards Lin Xuan. The 2 condensed flame lions were covered in flames, and even their breath was filled with scorching flames. They exuded a terrifying aura. This was a high-level skill. The opponent was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed down from the sky and was more than 10 meters away from Lin Xuan. Not good. It's a high-level skill. Lin Xuan's face changed. Seeing that the flame lion was about to arrive, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the thunder escape skill and fled from the spot in a flash. Boom! Boom! The next second after Lin Xuan fled, the place where he stood suddenly burst into flames, and the field was turned into magma. Hiss! Fortunately, I can instantly use the thunder escape skill, otherwise it would be a disaster. Seeing this scene, Xuan thought with lingering fear. Although his means are powerful and can kill high-level monsters, but means are not equal to defense. Facing the power of high-level skills, he really didn't dare to resist. The thought changed in an instant. Lin Xuan also felt a little angry, and turned around to release his skills to kill the 2 red flame lions. But he turned around and found that the 2 red flame lions on the opposite side actually rushed to him. Roar! Roar! The red flame lions roared together and rushed towards Lin Xuan from the left and right sides. They obviously gave up using fire skills and prepared to fight Lin Xuan in close combat. The crisis came instantly. Lin Xuan hurriedly turned into lightning and avoided fighting with the 2 red flame lions in close combat. Humph! I didn't expect that you are so smart that you can see my weakness. Lin Xuan fled 1,000 meters away in one breath, and then he took a breath. The 2 red flame lions in front of him clearly saw that his strength was only mid-level, and they were ready to rely on level suppression and attack together to kill him. I have to say, the idea of the 2 red flame lions was good. If they fought in close combat, Lin Xuan was really not a match for the 2 high-level monsters. But Lin Xuan was not a vegetarian, how could he get what he wanted? Just as the 2 red flame lions turned around and rushed over, he flipped his hand and took out the purple patterned bow. Then he drew the bow and put arrows on it, and condensed 3 arrows in an instant. These 3 arrows were elemental arrows mixed with ice, thunder, and darkness. Swish! 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 As Lin Xuan loosened his fingers, 3 elemental arrows flew out in an instant and shot towards the female red flame lion. Puff puff puff! At such a close distance, the 3 elemental arrows hit the target one after another, piercing the female red flame lion and producing a self-destructing effect. Ah! The female red flame lion let out a wail, and stumbled and fell to the ground. But the next moment, when she saw the bodies of the 3 little lions not far away, she struggled to stand up again and continued to rush towards Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Lin Xuan first fled a few hundred meters away again to avoid the attack of the male red flame. Then he drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at the female red flame lion behind him. Swish! 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 Puff! This time, due to the distance, only 2 of the 3 elemental arrows hit. But even so, After enduring 5 elemental arrows, the female red flame lion could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, losing its fighting ability. Woo! Roar! The male red flame lion looked back at the female red flame lion, and after hearing the latter's wailing, he immediately let out a roar, turned his head and looked at Lin Xuan fiercely, first releasing a sky full of fireballs, and then continued to rush towards Lin Xuan. Hoo hoo! The sky full of fireballs fell. Lin Xuan did not dodge, put a layer of ice barrier on himself, then raised the purple patterned bow, drew the bow and shot 3 arrows at the male red flame lion. Then, before the other party arrived, he turned into lightning again and disappeared on the spot. Puff puff puff! Roar, roar, roar! The male red flame lion pounced in vain and was shot by Lin Xuan 3 more arrows. He roared in anger. As expected of a 7th level strength, this guy's defense is much stronger than his wife's. Lin Xuan appeared 500 meters away and took a look at the male red flame lion. After being hit by 3 elemental arrows, the opponent had 3 more blood holes on his body, but he was still full of fighting spirit and did not affect his combat power much. After even seeing Lin Xuan's figure, he released fireballs all over the sky again and continued to rush over. Seeing this, Lin Xuan did not hesitate and used the same trick again, covering himself with a layer of ice barrier, then drew his bow and arrows, and shot 3 more arrows at the opponent. Swish, swish, swish! 3 arrows flew out, and Lin Xuan also fled to a distance at the same time. After appearing a few hundred meters away, he did not wait for the male red flame lion to chase him, and drew his bow and arrows again, shooting 6 arrows in a row. Then he fled several hundred meters away again and shot out 6 more elemental arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Puff, puff, puff! Roar! Finally, after a tug of war, the male red flame lion, with a lot of blood flowing from its body, finally fell down while chasing Lin Zhou. Lin Xuan stood in the distance, looking at the 2 red flame lions on the verge of death. He thought about it, and did not approach the other party. With one hand, he threw 2 ice phoenix spells at each other. Chi! Boom boom! Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, annihilate the entire family of the red flame lion, and you will be rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Until the prompt sounded, Lin Xuan was relieved and walked to the 2 red flame lions. He looked at the red flame lion parents, and then at the 3 little lions in the distance. It's rare to encounter 2 red flame lions, 1 male and 1 female. Well, why not convert them into corpse slaves and place them at the door of my villa to protect the house? Lin Xuan originally wanted to kill the other party and loot the high-level crystal core. But now he suddenly changed his mind. He was going to convert these 2 red flame lions into his own corpse slaves and then place them in his lord's mansion to protect the house. He never believed in gods or fate. But he only believed in feng shui a little. Thinking like this, Lin Xuan flipped his hand and took out a bottle of royal jelly and drank it. After all, this is a 6th level and a 7th level monster. It is estimated that the soul power consumed must be a lot. He should drink some royal jelly in advance. Convert, corpse slave. Lin Xuan came to the female red flame lion and converted it into a corpse slave first. After that, after the other party was resurrected and became a corpse slave, he converted the male red flame lion into a corpse slave. Convert, to a corpse slave. When he converted this 7th level red flame lion, he suddenly felt a tearing sensation deep in his mind, which gave him a headache. Hiss! Lin Xuan took a breath and quickly drank half a bottle of royal jelly. The next moment, the royal jelly took effect, and the severe pain deep in his mind was slowly relieved. Until he drank half a bottle again, and when he could no longer feel the pain, he brought the 2 red flame lion parents to the 3 little lions, resurrected them all in one breath, and converted them into corpse slaves. The strength of these 3 little lions was not high, 1 was 4th level strength, and 2 were 3rd level experience. So after the conversion in one breath, the soul only hurt a little, and it was fine. But to be on the safe side, Lin Xuan still drank half a bottle of royal jelly again. This dark skill is really weird, I should learn less of this skill in the future. Lin Xuan was really afraid of encountering an accident, in case his soul was severely damaged during the conversion process of corpse slaves. It will be too late to regret it then. Awoo! At this moment, Lin Xuan's trouser legs were pulled, and a babyish cry came to his ears. He looked down. It turned out to be a little lion, lying at his feet and playing. Haha, you little guy! Lin Xuan laughed and reached out to pick up the little lion. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding dark elements rushed in frantically, and began to slowly repair the injuries of the red flame lion family. The red flame lion family made a comfortable cry, and their originally decadent demeanor slowly became refreshed and lively. The 5 red flame lions looked at Lin Xuan with softer eyes. It seemed that they had forgotten who had caused their injuries. This scene did not surprise Lin Xuan. After all, he had long known that once they were converted into corpse slaves, most of their memories would be erased, leaving only basic consciousness. So in the eyes of the red flame lion family, I am their most amiable and amiable master, otherwise, how could Lin Xuan be confident and bold enough to convert them into corpse slaves? Hehe, from now on, you two will be called Dahong and Xiaohong. As for your children, well, just call them Zai, Wang Ke, and Fasai respectively. Lin Xuan laughed and felt that he was quite talented. In this way, not only can he protect his house, but he can also make him prosperous and rich. Not bad, not bad. The more Lin Xuan thought about it, the more satisfied he was. Awoo! The 5 red flame lions understood what Lin Xuan meant, and all made a low sound, which was considered a response. Lin Xuan was slightly satisfied with this, and then his mind moved, and he sensed the treasures nearby. The next moment, in the perception, he found that there were more than 100 treasures nearby, and learned the location of these treasures. 5.6 kilometers to the east, a small iron mine was found. 11 kilometers to the northeast, a small amount of low-level herbs were found. 10 kilometers to the southwest, a bronze treasure chest was found. 18.4 kilometers to the southwest, 2 black iron treasure chests were found. 19.8 kilometers to the southeast, 2 gold treasure chests were found. Hey! There are actually 2 gold treasure chests in the southeast. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. This is really a good thing that comes in pairs. As long as you get these 2 gold treasure chests, the chance of opening the castle blueprint will be much greater. Chapter 93. After finding 2 golden treasure chests, Lin Xuan immediately released the 2-headed barbarian bull and sat on its back. After a brief pause, he also released the 5 poisonous beasts and blood-sucking mosquitoes in the space. So the next moment, all the corpse slaves under his command appeared around him. Quack quack! Roar! Buzz buzz buzz! Listening to the calls in his ears, Lin Xuan smiled happily. With the addition of 5 red flame lions, at present, his army of corpse slaves has 4 types of soldiers, namely the 5 poisonous beasts, the 2-headed barbarian bulls, the red flame pendants, and the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Among them, there are 4 high-level soldiers. They are the 7th level male red flame lion, that is, Dahong. And the 6th level 5 poisonous beasts, the 6th level 2-headed barbarian bulls, and the 6th level female red flame lion, that is, Xiaohong. Then there are about 300 mid-level soldiers. There are about more than 10,000 low-level soldiers. These low and medium-level soldiers are all from the blood-sucking mosquito corps, except for the 3 little red flames. Let's go, old bull, let's go! Lin Xuan waved his hand happily, and led the army of corpse slaves to the location of the golden treasure chest. With this army of corpse slaves, the next journey was really much easier for him. As long as a monster was found, they would rush up and kill it in a few minutes. And all Lin Xuan needed to do was to loot the corpses. 460 You looted intermediate animal skin x1, intermediate crystal core x1. You looted poisonous fangs x2, snake skin x1, snake gall x1, intermediate crystal core x1. You decomposed wood x38, fine wood x3. You collected kiln mushroom x17. While on the road, Lin Xuan sat on the back of the wild bull, absorbing the high-level crystal core while opening the silver treasure chest. You opened the silver treasure chest. Get pig iron x10000, intermediate building blueprint x1, intermediate skill scroll x1. A skill scroll was actually opened. After hearing the prompt, Lin Xuan's face lit up, and he quickly opened his backpack and took out the skill scroll. Then under his gaze, he saw the introduction information of the skill scroll in his hand. Rejuvenation Scroll, Intermediate. This scroll contains a life-related intermediate skill rejuvenation. Once unfolded, it can repair injuries for all targets within a radius of 200 meters. Not bad, it's a life-related skill scroll. Lin Xuan put the scroll into his backpack as if he had found a treasure. This skill scroll is a good thing, and the probability of opening it is not high. It has a fatal advantage. That is, no matter who it is, as long as this scroll is unfolded, the skills inside can be released. Even if the scroll is sealed with a super-level skill, it can still be released after the scroll is unfolded. So this is why it is said that it has a fatal advantage. Because even if a child unfolds it, the skills inside can also be released. This is very amazing. Fortunately, it is very difficult to get this kind of skill scroll from the treasure chest. Otherwise, if everyone has several scrolls, the world will be in chaos. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a howl came from the front. Awoo! Lin Xuan looked up. It turned out that there were more than a dozen mid-level monsters in front. He did not intervene, but handed it over to the army of corpse slaves. I saw that his army of corpse slaves showed their magical powers after encountering these monsters. The red flame lion burst into flames and released fireballs all over the sky. The two-headed barbarian bull also roared and released the flame and ground spike skills. The blood-sucking mosquito army took advantage of the situation and rushed over, buzzing to clean up the mess. The 5 poisonous beasts quacked twice, and the tumors on their backs were ready to move, and they also wanted to release poison gas to participate in the group battle. Seeing the actions of the 5 poisonous beasts, Lin Xuan was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly stopped the other party. Don't! You stay still. You will have a chance to show your skills in the future. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the 5 poisonous beasts instantly stopped and croaked twice. For the poisonous gas attack of the 5 poisonous beasts, Xuan has not thought of a good way for the time being. He can't give all the soldiers to drink antidote potions. Not to mention that he doesn't have so many antidotes, even if he does, he can't bear to give them. After all, antidotes are still very precious, especially antidotes that can resist the 5 poisonous beasts, which are at least high-level potions. Save them for dealing with the Dark Army later. Lin Xuan thought about this purpose. When he first subdued the 5 poisonous beasts, he thought of this purpose. Or it could be used to deal with other territories, such as foreigners' territories. When the time comes, throw the 5 poisonous beasts in and give them a defensive skill. That will definitely poison a large area. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan was happy. Then, after the battle in front was over, he went forward to loot all the corpses, and then led the army of corpse slaves to continue moving towards the direction of the golden treasure chest. Quack quack! Buzz buzz buzz! Moo roar! Boom boom! Then on the way, Lin Xuan led the army of corpse slaves, almost as if he was in an empty space, and pushed across the road to the location of the golden treasure chest. But after arriving here, it made Lin Xuan a little puzzled. Where is the treasure chest? Through perception, he was sure that the treasure chest was just a few meters around him, but he searched everywhere and didn't see any trace of the treasure chest. He thought about it, and brought the army of corpse slaves to the second location of the gold treasure chest. The two treasure chests were not far apart, so he soon came to the prompt location. But after searching here for several rounds, there was no trace of the gold treasure chest either. This made Lin Xuan very puzzled. He searched everywhere, even all the stones. But he didn't find the treasure chest. Strange, I don't believe that the perception entry will be wrong. Lin Xuan didn't want to give up the two gold treasure chests, so he opened the perception again and again, moving the position a little bit. Finally, he found the gold treasure chest. 156 meters below, a gold treasure chest was found. Below? Isn't that underground? Is the underground here empty? Lin Xuan thought about it for a while and felt that it should be like this. Otherwise, how could the treasure chest appear underground? If it was all mud, there would be no treasure chest. This situation can only happen if there is a mezzanine space hidden underground. Underground river? Or the lair of underground monsters? Lin Xuan thought while looking for the entrance around. But until 2 hours later, he still didn't find the entrance to the underground. This time, he really had a headache. There were 2 excavators in his space, which were all supplies sent by the government. With the ability of the excavator, it is estimated that it won't take long to dig a passage for him to enter the underground. But the problem is, he can't take it out. This excavator is not a food. Hee. I don't believe it, I can't find a way. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan led the army of corpse slaves and worked for another hour. But in the end, he still got nothing and didn't find the entrance. It's not like I got nothing. At least after my exploration, I found that the distance to the first treasure chest is only 38 meters. And the distance to the second treasure chest is 156 meters. This means that the distance between the first gold treasure chest and the ground is much shorter. Lin Xuan stood at the location of the first treasure chest, thinking about something, and thought of a stupid way. The next moment, he made a decisive decision, walked a distance, and waved towards the location of the first treasure chest. Thunder spell. Boom boom. Thunder suddenly fell from the sky one after another, and struck the location of the treasure chest with a rumble. Boom. 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 Instantly, 500 thunders struck the ground, blasting a small pit on the flat ground. Haha! It works! Lin Xuan laughed at this, and then continued to drop thunder, and began to bombard continuously. Hit the ground! Boom! 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 There was a loud thunder at the scene, and thunders kept falling from the sky, all hitting the same position. With Lin Xuan's crazy behavior, the big pit on the ground became deeper and deeper. 2 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. While drinking magic potion, Lin Xuan released the thunder spell frantically. Until all the magic power in his body was consumed, he released at least 30,000 or 40,000 thunders. But when he went forward, he saw that the big pit was 15 meters deep and 6 meters wide, and it had not been opened yet. Seeing this, Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. Anyway, he already knew he simply quit the game and had lunch while his magic power was restored. On the other side, just when Lin Xuan was eating, more than 500 goblins came to his territory. Walking in front of this group of goblins was Coker and the chiefs of several other tribes. When this group of goblins came to the territory and saw the tall city wall in front of them, they were immediately shocked. Hiss! Is this the human territory that Cook said? Chief Coker, look! There seems to be a magic crystal cannon on the city wall. Cook is a good brother. This territory is really powerful. The other party really didn't lie to our Diphonite tribe. If Cook hadn't told me the situation in advance, I would have thought that this was built by my dwarf friends." A group of goblins widened their eyes, each one more shocked than the other. Even Coker, the most powerful among them, was shocked when he saw the territory in front of him. Before 5.9, he thought that his tribe's nest was already very luxurious and powerful. But now that he saw the territory in front of him, he realized that his proud nest in the past was not worth mentioning in front of this human territory. "Let's go, Chief Coker. I heard from Cook that the territory is even more luxurious, and there are many tall buildings." As they spoke, several goblin chiefs were about to lead their tribesmen into the territory. But as soon as they arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by 3 goblin guards. "Chiefs, please wait a moment. I have sent someone to notify our lord's wife, please wait outside for a while." The goblins in charge of guarding the city gate were very dedicated to their duties and did not let Coker and his men in just because they knew him. Coker and his men did not force their way in, after all, they had already seen how powerful this territory was. Especially the magic crystal cannon on the city wall, they did not want to be bombarded by it. So after being stopped, the goblin chiefs were not angry, but felt that this territory should not be underestimated. But what surprised them was, they did not expect that this human lord actually had a wife. Cook did not tell them this. Chapter 94. Just when several goblin chiefs were puzzled, Aaliyah's figure appeared in front of everyone. Princess Aaliyah. Coker knew Aaliyah, so he recognized her at the first time. But then, he was a little puzzled, wondering why this princess of the elves appeared in the human territory. "Dear chiefs, Princess Aaliyah is our lord's wife." At this time, the goblin in charge of guarding the city gate explained. After hearing this explanation, the 5 goblin chiefs all showed a look of sudden enlightenment and felt very surprised. They never thought that the princess of the elves would become the wife of the human lord. This made the 5 goblin chiefs feel a little incredible. "Haha, friends of the goblin tribe, please come in and visit the territory." Compared with the goblins' surprise, Aaliyah seemed generous and invited everyone to enter the territory. Her husband had explained it before leaving. So after seeing this group of goblins, Aaliyah was not surprised. "Okay, Princess Aaliyah." The 5 goblin chiefs nodded one after another, and then wanted to lead the hundreds of goblins behind them into the territory. But at this moment, suddenly, a shout came from a distance. "Aaliyah!" Hearing this voice, the 5 goblin chiefs looked back curiously. And Aaliyah was a little surprised. Because this shout was very familiar, it was the voice of the Queen of the Elves. Sure enough, when Aaliyah looked up, she found that more than 200 figures were coming not far away. Among them, the one walking at the front of the team was the Queen of their Elves, Maya Amagir. But the strange thing is, next to Maya, there was a short figure. Take a closer look. Aaliyah was a little surprised, because the short figure beside their Queen Maya turned out to be the chief of the dwarves, Rod Tobang. "Queen Maya! Chief Rod! Why are you here too?" Coker and several other goblin chiefs were a little surprised. These 2 people are both big shots. One is the Queen of the Elves. The other is the chief of the dwarves. These 2 races are different from their goblin tribe. They are usually scattered in the moon spirit forest in the form of tribes. Unless something major happens, their goblin tribes usually take care of themselves. Equivalent to a human village, each tribe has its own chief. The elves and dwarves are different. These 2 races are united, whether it is the Queen of the Elves or the chief of the dwarves. These 2 are the absolute rulers of their respective races. So after seeing these 2 people appear, the 5 goblin chiefs became a little restrained, just like the village chief seeing the county chief. "Chief Coker, Chief Bartholomew. Why are you here too?" The elf queen was also a little surprised when she arrived at the city gate. Aaliyah, who was standing by, saw this. She quickly stepped forward and came to Queen Maya's side, explaining the reason to everyone present. After listening to Aaliyah's explanation, everyone finally understood. It turned out that their purpose was the same, they all came to visit the territory with the idea of joining the territory. I'm not. I just want to exchange some food and drinks with this human lord. The dwarf Chief Rod said angrily. Hearing this, everyone looked at Chief Rod in confusion. This made Rod smile a little embarrassed. Last time, Halls from our tribe brought back some pre-prepared food and several kinds of drinks called fruit wine and beer. After we ate, we felt that the food tasted very good, so we came here to exchange some. Especially, there is a bottle of Urquato liquor in it, which is the strongest liquor I have ever drunk. I still miss its taste. Rhodes said. He also showed a nostalgic expression on his face. But no one present laughed at him. Because they have tasted human food, the taste of these foods is really delicious, and people will have endless aftertaste after eating them. Okay, let's go to the territory first. Aaliyah interrupted the conversation. Everyone nodded, looking forward to seeing if this human territory was really that powerful. Then, under the leadership of Aaliyah, everyone led their tribesmen and stepped into the city gate and entered the territory. But just after entering the territory, at this time, the elf queen and the elders she brought with her, as well as other elves, all had the same complexion and widened their eyes. This sudden situation made Rhodes and Coker chiefs a little confused. Only Aaliyah smiled and looked at the shocked elves quietly, as if she knew the inside story. And as the person involved, Queen Maya seemed to have entered the depths of the elemental ocean at this moment. The rich elemental power around her body was like the strong water pressure, crazy. They crowded towards her frantically. What's going on? Why is the concentration of elements here so high? The elf queen was shocked. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her ability to think and became a little dull. The several elf elders and nearly 100 elf tribesmen beside her were not much better. These elves also noticed the changes in the power of elements, and everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. Queen! What's going on? Oh my god! Why are the elements here so high? Such high elements! It's dozens of times higher than when our elf valley was in its heyday. After the elves reacted, they all said subconsciously. To be precise, it should be 100 times. Aaliyah chuckled and corrected an elder's statement. 100 times. Is this true, Aaliyah? Hearing this number, the elf queen couldn't hold it anymore and asked Aaliyah with rapid breathing. Of course, queen, whether it is true or not, haven't you felt it? Aaliyah spread her hands and gestured. Hiss. After getting Aaliyah's definite answer, all the elves present took a deep breath and then showed a big smile. As elves, they certainly understood what 100 times the concentration of elements meant. But the dwarves and goblins on the side had only a vague understanding. Queen Maya, what is going on? Rhodes looked around and asked a question. As soon as he said this, all the dwarves and goblins present looked at the Queen of Elves. Queen Maya, who was stared at by hundreds of people, took a few deep breaths and barely calmed down before explaining with a trembling voice. After the explanation, Rhodes and Coker, several chiefs, all understood. It turned out that the concentration of elements in this territory was 100 times richer than outside. At first, after learning the news, they were just a little surprised and felt a little incredible. Although they were dwarves and goblins and could not awaken elemental affinity, they also knew something about elemental power, but they did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was useless to pay attention to it. These two races were born with extremely low elemental affinity, and it was basically impossible for them to awaken elemental affinity. So when they learned that the element concentration in the territory was 100 times, they were just a little incredible. But then, Queen Maya's words completely made the dwarves and goblins crazy. Chief Rod, and Chief Coker. Do you know why you dwarves and goblins have not awakened elemental affinity? Queen Maya looked at the two parties who were just a little surprised, and prepared to let the other party experience her current mood. Of course I know. This is because of the constitution of our dwarves and goblins. Our two races have low elemental affinity by nature, and we have always lived in the underground world, so no one in our tribe has ever awakened elemental affinity. Rod said with an expression that said, I understand everything. Yes, that's right, Chief Rod is right. But now there is a way to solve the elemental affinity problem of your two races. The Elf Queen said softly. What is it? Rod and Chief Coker were all stunned. The method is very simple. As long as you can live in this environment for a long time, that is, live in an environment with 100 times the concentration of elements, you will naturally awaken elemental affinity. And it's not just an exception. All the tribesmen can awaken elemental affinity. After the Elf Queen finished speaking, she glanced at the expressions of Rod and several goblin chiefs. Sure enough. Just after she finished speaking, the expressions of these people all changed suddenly, and they said impatiently. What? Is this true, Queen Maya? As long as we live here, we can awaken the affinity of elements for the goblins. Are you kidding? This is a big joke. After hearing what Queen Maya said, several chiefs, including Rhodes and Coker, were shocked. In fact, it is no wonder that they lost their composure. You know, no one in their dwarf and goblin tribes has ever awakened elemental affinity. No one has ever awakened even any elemental affinity. Naturally, they envy the elves very much. After all, everyone can see how powerful the elementalists are. Who wouldn't want to possess the power of elements and become an elementalist? But reality is reality after all. Because of their physique and living environment, the dwarves and goblins have never had an elementalist for thousands of years. But at this moment, Queen Maya actually told them that as long as they live in this territory, they can awaken elemental affinity. And it's not just a chance, but everyone can awaken elemental affinity. This news shocked their cognition. That's why they lost their composure and directly questioned Queen Maya if this was true. Of course it's true. The reason why everyone in our elves has awakened elemental affinity, and some elves are born with dual element or even main element affinity. It's related to the concentration of elements. Queen Maya nodded and said in a firm tone. After that, she thought for a while and added. Although your two species are indeed difficult to awaken elemental affinity due to their physique. Even if you live in our elf valley, it is estimated that it will not change. But all this is because the concentration of elements in our elf valley is only about 30 times, but if you change to here, everything will be different. The concentration of elements here is 100 times, which is 70 times higher than our elf valley. As long as you live in this environment, you will definitely be able to awaken elemental affinity. Queen Maya did not draw and cast. She even explained why the concentration of elements in their elf valley was so rich. Now she has made up her mind. No matter what, she will bring the elves to join Lin Xuan's territory. If she is in half an hour, she different electricity. But now, even if someone objects, she will insist on joining Lin Xuan's territory. After all, the element concentration here is 100 times. The reason why their elves have the Tree of Life is that the concentration is only 30 times, which is not the case before. Now that the Tree of Life has entered a 6th state, the element concentration of their elf valley is no longer as rich as before. So whether it is for the sake of the tribe, for the Tree of Life, or to restore herself to the 8th level of strength, she must lead the entire elf tribe to join Lin Xuan's territory. Don't stand here all the time, come in and visit the territory. Aaliyah looked at the excited crowd and took the lead to lead everyone into the territory. The elves, dwarves, and goblins followed behind. But at this moment, their minds were all focused on the 100 times elemental power. Especially the chiefs of the goblins and Rhodes of the dwarves. The former was fine, after all, they were already prepared when they came. As long as Lin Xuan's territory was as powerful as Cook said, they decided to join this human territory. As for the latter, Rhodes had a complicated mind. Damn it! I just want to exchange some food and drinks. Why do I have the urge to join the territory now? On the way to visit the territory, Rhodes frowned and relaxed his brows from time to time. He was hesitant. Looking at the elves and these goblin tribes, they were obviously determined to join the territory and go to Blue Star. After they left, wouldn't it be that only the dwarves and several other races were left in the Moon Spirit Forest? How will they fight against the dark monsters? What about the tens of thousands of dwarves? Just wait to be swallowed by the darkness? Chapter 95. After lunch, Lin Xuan entered the game again. After a short rest, the magic power in his body has been restored by half. Fortunately, he has purple crystal honey, otherwise, relying on magic potions alone, it is unknown when it will be restored. Thunder spell. After Lin Xuan burped, he summoned thunder again and struck the big pit fiercely. Boom! 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 As he released skills desperately as if he didn't need money, the magic power in his body flowed away like water from a floodgate. Half an hour later, just when he didn't know how many times he had bombarded, finally, a collapse sound came from the depths of the big pit. Haha, finally opened. Lin Xuan hurried forward to take a look and immediately smiled. In the depths of the big pit, a 2-meter wide hole appeared. Looking down through the hole, a faint golden light could be seen. This is the brilliance emitted by the golden treasure chest. Then, Lin Xuan couldn't wait to think of a way, and hurriedly jumped into the pit and came to the underground. After waiting, he found that this underground was not an underground river, nor an underground nest, but a stone room. This stone room is 50 square meters in size, and the walls and roof are inlaid with stones. There is a small door on one of the stone walls. No wonder it was so hard to bombard it just now. It turned out to be because of a layer of stone wall. Lin Xuan was slightly curious, picked up the golden treasure chest, and looked out through the small door. It was quiet outside, and there was a long passage that could not be seen at a glance, winding and leading to nowhere. There were also more than 30 stone doors on both sides of the passage, and it seemed that there should be stone chambers inside. Lin Xuan hesitated. After realizing that there was no danger, he decided to open the golden treasure chest first. You opened the golden treasure chest. Get wood x 500,000, castle blueprint x1, high-level building blueprint x2, high-level skill book x1. Castle blueprint. After hearing the prompt, Lin Xuan paused for a moment, and then opened the backpack with great anticipation. In the backpack, a blueprint was lying quietly at this moment. After holding it in his hand, Lin Xuan couldn't wait to check the attribute information. Castle blueprint, this is an important blueprint for upgrading the castle. It records all the important details of the castle level territory in detail. Ha 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 ha. It's really the castle blueprint. Now I can upgrade my territory to a level 4 castle. Lin Xuan was so excited. He had been looking forward to the castle blueprint for so long, and finally got it. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he didn't give up the golden treasure chest just now. Otherwise, he would have missed the Great Wall blueprint. After being happy, Lin Xuan put the castle blueprint into his backpack as if it were a treasure. Then he took out the 2 building blueprints and the skill book. These 2 building blueprints are high-level buildings, not weapons. Lin Xuan took a look and put them back into his backpack. And that skill book is not bad. It's a warrior skill, and he happened to be learning it now. Fury, high level consume chi and blood to enter the rage state. In this state, the overall strength can be temporarily increased by 300%. After exiting the state, you will enter the fatigue period. This skill is also okay. The only downside is that when the skill effect disappears, you will enter a fatigue period. But if you encounter a life or death crisis, this skill can really come in handy. Lin Xuan did not hesitate too much. He learned the Fury skill directly. Ding! You have learned the high-level skill, Fury. After the prompt sounded, In his mind, the relevant information of the Fury skill automatically emerged. Just as he digested this information, a burst of chi sounds suddenly came from the passage outside the stone room. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black monster broke into the stone room and suddenly sprayed a ball of black liquid like ink at Lin Xuan. Thunder Escape. Lin Xuan subconsciously released the Thunder Escape skill, flashed to the corner of the stone room, and immediately prepared to throw a thunder spell. But he thought it was wrong. This is a stone room, only a dozen meters high. If it collapses and buries him underneath, it will be a disaster. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan took out the purple-patterned bow in an instant and shot 3 arrows at the black monster. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff. 3 elemental arrows all hit the target and killed the monster directly. Until then, Lin Xuan had time to check the monster information. Monster, Scorpion, dead. Level 3. Introduction: Scorpion is a monster that lives underground. After being infected by the dark power, they move very fast and can also spray venom to attack. The scorpion in front of him is very big. It is as big as an adult crocodile, covered with black carapace, with 2 large pincers in front and a bulging tail hook at the tail. It seems that the opponent just sprayed venom from the tail hook. It seems that this place is not safe either. Lin Xuan's mind moved, and he casually looted the scorpion corpse. You have looted low-level carapace X3, scorpion claws X2, scorpion tail sting X1, low-level crystal core X1. After getting some materials, he sensed the second gold treasure chest, but found that it was behind him. But there was clearly a stone wall behind him. If my guess is right, just follow the passage outside. You should be able to find the second treasure chest. Lin Xuan thought about it and decided to find the second golden treasure chest. Although he already had the castle blueprint, no one would have too many treasure chests. If he got another castle blueprint, he would be rich. So after making this decision, Lin Xuan moved his feet and came to the passage outside the stone chamber. This passage is divided into 2 sides, left and right. Both sides are similar, and there is no end at a glance, and there are many stone chambers on both sides. After thinking for a while, Lin Xuan chose to walk to the passage on the left. He groped forward carefully, holding a bow and arrow in his hand and ready to attack at any time. After walking more than 10 steps, he came to the door of the first stone chamber, and he stretched his head to look inside. This stone chamber is nothing special. It also has stone walls and stone roofs, and it is about 5,000 square meters. It seems to have been built specially. The only thing worth noting is that there are some grains and sacks in this stone chamber. Lin Xuan went forward to check. It was found that these grains had been moldy and expired a long time ago. Shaking his head, he returned to the passage again and continued to walk forward. Swish, swish, swish. This time, after walking a few steps, the sound of a scorpion crawling came from the stone chamber in front. The next moment, a crocodile-sized, black scorpion came into Lin Xuan's sight. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xuan didn't waste any words. Before the opponent launched an attack, he directly shot out 3 elemental arrows. Although the opponent was only a 3rd-level scorpion, Lin Xuan had plenty of magic power. 3 elemental arrows would not waste much magic power, but they could eliminate the trouble forever. Puff, puff, puff. In just a breath, the scorpion was shot in the head, and a pool of colorful liquid flowed out, and it lost its life. You have looted low-level carapace X3, scorpion claws X2, scorpion tail sting X1, low-level crystal core X1. Lin Xuan went forward to loot the scorpion's body and continued to move forward to touch the elements. When passing by the 3rd stone chamber, he glanced inside. This stone chamber was the same, except that there were no sacks of food inside, but there were more than a dozen large vats, and I don't know what they were used for. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he was thinking, 2 scorpions suddenly crawled in at the corner of the passage ahead. Among these 2 scorpions, Shi Song was actually a 4th level strength. 0145014116 Fila 152112300. Could this be the scorpion's lair? As his thoughts flowed, Lin Xuan's hands did not slow down at all, and he quickly drew his bow and arrows, shooting 6 arrows at the scorpions that were crawling rapidly on the opposite side. Swish, swish, swish swish, swish. Puff, puff. All 6 elemental arrows hit the target, and the 2 scorpions were killed after treatment. Although one of these 2 scorpions was a 4th level strength. But the 3 elemental arrows condensed by Lin Xuan can kill even high-level monsters. A mere 4th level scorpion was naturally out of the question. You looted 3 intermediate level carapaces, 2 scorpion claws, 1 scorpion tail stinger, and 1 intermediate level crystal core. You looted 4 low-level carapaces, 2 scorpion claws, and 1 scorpion tail stinger. After a search, Lin Xuan obtained some materials. Unfortunately, the 3rd level scorpion did not have a crystal core. The probability of such a thing happening is not high, and it is not lower than the probability of looting a crystal core from a national level monster. But since he encountered it, Lin Xuan did not care. After all, he had plenty of low-level crystal cores. So he continued to move forward without any concern. Next, he explored forward, while killing monsters and looting materials. Slowly, there were about 50 or 60 scorpions that died in his hands. There were also more than 30 stone chambers that he passed by. Li Ma Zhao, he even found several human corpses in one of the stone chambers. The contents of most of the remaining stone chambers were different. Some of the stone chambers contained rotten clothes, some contained broken equipment, and some contained many small beds and quilts. Strange. Lin Xuan was a little confused, and had a vague guess in his mind. But he didn't think much about it. After all, it didn't matter to him whether it was or not. His current goal was to get the 2nd gold treasure chest. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan quickened his pace and walked forward quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. You have looted low-level carapace X2, Scorpion Claw X1, Scorpion Tail Sting X1, low-level Crystal Core X1. You have looted intermediate level carapace X4, Scorpion Claw X2, Scorpion Tail Sting X1, intermediate level Crystal Core X1. You have looted. Bullshit. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan killed 400 or 500 scorpions along the way and finally came to the end of the passage. But the scene in front of him, it made his scalp tingle. Because at the end of the passage, there was actually an underground stone chamber that was 100 meters high and covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters. At this moment in this stone chamber, it was densely packed with scorpions, and the 2nd golden treasure chest was lying quietly on the edge of the stone chamber, surrounded by many scorpions. Hiss! What should I do? Chapter 96. Lin Xuan looked at the group of scorpions resting in the stone chamber. He felt a little worried for a moment. If he wasn't afraid of the collapse of this place, he would have directly released the Thunder Domain and eliminated all the scorpions. In order to get the treasure chest, you should be more cautious. Lin Xuan took a look at the location of the treasure chest and had an idea in his mind. He immediately raised his hand and threw a frost spell into the huge stone chamber in front of him. The next moment, the temperature in the stone chamber suddenly dropped, and all objects, including the scorpions, were frozen in place. In just a moment, more than 600 of the 700 or 800 scorpions were frozen to death. The remaining more than 100 scorpions were not frozen to death because they were intermediate level. Chi. After these intermediate level scorpions discovered Lin Xuan, they immediately chirped and quickly crawled towards Lin Xuan. More than 100 scorpions gathered together and were very scary, like a surge of black lake water. Thunder escape. Lin Xuan quickly used thunder to distance himself, and then raised his hand and shot 3 arrows. Swish, swish, swish. 3 yuan. After shooting the arrow of Su, he did not look at the result and dodged back 100 meters again. Then, while the group of scorpions did not catch up, he raised his hand and shot 6 arrows again. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of intermediate scorpions were chasing Lin Xuan like crazy. For a while, the ground and the stone walls of the passage were crawling everywhere. But despite their overwhelming pursuit and desperate crawling, but every time they were about to get close to Lin Xuan, they would be dodged by the other party's thunder escape. Even if they sprayed venom, it was useless. Hee hee. This thunder escape skill is really a good way to save your life. Lin Xuan was a little happy in his heart, and immediately raised his hand and shot 6 more arrows. Swish, 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 swish. In a flash, these 6 arrows shot and killed 4 scorpions. After all, there were so many scorpions that even if Lin Xuan shot arrows with his eyes closed, he could kill 2 or 3. Next, with thunder escape to distance himself, Lin Xuan directly activated the kite to kill them. While shooting arrows at the scorpion group, he used thunder escape to distance himself. He fought and retreated until he was about to reach the first stone chamber. He finally killed all the mid-level scorpions, leaving only 1 high-level scorpion. This scorpion was more than twice as big as an ordinary scorpion, and was obviously the leader of this scorpion nest. Lin Xuan took advantage of the gap to check the other party's information. He found that this guy was indeed the Scorpion King, and his strength had reached the 6th level. Squeak! The Scorpion King seemed a little angry and never gave up chasing Lin Xuan. You are the only one left, what waves can you make? Lin Xuan sneered with a sound. He immediately dodged and moved 100 meters behind, then raised his hand and shot 3 arrows at the opponent. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow flew through the air, and the next second it pierced the body of the Scorpion King. The sudden damage made the Scorpion King's eyes burst into anger. But the next moment, in exchange, Lin Xuan shot 3 more elemental arrows. This time Lin Xuan aimed at the opponent's head. After the 3 arrows hit the Scorpion King's head, the opponent immediately lay limp on the spot and lost his life. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, destroy the Scorpion's nest, and you will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, kill the 6th level Scorpion King, and you will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Not bad. I didn't expect that in addition to the gold treasure chest, there are 2 unexpected gains. Lin Xuan was slightly surprised. I immediately opened the backpack and took out 2 silver treasure chests, and opened them all. You opened 2 silver treasure chests. Obtained pig iron X10000, cold iron X500, intermediate building blueprint X3, intermediate skill book X1, intermediate weapon X2. Intermediate magic potion X3. After opening the 2 treasure chests, inside were 10,000 pig iron, 500 cold iron, and some rewards. He took a look at all these rewards and found that none of them could be used, so he threw them all into his backpack. Among them was a mid-level dagger called Swift Shadow Dagger, but unfortunately he didn't like close combat, so he also put it in his backpack. Finally, he looked at the Scorpion King and went forward to loot the other's body. You looted high-level Carapace X4, high-level Scorpion Claws X2, high-level Scorpion Tail Sting X1, high-level Crystal Core X1, Scorpion King's Liver X1. Hey! What is this? Lin Xuan was startled when he heard the prompt, and took out the Scorpion King's liver from his backpack and took a look. Scorpion King liver, eating it can improve your anti-poison properties. Wow! This is really a treasure. Lin Xuan was a little happy after seeing the introduction of the Scorpion King liver. But he looked left and right, and the palm-sized scorpion king liver in his hand made him really unable to eat it. How to eat this raw food? Forget it, let Biling stir-fry it later. Lin Xuan shook his head and decided to hand over this difficult task to Biling, who had superb cooking skills. He believed that the latter's cooking skills would not disappoint him. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan temporarily put the liver of the Scorpion King in the space, and then moved his feet. He began to search the scorpion corpses in the passage. You have searched for intermediate carapaces X2, intermediate scorpion claws X2, intermediate scorpion tail stings X1, intermediate crystals X1. You have searched for intermediate carapaces X4, intermediate scorpion claws X2, intermediate scorpion tail stings X1, intermediate crystals X1. You have searched for. Lin Xuan searched frantically all the way. Soon, he had searched all the scorpion corpses in the passage and obtained a lot of materials. After arriving at the huge stone chamber, he did not continue to search for those low-level scorpion corpses. Instead, he looked happy, and hurried to the corner of the stone room and opened the golden treasure chest. You opened the golden treasure chest. Obtained Obsidian X50, Refuge Camp Blueprint X1, High-Level Building Blueprint X2, High-Level Skill Scroll X1, High-Level Equipment X2, High-Level Potion X4. Haha! I'm so lucky today. I got another Refuge Camp Blueprint. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Xuan was instantly happy. Because there was a Refuge Camp Blueprint in this treasure chest. Counting this Refuge Camp Blueprint. Then today he has collected the 3 levels of territory upgrade blueprints for shelter, refuge camp, and castle. Although he no longer needs the first 2 upgrade blueprints. But the value of this thing is there, and it is very expensive to sell any one of them. Especially the refuge camp blueprint. You know, there are only 100 players in the world who own refuge camp territories. Many of the rest are trapped at the shelter level. And the reason is that there is no shelter camp blueprint. Could it be that the 3 little guys, Zaya Ki, Wang Ke, and Fasai, brought me good luck? Thinking, Lin Xuan couldn't help thinking so. Then he happily put the blueprint into the space and looked at other rewards. Among these rewards, there are 2 rewards that made Lin Xuan's eyes light up and he paid attention to them. Small teleportation array blueprint, high level. It can add an additional small teleportation array to the territory, consuming diamond X5000, red gold sand X300, obsidian X10. Space jump scroll, high level. After unfolding the scroll, you can instantly jump to 10,000 meters away in space, and can accommodate up to 10 people. These 2 rewards. They are a building blueprint and a skill scroll. The former is a teleportation array blueprint, which can build a teleportation array for the territory. The latter is a rare space skill scroll that can teleport to 10,000 meters away. Yes, the teleportation array is quite useful. The more the better. This space skill scroll is even more useful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magical skill. Lin Xuan laughed and felt very happy. After putting these rewards back into the space, he turned around and walked towards the scorpion corpse. He looted all of it into materials. You have looted low-level carapace X3, scorpion claws X2, scorpion tail sting X1. You have looted low-level carapace X2, scorpion claws X2, scorpion tail sting X1, low-level crystal X1. You have looted. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan looted all the scorpion corpses. At this time, there were a lot of materials in his backpack. Especially the scorpion carapace, which is a good material for refining equipment, and its defense is absolutely amazing. We have gained a lot today. But it's time to go back and upgrade the territory to a level 4 castle. Lin Xuan clapped his hands and looked at the time. He found that it was almost evening. Thinking of today's gains, he was a little excited. Especially the castle blueprint. He had originally planned to, as long as he could get the castle blueprint before darkness fell. But he didn't expect that he was so lucky that he got the castle blueprint on the first day. This made him very happy. Then he turned around and prepared to return to the territory. But at this moment, he suddenly froze in his place. Hey? What is this? Before leaving, Lin Xuan looked at the huge stone chamber. Unexpectedly, he made a new discovery. Originally, because he stood close and there were many scorpion corpses, he didn't see it clearly. Now when he was leaving, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because there was a round stone platform on the ground of this huge stone chamber, which looked like a teleportation array. Lin Xuan subconsciously moved closer. Then he suddenly showed surprise. Well, it's really a teleportation array. After careful observation, Lin Xuan found that the stone platform in front of him was a teleportation array. The diameter of this teleportation array is about 15 meters. There are many strange inscriptions carved on it, and there are several holes in the middle, which are the places where the crystal cores are placed. From the outside, this teleportation array has not been destroyed and should still be usable. This conclusion was reached. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, took out the crystal core from his backpack, and tried to put it into Kong Dong Chen. 3-5-10 after he replaced the 10 low-level crystal cores with 3 mid-level crystal cores. Suddenly, the teleportation array in front of him suddenly lit up with a beam of light, and a huge hexagonal pattern appeared. Then, a prompt popped up in front of him. Please select the teleportation coordinates. 1. Wuyudan City. 2. None. A choice appeared in the prompt in front of him. However, although it was called a choice, there was only one teleportation target on it, which meant that Lin Xuan could only teleport to this place called Wuyudan City. What is Wuyudan City? Hearing this name, it sounds like a human city. Lin Xuan was thoughtful and curious. After hesitating for a while, he made up his mind and thought to himself that he still had 3 chances to revive, so he went over to take a look. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan really chose to teleport. The next moment, buzz! The teleportation array suddenly burst into a buzzing sound, and then a teleportation force surrounded Lin Xuan. Chapter 97. A wave of dizziness hit. When Lin Xuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim place. What is this? With a thought, Lin Xuan walked down from the teleportation array and looked around. The place he was in was quite large, resembling a massive underground room. The surroundings were dimly lit, the air slightly damp, and it was quiet. Casually, Lin Xuan took out a magic lantern he hadn't used in a long time and adjusted its brightness to the maximum. Immediately, the dim environment welcomed some light, barely illuminating the surrounding scene. Hiss! They are zombies. After seeing the surroundings clearly, Lin Xuan's line of sight caught the figures of more than a dozen zombie monsters. These zombies seemed to have been idle for a long time. After seeing Lin Xuan appear, they groaned and rushed towards him after a moment. Frost language curse. Casually throwing out a skill, Lin Xuan froze these dozen or so zombies in place. Monster, Zombie. Level, Tier 1. Introduction. This used to be a human soldier who was infected by evil forces after darkness fell, transforming into a zombie monster. The appearance of these zombies resembled those in movies, with grotesque faces emitting a foul stench. Lin Xuan was not unfamiliar with these zombie monsters. Regardless of past or present, he had personally killed many zombie monsters. These zombies were all humans infected by evil, or more accurately, they had now become dark monsters. Search. You have looted tattered armor X1. You have looted tattered gauntlets X1, low-tier long spear X1. You have scavenged a pair of worn-out shoes and a low-tier helmet. Lin Xuan stepped forward to scavenge these rotten corpses, obtaining over a dozen pieces of damaged equipment and 3 low-tier equipment items. Although the damaged equipment is in a pitiful state, it can still be repaired and worn. Alternatively, they can be dismantled to be used as materials, which is also not a bad idea. As for the 3 pieces of low-tier equipment, they are relatively well preserved and can be worn directly. It looks like there's a staircase here. Lin Xuan held a lantern and quickly discovered a staircase leading outside. As he ascended the stairs and turned a corner, he was met with 3 more rotten corpses. Lin Xuan swiftly used a skill to deal with them upon sight. After scavenging the equipment from these 3 corpses, he continued his way up. Turning another corner and easily dispatching 5 to 6 more corpses, he approached a stone door ahead. The stone door was 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, tightly shut at the moment. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment. Approaching, he exerted force and slowly pushed the heavy stone door. Having advanced to the 5th level, his strength had greatly increased. On the contrary, an ordinary person would have needed at least a dozen people to push this door. Under Lin Xuan's force, the incredibly heavy stone door was gradually pushed open. Creak! With the stone door pushed open, it emitted a creaking sound, as if it had not been opened for a long time. Quickly, Lin Xuan opened a 50-centimeter wide gap, allowing him to exit through this gap. Hiss! Upon stepping outside, the scene before Lin Xuan surprised him. Upon emerging from the stone door, he found himself in a small square surrounded by stone walls, with a 3-story building not far away. It is worth mentioning. This small building resembles ancient architecture, with staircases on both sides leading up. Yuten City, underground cellar, ancient small building. Could it be that this is truly a human city? Lin Xuan thought to himself. At this moment, his gaze shifted and he noticed more than 30 corpses not far away, moving about. Their movements resembled those of mummies that had been dormant for a long time, in the process of reviving. Frost language curse. To avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, Lin Xuan used a skill directly. Then he approached the group of corpses and looted the equipment from them. You have looted a worn leg guard X1. You have looted a low-level armor X1, a low-level longsword X1. After a round of looting, Lin Xuan obtained over 50 pieces of damaged equipment and 12 pieces of low-level equipment. Among them was also a low-level spatial ring. Out of curiosity, upon opening it, he found various daily necessities inside the ring, with no valuable items. It seems that these corpses used to be human soldiers in their past lives. After this brief understanding, Lin Xuan noticed that the introduction of each corpse was associated with the term human soldier. The spatial ring in his hand was looted from a soldier captain. To confirm whether this place was indeed a human city, Lin Xuan shifted his gaze towards that 3-story small building. This small building was about 10 meters tall. As long as climbing up and looking around, everything would become clear. Thinking of this, with one step, he ascended one of the stairs on either side. He walked up the stairs all the way. During the journey he killed more than 10 soldiers. Finally, he reached the top of the small building, arriving at a place similar to a balcony on the top floor. Standing here, he looked out. In the next moment, a magnificent human city came into view. Exactly as Lin Xuan had guessed. Indeed, this was a human city. The small building he was in belonged to the central part of the city. Surrounding it were long streets, with rows of buildings resembling ancient architecture on either side of the streets. Looking further into the distance, there was a mighty and tall city wall that securely enclosed the city. By now, the sky had dimmed, making the view somewhat unclear. Yet Lin Xuan still discovered with astonishment. In this city, there were countless decaying corpses. At a glance, many decaying corpses were found standing on each street. Altogether in the city, the estimate was not less than several 100,000 decaying corpses. Well, this time, I really stumbled upon a den of decaying corpses. Lin Xuan was shocked by the scene before him. At this point, let alone him, even if it were anyone else, they would feel their scalp tingling. The vast city, quiet and silent, once lively streets, now filled with decaying corpses. More importantly, just as Lin Xuan observed for a moment, the decaying corpses on several streets around him were actually in motion, clearly beginning to awaken. Although the danger level here is indeed quite high, but the gains are also very rich. In just a short time, I scavenged more than 100 damaged pieces of equipment, and more than a dozen low-level equipment. If all these decaying corpses were to be killed, that would be hundreds of thousands, or even more than 200,000 pieces of equipment. Upon second thought, Lin Xuan's heart surged with joy once again. Moreover, in such a large city, apart from the equipment on the corpses, there might be other gains. Such as treasure chests. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan's mind moved and he activated his perception ability. In the next moment, he sensed all the treasures in the entire city. To the east 0.3 kilometers, a black iron treasure chest detected. To the southeast 0.6 kilometers, a bronze treasure chest detected. To the west 1.1 kilometers, a small amount of equipment detected. Down. To the northwest 0.7 kilometers, a gold treasure chest detected. In his perception, there were many treasures in this city. Among them, just in terms of treasure chests, there were over 10 black iron treasure chests, 7 or 8 bronze treasure chests, 2 silver treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest. I'm going to strike it rich. If I can get my hands on them, I'll be instantly wealthy from this wave. Lin Xuan's face lit up, feeling somewhat excited inside. There were quite a lot of treasure chests in this city, adding up to nearly 30 treasure chests, including a gold one. Upon careful consideration, it made sense. With so many corpses in this city, it was certain that no one had visited, and the existence of so many treasure chests seemed reasonable. But how can I get these treasure chests in my hands? Lin Xuan scratched his head, pondering. But right at that moment, downstairs suddenly echoed with continuous growls. Roar! 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 Upon hearing the movement, Lin Xuan turned towards the sound and discovered that it was the awakened zombies making the noise. Several zombies from nearby streets were rushing towards the small building where Lin Xuan was located. Even zombies further away were awakened by the calls of their companions and were all beginning to revive their bodies. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched, and he hurried downstairs, intending to run into the basement. Roar! However, just as he reached the small square, he ran into hundreds of zombies head-on. These zombies seemed to smell Lin Xuan's scent and roared one after another, showing ferocious expressions as they crazily lunged towards Lin Xuan. Fortunately, these zombies were not very powerful, they were all of low-level strength. Frost Spell. Lin Xuan directly cast a skill, freezing all these zombies to death. But the next moment, before he could move forward to loot the spoils, more zombies appeared. Lin Xuan's face changed, as he didn't want to be surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Therefore, he decisively gave up on these spoils, turned around, and ran towards the basement, preparing to return to his territory first. He planned to figure out a way to retrieve the treasure chest after daybreak tomorrow. Roar, roar, roar! The number of zombies behind him kept increasing, and they were running faster and faster. Seeing this, Lin Xuan directly activated his sprint skill, significantly increasing his speed. Just as he was about to run into the basement, suddenly, Lin Xuan stopped and slapped his forehead, silently cursing how he had forgotten about it. He turned his head to glance at the rotting corpses chasing after him, his hands not hesitating at all, with a direct wave, releasing the 5 poison beasts. Little Wu, quickly release the poison. Poison them to death for me. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Before the words even fell, Lin Xuan's figure disappeared inside the stone gate, thoughtfully closing the stone gate behind him. Hey! The face of the 5 poison beasts looked baffled, not understanding what was happening at all. They had been thrown out by their owner. Although the 5 poison beasts looked baffled in the face, their bodies were honest. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's orders, they immediately released the toxins. On the other side, Lin Xuan, after closing the stone gate, did not linger in the underground basement. Instead, he went directly to the teleportation array, took out the crystal nucleus, threw it up, and activated the teleportation. Please select teleport coordinates. 1. Misty Cloud City. 2. Forest of Moon Spirits. 3. None at the moment. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lin Xuan directly chose to teleport back to the Forest of Moon Spirits. The next moment, a force of teleportation enveloped him. Soon after, a wave of dizziness struck him, and when he opened his eyes, he was back in the familiar huge stone chamber. Phew! That was quite a close call just now. Well, I'll go check it out tomorrow. For now, let's go upgrade the territory first. Lin Xuan heaved a sigh, slapped his body, and returned all the way from the passage to the surface. Upon returning to the Forest of Moon Spirits, with a wave of his hand, he released a pair of two-headed barbaric bulls, seated on the back of the bulls, and galloped back to his territory. Chapter 98. 1 hour later, Lin Xuan sat on the back of the barbarian bull and finally returned to his territory. Upon arriving at the villa, he discovered that there were many people waiting for him outside the villa. Queen Maya of the Elven tribe, 5 chieftains of the Goblin tribe, and the chieftain of the Dwarven tribe. After Aaliyah's explanation, Lin Xuan learned that the chieftain of the Dwarven tribe was named Road. The reason they came to his territory was to exchange for some food. And the other individuals, after touring the territory, all wanted to join his land, including Queen Maya. Upon learning that the concentration of elements in his territory was 100 times higher, even before touring the land, they firmly expressed their desire to join. At this moment, as soon as they saw Lin Xuan return, they couldn't help but speak. Human Lord, greetings. I am Corker, the chieftain of the Valka tribe. We now request to join your territory, please accept our tribe. And our Defuni tribe, we also wish to join your territory, please accept our tribe. We, the Elven tribe, are also willing to join. Except for Road of the Dwarven tribe, everyone present looked sincere, requesting to join Lin Xuan's territory. This made Road, who was standing aside, slightly shaken again. All right. Welcome to join. Lin Xuan nodded with a smile, agreeing to the requests of these people to join his territory. After receiving his approval, the people seemed very happy. 630 immediately performed their respective racial salutations towards Lin Xuan. Thank you, Lord Master. From now on, our Elven tribe, Valka tribe, and Defuni tribe will forever be loyal to you. Everyone said in unison. Just as the voices of the people fell silent, Lin Xuan received a prompt tone. This prompt tone could only be heard by himself. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, Elf Tribe Subjugation, rewarding you with a golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, Subjugation of the Vok Tribe, Subjugation of the Daifolk Tribe, Subjugation of the Arnold Tribe, rewarding you with 3 silver treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, Subjugation of the Elro Tribe, Subjugation of the Quamir Tribe, rewarding you with 2 bronze treasure chests. After the sound of the notification faded, inside Lin Xuan's backpack, 6 treasure chests appeared. The Elf Tribe, due to their strong power and large population, contributed a golden treasure chest to him. The other 3 Goblin tribes contributed 3 silver treasure chests each. The 2 weaker Goblin tribes, with populations of only 3 to 500, contributed 2 bronze treasure chests each. 6 treasure chests, plus the addition of the Elf and Goblin tribes, have greatly strengthened the power of my territory. Lin Xuan was very satisfied in his heart. He checked the population of his territory and found it had now become 49,000/300,000 workers. Approximately 38,000 of them belonged to the elf tribe. The combined population of the other 5 goblin tribes was around 9,000. Learning of this situation, Lin Xuan looked pensive and inquired about the strength of each tribe. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's question, Queen Maya immediately spoke up. "My lord, we have over 38,000 elves, of which only I possess transcendental strength, currently limited to the 7th rank. However, rest assured, with the 100-fold elemental concentration in the territory, I can quickly restore to my peak strength. In addition, we have 35 individuals with high-level strength, over 3,000 with mid-level strength, and approximately 32,000 with low-level strength. The rest are elderly, sick, or disabled." After Queen Maya finished explaining the elf tribe's strength, everyone present was momentarily shocked. After all, this force was not weak, especially considering only around 2,000 of the elves were elderly, sick, or disabled. However, considering the living conditions of the elf tribe, everyone eventually understood. Subsequently, as the strongest among the chieftains, Cockrell also explained the overall situation of the 5 tribes. "My lord, the 5 tribes together comprise over 9,000 individuals. Among them, there are 15 warriors of high-ranking strength and 500 of subordinate strength. There are around 5,000 warriors of lower strength, and the rest are elderly, weak, or infirm." After Kocher finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xuan with embarrassment. Compared to the elves, their goblin tribe's strength is truly embarrassingly weak. Setting aside the issue of the proportion of elderly and infirm, the combined forces of these 5 goblin tribes are not enough to contend with the elves. After all, the elves are all powerful elementalists. While their goblin tribe consists solely of warriors, the numbers of low, middle, and high-ranking individuals between the 2 races are also unequal. Haha, not bad at all. Lin Xuan smiled, showing no disdain for the goblin tribe's strength. It is already quite commendable that they have persisted for so many years amidst the dark invasion. Whether elves or goblins, these people are all seasoned soldiers. Leaving aside their strengths, simply based on their ability to survive in the midst of dark creatures for so long, their experience is quite precious. "Thank you, my lord." Kocher and the other 4 chieftains, upon hearing that Lin Xuan did not look down on them, all showed expressions of joy on their faces. "Aaliyah, go and gather all the goblin residents outside the territory." At this moment, Lin Xuan suddenly addressed Aaliyah. The latter was a bit puzzled at first, but then she immediately realized something and showed a happy expression. "Husband, are you going to upgrade the territory?" "Yes." Lin Xuan nodded. "Wow! Husband, you are amazing. Upgrading the territory again. This is fantastic." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's response, Aaliyah jumped up excitedly and ran to inform the goblin residents to gather outside the territory. "Upgrade the territory." Queen Maya seemed to have figured something out and asked Lin Xuan with hopeful eyes. The latter didn't speak, grinned, and walked out of the territory. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Queen Maya immediately felt a hint of anticipation and, leading hundreds of elves, also walked out of the territory behind him. On the other side, several chieftains of the Korkal tribe also brightened up and, with their respective tribes, followed suit and walked out of the territory. But the dwarven chief Rode was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't quite understand why everyone was so excited when it came to upgrading the territory. Nevertheless, he followed behind the others with dozens of tribesmen and also left the territory. On the way, Rode couldn't help but feel curious and stopped Korkal to inquire about the reason. The latter shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics either. I just heard Chief Cook mention that the Lord can use materials to upgrade the territory. After each upgrade, the territory undergoes significant changes, such as in size, the number of buildings, etc." Korkal was also partly in the dark. As goblins, they had never witnessed a territory upgrade firsthand and had only heard of it from Chief Cook. Hence, they were filled with anticipation, eager to see if Lin Xuan's territory upgrade would be as magical as Cook described. Well then, let's go outside to observe first. Rode shrugged, carrying a trace of curiosity as he stepped outside. Before long, they arrived outside. After a while, Ellie also led over 1,000 goblins outside. Unlike Queen Maya and her group, these goblins had already witnessed Lin Xuan upgrading the territory. Upon learning that the territory was about to be upgraded again, the over 1,000 goblins were extremely excited, all casting their gazes towards Lin Xuan. 0145024008 Fly LU2121022160. On the other side, several chiefs, including Rode, Queen Maya, and Kochel, along with their accompanying tribespeople, including themselves, also looked curiously at Lin Xuan one after another. Well, let's begin. With everyone's attention focused, Lin Xuan promptly summoned the panel and started the upgrade. Would you like to consume 500,000 wood, 200,000 stone, 70,000 iron, 20,000 diamonds, 3,000 fine wood, 3,000 cold iron, 50 obsidian, 1 castle blueprint to upgrade the fief to an intermediate castle? Yes, cancel. Yes. Upgrading in progress. Following Lin Xuan's agreement, the quantity of the above materials diminished from his backpack. Next, the territory in front of them fell into a void state, with all the buildings inside undergoing changes, including the originally grand city walls, which slowly thickened and rose higher before everyone's eyes, the magic crystal cannons on top also undergoing changes. Can't wait. I wonder what changes Lin Xuan will bring to the territory this time. It's definitely going to be more luxurious. Too bad Chief Cooker took his people out to trade materials, they won't witness this scene. The goblin residents in the territory, watching the upgrading process, uttered countless emotions. On the other side, the elven and dwarf tribes. As it was their first time witnessing a territory upgrade, they were all shocked by the scene before them. This is truly miraculous. Could this human lord be possessed by a god? I can't believe it. We dwarves are known for building the strongest cities, but we dwarves are not capable of such means. This human lord is too powerful. It's a pity, if only we could join his territory. Although Princess Aaliyah mentioned the scene of a human friend upgrading his territory, seeing it with our own eyes, it's truly a miracle come true. Brown, please mind your address. Since just now, he has become our elven lord. Oh. I must have been confused. At this moment, when the elven and dwarf tribes, along with a few newly joined goblin clans, the first time seeing the scene of territory upgrading, instantly shocked with a gaping mouth, Shi Ying remained in place. Even Queen Maya, Chief Korkle, and several other chiefs were all the same, their faces filled with shock. Beside them, Rod, after the shock, seemed to have made a certain decision and walked to Lin Xuan's side. Oh, esteemed human lord, I, Rod Topeng, represent the dwarf clan and also wish to join your territory. Please accept our dwarf clan. Rod's tone was very sincere as he said to Lin Xuan. He seemed to understand that the human territory before him was definitely powerful, and sheltering their dwarf clan would be no problem. Now that the elves and goblins have joined the territory, if their dwarf clan continued to stay in the Moon Spirit Forest, the days ahead were bleak, they definitely wouldn't hold out for long before being exterminated by dark monsters. So after careful consideration, Rod felt he must make a tough decision, only this way could the dwarf clan survive. Alright, Rod, welcome to join us. Lin Xuan smiled happily. Looking at Rod's serious expression, he was not surprised by his decision. From Rod's perspective, he definitely wouldn't want to abandon his homeland. But reality was cruel, if they continued to hold out here, they would eventually be devoured bit by dark monsters. It was better to join the territory and let the clan seek hope for survival. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement, subjugating the dwarf clan, rewarding you with a golden treasure chest. Chapter 99. This time I got a gold treasure chest again. After receiving the dwarves into the territory, Lin Xuan found an additional golden treasure chest in his backpack. Counting this one, he now had 2 golden treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Lin Xuan raised his eyes to look at the territory that was currently being upgraded. He estimated that it would take at least another hour and a half to complete the upgrade. So he thought for a moment, then called for Aaliyah. "What's wrong, dear?" Aaliyah came to Lin Xuan's side, asking somewhat curiously. "Hehe, I'm going to distribute some benefits to everyone." Lin Xuan smiled and waved his hand, and more than 80 boxes of canned fruits appeared on the empty ground in front of him. He had just calculated. There were about 1,800 people present, and each box contained more than 20 cans of fruits, which was enough for each person. "Go, distribute these to everyone." Lin Xuan gestured to Aaliyah. "Okay." Aaliyah nodded, then called dozens of goblin residents over to help distribute the canned fruit. She had eaten this kind of canned food before and knew how to eat it. As she distributed them, she also explained to everyone how to eat it. Soon, everyone present had received a can of fruit. As everyone tasted it, many first-time canned fruit eaters showed expressions of enjoyment. "Thank you, Lord. This food is delicious." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone at the scene was brimming with happy smiles, expressing their thanks to Lin Xuan one after another. Lin Xuan was also very happy. Looking at the gradually expanding territory, he felt it was time to arrange for some people to help him. After all, once the elves and dwarves settled in the territory, the population became too large for him to handle on his own. With a thought, Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to several treasure chests, and after some consideration, he opened all of them in one go. "You have opened 2 golden treasure chests. Obtained 1,500 frost iron, 50 obsidian, 5 high-level building blueprints 08, 3 high-level mana potions, 1 high-level health potion, 2 high-level skill books, 2 high-level equipment. You have opened 3 silver treasure chests. Obtained 10,000 iron, 100 frost iron, 8 mid-level building blueprints, 3 mid-level potions, 1 mid-level skill scroll, 3 mid-level equipment blueprints. You have opened 2 bronze treasure chests. Obtained 1,000 wood, 200 iron, 1 low-level equipment, 1 low-level skill book, 2 low-level potions, 4 elemental fruits." Shua shua shua. A burst of light flashed, and Lin Xuan's backpack suddenly contained many reward items. He took the chance to check them all. Among these rewards, several items were quite good and useful to him. What surprised him the most were 2 pieces of high-level equipment. These 2 items were a crimson great bow and a necklace. Crimson flame bow, high-level made from precious crimson flame stone, this great bow increases arrow range by 50% when used. Starry chain, high-level legend has it that this necklace was crafted by a human master using mysterious meteorite materials, enhancing your mental strength by 25%. Not bad. These 2 pieces of equipment are just what I need. Seeing the descriptions of these 2 equipment pieces, Lin Xuan showed a satisfied expression. With his current strength increasing, the monsters he encountered were also becoming stronger. Although his previous purple mark bow was good, it was only of mid-level quality, and he always felt like something was missing. Not anymore. This crimson flame bow was just the thing to make up for that deficiency. The attributes of the starry chain were also excellent, being able to enhance his mental strength. This was exactly what he urgently needed. Lin Xuan casually put on the starry chain. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find out that his mental power could actually extend beyond his body. Though it was only about 4 or 5 meters, it still made him extremely happy. You see, only high-level elementalists are able to project their mental power outward. And he was still just an intermediate level elementalist. With a single thought, Lin Xuan extended his mental power completely outside his body, experiencing the mysteries within. Hiss! So this is the power of mental energy, truly astonishing. Lin Xuan felt somewhat amazed. Because at that moment, even though he had clearly closed his eyes, he could still see everything within a 5-meter radius around him. This sensation was as if he had unlocked a third eye, comprehensively taking in all the scenes around him, as if it were X-ray vision, making everything, from every blade of grass to every pebble, crystal clear to him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan felt very delighted. With this ability, exploring the wilderness in the future would be much more convenient for him. However, in this state, it greatly consumed his mental power. In just a short while, his brain started to feel dizzy, clearly a side effect of using mental energy. I still can't use it for extended periods, after all, my mental power is too weak, and currently I'm only at an intermediate level. If I want to use mental power for an extended period, I'll probably need to advance to a higher level. Massaging his head, Lin Xuan retracted his mental power. Then, he glanced at the crimson flame bow. This large bow was completely crimson, warm to the touch, and as Lin Xuan tried to draw the bowstring, a red glow immediately emanated from the bow, giving it a majestic appearance. This crimson flame bow is not bad either, it even increases my range by half. Casually playing with it for a bit, Lin Xuan temporarily stored the crimson flame bow in his infinite space. Following that, he retrieved 2 skill books from inside. These 2 skill books were obtained from the golden treasure chest, with one being ice-based and the other water-based skills. The water-based skill book couldn't be learned at the moment, so the focus shifted to the ice-based skill book. Ice Blast Zone, advanced after chanting an incantation, you can summon a barrage of ice balls to bombard a specific area. The ice balls will automatically explode upon hitting the target, creating a small area freeze effect. This skill seems quite good. It's a type of AoE skill, and the attack range is much larger compared to Thunder Field. Lin Xuan was somewhat delighted. Apart from its wide attack range, the Ice Blast Zone would also generate a small area freeze effect with each ice ball. 3 to 5 ice balls didn't show much effect. But if there were thousands of ice balls, the result would be somewhat terrifying. After a round of ice blast, the attacked area would transform into a frozen land entirely. Moreover, don't forget, these ice balls explode on impact, a capability almost identical to thousands of exploding lightning bolts. Lin Xuan promptly and joyfully learned this skill. You have acquired the ice-based advanced skill, Ice Blast Zone. Upgrade complete. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a primary castle. You currently have 1 chance for a lucky draw. An hour and a half later. Anticipation filled everyone as the territory finally completed its upgrade. Transitioning from a top-tier refugee camp to a primary castle. After upgrading to a castle, the territory's area increased directly by 10-fold, transforming into a massive structure that loomed before everyone's eyes. Quick! Look, the territory has finished upgrading. I can't believe it. Our territory is so huge now. Wow! Look up there on the territory, isn't that an elemental array? Yes, look at those walls, they must be around 30 meters high. With such high city walls, I have only seen them in books before, never did I imagine that our elven clan would one day be able to live in such a territory. Those magic crystal cannons on top seem to have changed too, they look terrifying. Everyone looked at the brand new territory, speechless and stunned, completely at a loss for words to describe it. Next to them were Queen Maya, chief of the Rod clan, and several chiefs of the Cockerel. Upon seeing the castle territory in front of them, they also felt a strong shock. Because this territory was truly too large. Just in terms of length, it was 10,000 meters, 10 times larger than before. Moreover, on the city walls, there were many powerful weapons distributed, such as magic crystal cannons and divine machinery vehicles, etc. Furthermore, in the sky above the territory, there was a faint circular shield that protected the entire territory. Upon seeing this shield, everyone's eyes lit up, and a term popped up in their minds. Elemental array. Their territory actually had an elemental array. This was indeed a grand gesture. Even Queen Maya, upon seeing this elemental array, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their elven clan had an elemental array. But precisely because of this, she was even more shocked. Because the elemental array wasn't something that anyone could set up, races like the Goblins and dwarves didn't have the capability to afford such an elemental array. If it weren't for their elven clan having the Tree of Life and a profound background, they wouldn't have been able to afford the elemental array either. It's not that setting up the elemental array is difficult, it's just that this thing consumes resources too much. Their elven clan had been running for so many years, the elemental array had emptied their coffers a long time ago, and as of now, Queen Maya estimated that they could barely sustain it for another half a year, then they would have no choice but to reluctantly shut down the elemental array. It's unavoidable. This thing is great, the defensive power is indeed amazing. But it consumes too many crystal cores, it's basically a gold-devouring monster, requiring a lot of crystal cores every day. So that's why. The reason why everyone present was so shocked to see the elemental array appear in the territory. After the shock subsided, several Mayan queens all turned to Lin Xuan. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Lin Xuan chuckled and gestured for everyone to enter his territory. "Thank you, Lord." With Lin Xuan's approval, the Mayan queens became excited and waved their hands, leading their respective tribes' people quickly into the territory. On the side, Lin Xuan looked at the territory that covered 10 million square meters and felt a bit stunned in his heart. Especially upon seeing the elemental grand array in the sky above the territory, besides being shocked, he also felt somewhat uneasy. I wonder how much energy this thing consumes. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan immediately took a step forward, ready to enter the territory to check the consumption situation of the elemental array. But then, a voice came into his ears. Announcement. Congratulations to Territory Number 1, Lin Xuan, for taking the lead in upgrading the territory to a castle, hereby rewarding the other party with a golden chest 047. Chapter 100. Announcement. Congratulations to Territory Number 1, Lin Xuan, for taking the lead in upgrading the territory to a castle, hereby rewarding them with a golden treasure chest. Announcement. Congratulations to Territory Number 1, Lin Xuan, for taking the lead. Announcement. Just as Lin Xuan upgraded the territory to a castle, around the world, players heard a sudden announcement prompt in their ears. The abrupt announcement caught many players off guard, leaving them stunned in place with surprised expressions. Wow! Lin Xuan has upgraded the territory again. Darn it! Why wasn't I the first one to upgrade to a castle? Don't stop me! I'm going to commit suicide and join Lin Xuan's castle territory right away. Oh God! I really suspect that this Dragon Kingdom player named Lin Xuan is your old man's illegitimate child. Wow! Didn't Grandpa tell me that people from the Dragon Kingdom are weak? Players from many countries displayed varied reactions at this moment. Naturally, players from the Dragon Kingdom were very excited, showing jubilation. Many foreign players could not believe it, repeatedly checking the rankings, but the display clearly showed. They had to accept that Lin Xuan indeed upgraded the territory to the castle level. This result made it difficult for many foreign players to accept, but they had no choice but to do so. As for Lin Xuan at this moment, upon hearing the sudden announcement, he was only momentarily stunned before returning to normal and beginning to assess the territory. I shouldn't be surprised. This castle-level territory is indeed powerful, even more impressive than what I saw in the video. Stepping into the territory, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel amazed. Compared to the previous refugee camp, The current castle-level territory had undergone significant changes in all aspects, with an overall boost of over 10 levels in strength. Let's talk about the area first. Previously it was 1 million square meters, and now it has directly expanded tenfold, becoming 10 million square meters. Equivalent to 10 square kilometers, it can also be understood as a square territory with dimensions of 10,000 meters on each side. According to each mu of land being a little over 660 square meters in size. So now his territory is equivalent to 15,000 mu of land, or nearly 1,500 standard soccer fields. And this is just the surface area. Don't forget there are many underground areas in the territory. Each underground level has the same area, all totaling 10 million square meters. Furthermore, there have been significant changes in the defense of the territory. The city walls, originally 20 meters high, have been increased to 30 meters in height and 6 meters in thickness, with enough space on top for 5 people to walk side by side. The number of magic crystal cannons remains at 10, with 9 of them upgraded to intermediate level, while 1 remains at a lower level since it was constructed by him using blueprints. The divine machina cars have increased to 16, all advanced to high-tier levels. Together with his original high-tier divine machina car, there are now 17 divine machina cars on the city walls, each one capable of killing high-tier monsters. However, what gives Lin Xuan a headache is that the energy consumption of the intermediate magic crystal cannons has also increased significantly. Magic crystal cannon, intermediate. This is a powerful intermediate magic crystal cannon that can easily shred targets below the 5th rank, and each shot causes extensive damage to the attacking area, cooldown of 5 minutes, energy consumption of 100,000 points. Divine Machina Car, High Tier. This is a mobile combat vehicle that can simultaneously launch 100 high-tier arrows, conducting indiscriminate attacks on distant areas. Its formidable force can pierce through the bodies of monsters below the 7th rank. Tisk tisk tisk. The power of the intermediate magic crystal cannon is impressive, but the consumption is a bit painful. Not firing even once costs 100,000 energy points, which equates to 1,000 low-tier crystal cores, or 1,000 intermediate-tier crystal cores. If it can instantly blast 10 intermediate-tier monsters, that's fine, but if fewer than 10 monsters, then this shot will cost quite a bit. And those divine machina cars, each firing 100 high-tier arrows, which are custom-made arrows, the consumption is not low either. Fortunately, they can be recovered, so it should still be manageable. Upon finishing reading about these two weapons, Lin Xuan immediately made up his mind. In the future, unless facing a beast tide besieging the territory, and it must be a beast tide with over 100,000 monsters attacking, only then will he unleash the full power of the magic crystal cannons. Apart from this, everyone must go up to the city walls and use elemental skills. After all, his territory is rich in elemental energy, with a quick mana recovery rate, so he is not reluctant to consume mana, but crystal cores are a different story. This is as good as silver money. Continuing, Lin Xuan walked down the city wall and checked the air defense weapons of the fiefdom. Upon inspection, he felt somewhat pleased. Because the original continuous crossbows had all been upgraded to intermediate level continuous crossbows. Although the quantity remained at 50, the intermediate level continuous crossbows were capable of killing intermediate level flying monsters. Adding to that, he had 3 low-level continuous crossbows he personally crafted and 1 high-level continuous crossbow. Now, the continuous crossbows in his fiefdom were as follows: 3 low-level continuous crossbows, 50 intermediate-level continuous crossbows, and 1 high-level continuous crossbow, all proficient. Notably, currently on the fiefdom grounds, the original dormitory building had disappeared, and these continuous crossbows were all situated on top of other tall buildings, distributed throughout the entire fiefdom. It seems like there are some continuous crossbow blueprints in the backpack. It's a good time to build them. With a thought, Lin Xuan took out 9 blueprints from the backpack. After some consideration, he constructed these continuous crossbows on various buildings such as the school, research institute, and mall. The number of low-level continuous crossbows in your fiefdom has increased from 3 to 5. The number of intermediate-level continuous crossbows in your fiefdom has increased from 50 to 54. The number of high-level continuous crossbows in your fiefdom has increased from 1 to 4. After using these blueprints, the quantity of continuous crossbows in his fiefdom became the above-mentioned numbers. Then, he shifted his gaze. With a somewhat excited look in his eyes, he looked at the 3 high towers scattered in the fiefdom. These towers were over 20 meters tall, resembling signal towers, entirely made of metal, with a 3-meter diameter large sphere at the very top. Each sphere was filled with elemental power. Magic Tower, high level. This is a magic tower developed by the Okati Empire, capable of automatically or manually releasing elemental skills, killing airborne targets up to the 7th level. It can also automatically store elemental power, cooldown time 5 minutes, storage count 1/b, energy consumption 1000 times when actively released. This magic tower is truly a powerful weapon. Although each release consumes energy, thankfully it can store up to 3 chances in advance. If used wisely, it might even earn some crystal nuclei. Lin Xuan was overjoyed, finally seeing a powerful weapon. Compared to the magic crystal cannon, the magic towers were much better. The former required a crystal core each time, while the latter could store energy in advance, with a maximum of 3 charges. Combining the power of 3 magic towers meant 9 opportunities to use. If operated properly, it could hunt down 9 high-level flying monsters, yielding 9 high-level crystal cores. And that didn't even account for other materials on the flying monsters. The most important point was that the elemental power in his territory was very rich, 100 times more potent than outside. This also meant the automatic absorption speed of the magic towers would increase by 100-fold, which was why Lin Xuan referred to it as a powerful weapon. In conclusion, in Lin Xuan's eyes, these 3 magic towers were practically free powerful weapons. The only downside is, you can't get the shield formed by this elemental array for free. This thing consumes a fair amount of crystal cores every day. Lin Xuan raised his head and looked at the light blue shield above. In his view, the light blue elemental shield above was thin, like a bubble, protecting the entire territory within. From a distance, it looked like an inverted bowl, even enclosing the walls. However, Lin Xuan knew that despite the thin layer of this elemental shield, its defense was formidable. Unless the defense value of the territory was zeroed out, it could not be broken. Territory Shield, high level. This is a large-scale elemental array that can protect the territory, resisting all external attacks. Unless the territory's defense value is cleared, it will forever protect the territory from harm. Daily consumption of 100,000 energy. Current defense value 303300/303300. One good news and one bad news. The good news is, Lin Xuan had 10 times the defense, so even the peripheral territory shield also had 10 times the defense value. This meant that his territory shield was 10 times stronger than the shields of other castle territories. But the daily consumption was the same, all 10,000 energy. The bad news is, due to the unique nature of the territory protection shield, even if he unilaterally disables the territory protection shield, it will not reduce daily consumption. In simpler terms, whether activated or deactivated, the daily consumption of the territory will not decrease. This is different from other buildings. Lin Xuan thought it might be due to the white pickup. Good luck. After all, this shield is not like other elemental formations that require a lot of materials to build. Fine, let's just leave it on like this. Lin Xuan didn't dwell on it for too long and quickly accepted this fact. Next, he checked the other buildings on the ground. After a thorough examination, he found that the dormitory building had disappeared, but the other buildings either remained the same in quantity or had upgraded to medium or large size. For example, the foundry building had become much taller and increased its area by half. The number of foundry rooms inside went from 109 to 209, almost doubling. The alchemy building had a similar upgrade, going from 112 rooms to 212 rooms. The research institute increased from 50 rooms to 80 rooms. Besides these changes, many other buildings in the territory also underwent significant transformations. Structures like plazas, gardens, shopping centers, commercial streets, police stations, fire stations, power plants, schools, heating facilities, office buildings, hospitals, war rooms, factories, and more, all upgraded from small or medium or large sizes, with some buildings increasing in quantity. In addition, several new buildings appeared, including a waste treatment plant, broadcasting station, sports arena, warehouse, signal tower, teleportation array, and more. Overall, the territory now resembled a small city, complete with various amenities. It could be described as small but well equipped. After reviewing the ground buildings, Lin Xuan took out dozens of blueprints from his bag and used them to add workspaces to the foundry and alchemy buildings. The foundry rooms in your territory have increased from 209 to 236. The alchemy rooms in your territory have increased from 212 to 230. After that, Lin Xuan turned around and walked to the center of the territory. There was a massive square where several teleportation arrays were located, each shining brightly in the center. Chapter 101. 1, 2, 3, 20 transmission arrays. Lin Xuan counted the number of transmission arrays and found a total of 20. Among them, one transmission array is the largest, with a diameter of over 100 meters, located in the middle of all the transmission arrays. The remaining 19 transmission arrays are slightly smaller, with a diameter of 20 meters. These smaller transmission arrays surround the largest one, like stars encircling the moon. Additionally, on these smaller transmission arrays, there are zone numbers ranging from 1 to 19, representing underground levels 1 through 19. Subsidiary transmission array. This is a subsidiary transmission array that can transport the target to the other end of the territory, no cost. World transmission array. This is a large transmission array that can transport the target to any other transmission array within this world, 1000 energy/position. After reading the descriptions, Lin Xuan learned the differences between these two types of transmission arrays. The subsidiary transmission array, the 19 smaller transmission arrays, can transport targets for free to the corresponding underground area. For example, stepping onto the first subsidiary transmission array will transport one to the first underground living area. Using the 19th subsidiary transmission array will transport one to the 19th underground farming area. There are a total of 3 such subsidiary transmission arrays in the territory, located in the southeast corner, northwest corner, and central position. Likewise, in each underground area, there are also 3 transmission arrays to the surface at the southeast corner, northwest corner, and central location to prevent congestion effectively. Additionally, in the east, west, south, and north directions of the territory, the original 4 passages leading to the underground areas have not disappeared but instead expanded to 20 meters wide, allowing 6 large trucks to travel side by side simultaneously. This passage, resembling an underground garage driveway, forms a loop connecting each underground level. As for the World Transmission Array, there is only one in the entire territory. Unlike the subsidiary transmission arrays, the World Transmission Array charges 1000 energy points equivalent to a low-grade crystal core, for each person or item transported. This price is reasonable within Lin Xuan's acceptance range since it is a World Transmission Array and theoretically can transport the target to any corner of the world. However, the precondition for transmission is that the receiving end must also be a world-class transmission array. Moreover, 2 teleportation arrays need to be established in order to establish contact, which means that exchanging teleportation coordinates is necessary. With these teleportation arrays, it will be much more convenient to go wherever you want in the future. These parent-child teleportation arrays may seem a bit rigid, but they excel in being free, fast in teleportation speed, and without any teleportation side effects. Overall, it's still quite good. Lin Xuan pondered briefly and stepped onto teleportation array number 1. 3 seconds later, he was teleported to the first level of the underground living area, with the entire process feeling absolutely comfortable. Stepping off the teleportation array, he explored all the underground areas. After his tour, he discovered that the current underground area had expanded to 19 levels. Levels 1 to 10 are living quarters, 11 to 16 are cultivation zones, and 17 to 19 are breeding areas. In total, there are 19 levels of the underground area, each spanning 10 million square meters. Including the surface, his entire territorial area has reached 2 square meters. Many changes have occurred on each underground level, with the height increasing from 20 meters to 30 meters. Moreover, besides being able to simulate sunlight, they now can produce oxygen, simulate rainfall, and so on. The living quarters remain the same inside, resembling a small town where 5-story buildings have turned into 7-story buildings, and elevators have been added inside. Outside are clean streets, shops, squares, agricultural markets, gardens, and other essential facilities. Each living quarter can accommodate 100,000 people, so a 10-level living quarter would house 1 million people. In the cultivation and breeding zones, the 2 original processing plants have directly increased to 5 processing plants. The cultivation zone has 6 levels while the breeding zone has 3 levels. Still a bit insufficient, although it seems like the area has increased, and the number of levels has also increased. But facing 1 million people, currently, we can only ensure no one starves. It's still a bit difficult to ensure everyone has enough to eat every meal. Lin Xuan also felt somewhat helpless. Although upgrading the territory to a castle has significantly increased strength in all aspects, it's just a bit more comfortable than a shelter territory, and it's impossible to achieve the same level of comfort as in the real world. However, Lin Xuan had no better solution and could only place his hopes on upgrading to a level 5 base city. He hoped that after upgrading his territory to a level 5 base city, it could completely change the current situation and turn his territory into a true paradise. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan returned to his mansion. Upon arriving here, the original mansion, which was his lord's manor, had transformed into a small estate. It was called a small estate, but it was far from being small. Inside, there was a 5-story European-style mansion, surrounded by not only a swimming pool, but also a fish pond, a wooden pavilion, a garden, a rock garden, and finally a large lawn where one could play golf. I almost forgot about them. Just as he settled down in the wooden pavilion to rest, Lin Xuan suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering something. Then he waved his hand, using the infinite space to summon the red flame lion family. Roar! After the red flame lion parents and the 3 cubs appeared, they immediately surrounded Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Lin Xuan felt a bit happy, patted the head of Psi, and advised Dahong and Xiaohong. Dahong, Xiaohong, from now on, this place is your home. You both must take care of it well, you must safeguard the feng shui of our home. Woof woof. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Dahong and Xiaohong let out a low growl as if they partially understood, showing their agreement. Afterwards, Lin Xuan imprinted a spiritual mark on each of the 5 red flame lions, making it easier for them to come and go within the estate. After handling these matters, he no longer paid attention to the red flame lions and, with the thought, summoned the lottery wheel. The next moment, the huge wheel slowly materialized before him. After a glance at the labels on it, Lin Xuan began the draw. Let the drawing begin. Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the massive wheel began to spin rapidly. After a while, the speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer stopped at a certain golden phrase strip. Congratulations on drawing the talent of the golden phrase strip, fostering growth. Fostering growth. What kind of talent is this? Lin Xuan slightly furrowed his brows and checked the introduction of this golden phrase strip. Fostering growth, golden all spiritual beasts in your territory, including the animals and plants in the cultivation area, will grow 100 times faster. And the cultivation area can sustain any animals, plants, and spiritual herbs or beasts. 100 times faster growth. This is truly a godsend. Just now, I was worrying about the harvest. I didn't expect to draw this golden phrase strip in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up, somewhat suspecting if the lucky draw roulette could read his mind. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. The issue he was worrying about a moment ago was now solved by the lucky draw roulette in the next moment. With this fostering growth golden phrase strip, all the animals and plants in his cultivation area would grow 100 times faster. Including spiritual beasts. The ability of this golden phrase strip was indeed a bit unreasonable. 100 times faster growth rate meant that corn which originally took 100 days to mature would now only need a single day. It also meant that his cultivation area of the original 6 levels would instantly have the production capacity equivalent to a 600-level cultivation area. This is simply unbelievably powerful. No, I have to go check the cultivation area. Thinking like this, Lin Xuan couldn't wait, so he used Thunder Step and flashed to transmission array number 11. Swish! After a burst of light, his figure appeared on the 11th underground level. This level was precisely the first underground cultivation area. The reason for coming here? It's because this layer of planting area is planted with many herb seeds by Aaliyah. Lin Xuan casually came to a piece of land where herb seeds were planted, quietly waited for a while, and then reached out to gently rake it. Immediately, after raking away a layer of soil, a small seed appeared in his sight. At this moment, this herb seed was germinating at a visible speed to the naked eye. Although Lin Xuan did not recognize what kind of herb this seed was, just from this growth speed, he could see that his talent for promoting growth was already at work. As his thoughts turned, Lin Xuan found Aaliyah, unexpectedly meeting the Queen Maya in the shopping mall. What's there to shop for now? Wait until Blue Star World arrives, I will fill this mall with everything, and then let you have a thorough shopping spree. Lin Xuan smiled helplessly, did not explain the reason, and pulled her to the 11th underground area. After some thought, he also summoned Queen Maya. Whoosh! The teleportation array was activated again, and the next moment the 3 of them arrived at the planting area. Honey? What are you doing here? I've already planted all the herb seeds, no problem. Aaliyah was somewhat puzzled, thinking that Lin Xuan wanted to ask about planting seeds, so she quickly explained, it's not about that, can you see what herb this seed is? More importantly, how long does this herb need to mature? Lin Xuan lightly touched his chin and said. Upon hearing this, Aaliyah looked at the planting area and subconsciously blurted out, all the moon grass planted here, if matured, will take at least 6 months before they can be used for alchemy. Hearing Aaliyah's explanation, Lin Xuan nodded without speaking, but instead lowered his head to carefully observe the growth status of the moon grass. Little did they know. His action instantly left both Aaliyah and Queen Maya a bit baffled. Seeing Lin Xuan's serious expression, the two pondered without disturbing each other, curiously following Lin Xuan's gaze one after another, wanting to know what he was looking at. Little did they know that one look would immediately alert Queen Maya that something was amiss. Hey! This is strange. How come the moonlight grass has grown so quickly? Chapter 102. Hey! This doesn't seem right. How did the moonlight grass grow so fast? Queen Maya let out a soft exclamation, looking surprised. As the queen of the elves, not only was her strength exceptional, her ability to identify various herbs had also reached a master level. Without any modesty, for almost all herbs placed in front of her, she could immediately recognize them and even state the herb's growth environment and conditions. For example, this seed before her. With just one glance, she identified it as a moonlight grass seed, requiring a gentle environment to grow and at least 6 months to mature for alchemy. However, now, the growth speed of this moonlight grass seed was simply frightening. In just a few minutes, it cracked open and sprouted a small green shoot. And after another 10+ minutes, this small shoot had grown to about half a centimeter. Well, husband, this doesn't make sense. I clearly planted moonlight grass. What's going on? On the side, Aaliyah also noticed the situation. She thought there was something wrong with the herb, her voice almost trembling in fear. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Lin Xuan patted Aaliyah's head gently, comforting her with these words. Then he turned to a vacant piece of land, gently dug a small hole, and took out a white mulberry flower from his bag, planting it in the hole. After completing these actions, he deliberately watered the white mulberry flower. My lord, planting the white mulberry flower here won't thrive. This intermediate detoxifying herb, the white mulberry flower, must be nurtured in a place filled with poison gas. Beside, Queen Maya saw Lin Xuan planting white mulberry flowers, so she kindly reminded him immediately. It's fine, we'll see the results in a moment, Lin Xuan said softly. He certainly knew the planting conditions for these white mulberry flowers. But he also knew that the second ability of helping the crops grow quickly was that, whether it was fauna or flora, or spiritual plants and beasts, as long as they were in the planting and breeding area, they could all survive smoothly. So, this white mulberry flower was just the one he used for experiments. Next, Lin Xuan began to wait silently, with the three of them watching. First, the seeds of the moonlight grass slowly emerged from the soil, revealing a small piece of green tender shoot. Even the nearby blood-red grass, tricolor flower, and many other medicinal herb seeds, most of them also sprouted tender shoots. Looking from afar, this large piece of land where medicinal herb seeds were planted had already turned into a lush green, quite charming. Lin Xuan turned to look at the white mulberry flower again. After a while, the white mulberry flower not only survived but also gradually became more spirited from its previous withered state. Seeing this scene, Aaliyah and Queen Maya both widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? How can the white mulberry flower survive and thrive here? Queen Maya was utterly astonished. Whether it was the moonlight grass or this white mulberry flower, they both shattered her understanding of the growth of medicinal herbs. Aaliyah was also full of awe at the moment. However, as her gaze shifted, she subconsciously looked at Lin Xuan, feeling that everything must be because of her husband. Sure enough, after feeling Aaliyah's gaze, Lin Xuan chuckled and decided not to hide it from everyone, simply recounting his ability to assist in sprouting. It wasn't that he didn't want to conceal it, but this talent for the phrase was too eye-catching, making it impossible to hide. It might be better to be a bit straightforward now, casually weaving a few kind lies to get by. Don't be nervous. These herbs all grow faster due to the nature of my territory. Lin Xuan casually explained the reason. He didn't elaborate too much, especially not revealing even a hint of his talents at each level of the golden phrase. He just said that all this was because he had 3 or 2 more talent abilities than other lords. However, even so, when Aaliyah and Queen Maya heard that the growth rate of all animals and plants in Lin Xuan's territory was 100 times faster, and that they could support any herbs, these two were simply stunned beyond belief. Wow! Honey, you're really, really amazing. After hearing this, Aaliyah's eyes sparkled, regardless of whether Queen Maya was present or not. She hugged Lin Xuan and showered him with kisses. Cough cough. Lord, you're truly amazing. Queen Maya was also very shocked, but seeing the scene before her, she quickly left discreetly. After Aaliyah regained her senses and saw Queen Maya walking away in the distance, and thought back to her own recent impulsiveness, she blushed involuntarily. Lin Xuan beside her didn't have much of a reaction. Taking Aaliyah to the teleportation array, they returned to the ground. I wonder how many materials are needed to upgrade to an intermediate castle. Walking in the territory, Lin Xuan had a thought and checked the current attributes of the territory. Base, number 1. Level, beginner castle. Territory, 10 million m2. Population, 103,000 people out of 1 million people. Buildings, Lord's Manor, Estate, x1, Subterranean Living Area x10, Subterranean Planting Area x6, Subterranean Breeding Area x3, Medium-sized Mall x2, Medium-sized Commercial Street x2, Large Park x1, Large Plaza x1, Medium-sized Office Building x3, Medium-sized Hospital x2, Medium-sized Police Station x3, Medium-sized Fire Station x2, Large Waste Treatment Plant x1, Medium-sized Signal Tower x1, Large Comprehensive School x2, Large Stadium x1, Medium-sized Broadcast Building x1, Large Warehouse x1, Foundry Room x236, Alchemy Room x230, Laboratory x80, Maternal Transmission Array x57 pairs, World Transmission Array x1, Medium-sized Power Plant x3, Medium-sized Heating Facility x3, Medium-sized Operations Room x1, Territory Shield x1, 30-meter City Wall x1, Low-level Continuous Crossbow x5, Mid-level Continuous Crossbow x54, High-level Continuous Crossbow x4, High-level Magic Tower x3, High-level Divine Machina x17, Low-level Magic Crystal Cannon x1, Mid-level Magic Crystal Asterisk x9. Defense value, 303300/303300 points. Daily consumption, 100,000 points of energy. Upgrade requirements, wood x650,000, stone x270,000, wrought iron x100,000, diamond x30000, fine wood x8000, cold iron x8000, obsidian x100. Hey! I seem to have enough materials to upgrade to a medium-level castle. Lin Xuan felt a wave of joy in his heart. He then opened his backpack. But the next moment, he felt discouraged. Because although he had mostly gathered the materials to upgrade to a medium-level castle, he was still lacking 15 pieces of obsidian. Obtaining obsidian was not easy. At the moment, he had only 3 ways to get it: to find it himself, open treasure chests, or wait for Cook to return with the materials. Cook should return maybe tomorrow afternoon. Lin Xuan remembered telling Cook before he left to come back before nightfall the next day. This meant that to upgrade to a medium-level castle, he would have to wait until tomorrow. No. I think I still have a golden treasure chest. Suddenly, Lin Xuan remembered something. After upgrading his territory to a castle, the system rewarded him with a golden treasure chest. At that time, he was too focused on checking the territory and hadn't opened the chest yet. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly rummaged through his backpack. Sure enough, he found a golden treasure chest. Almost let you slip away. Tian ling ling di ling ling, give me some obsidian. Lin Xuan excitedly held the treasure chest and prayed in his heart, then reached out to open this golden treasure chest. Shua! A burst of golden light flashed by. A sound of opening the treasure chest notification sounded in his ears. You have opened the golden treasure chest. Obtained 50 obsidians, 1 high-level skill scroll, 1 high-level building blueprint, and 1 high-level equipment. Ha ha ha! Awesome! Today's luck is really great. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Xuan was overjoyed and suddenly gave a fierce stare to a stunned Aaliyah. The latter looked stunned. But seeing Lin Xuan so happy, Aaliyah also smiled. In Aaliyah's laughter, Lin Xuan waved proudly and directly upgraded the territory again. Do you want to consume 650,000 wood, 270,000 stone, 100,000 wrought iron, 30,000 diamonds, 8,000 premium wood, 8,000 cold iron, and 100 obsidians to upgrade the territory to an intermediate castle? Yes, cancel. Upgrade immediately. Lin Xuan agreed without hesitation. Currently upgrading. In an instant. Aaliyah, who was walking in the territory, suddenly discovered in surprise that the territory had entered a state of void again. The surrounding buildings began to grow taller and larger once more. The asphalt roads underfoot were gradually widening. The entire territory was undergoing changes, expanding rapidly outward. At this moment, the changes in the territory were quickly noticed by everyone. At first, Queen Maya, Rod, and several chiefs including Korkal, along with thousands of residents, were all taken aback. But soon, they realized that this phenomenon was exactly the scene of the Lord upgrading his territory. Hey! The Lord is upgrading his territory so quickly again. Really spectacular. Come and see the road, the close-up view of the territory upgrading is truly spectacular. Wow! It seems like my TV is getting bigger. And the height of the underground area seems to be increasing too, giving a sense of the sky rising. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd. At this moment, Aaliyah also realized that her husband had upgraded his territory again. Honey! You upgraded your territory again. Aaliyah's astonished little mouth slightly agape, she hugged Lin Xuan's arm and asked. Lin Xuan lightly acknowledged. He turned to look at Aaliyah, suddenly noticing that the little girl's mouth had widened a bit. Cough cough. Aaliyah, let's go, while the territory is upgrading, husband will treat you to some milk. Ah! You're always so naughty. Is. Creak 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 creak. Chapter 103. Donghai City, Evening. Before nightfall, the entire Donghai City is brightly lit, with crowds of people from out of town gathering everywhere to see the enormous projection of the refuge camp in the sky. The territory is so huge, just a glance is satisfying. Son, look quickly, that largest territory projection in the sky belongs to Lin Xuan, the current world's #1 powerhouse. Wow! Seeing the #1 territory from reality is much more spectacular than on video. Sigh, comparison is the thief of joy. I worked myself half to death just to upgrade my territory to a 2nd level shelter, while the big shot Lin Xuan has already upgraded to a 3rd level refuge camp. Wife, come quick, let's take a photo here together. Ha ha ha. After driving 7 or 8 hours, I finally made it to Donghai City to see my idol's territory. As time passed, a large number of people from all over the country flocked in, scattered all over Donghai City, raising their eyes to the sky one by one. When they saw the world's #1 territory, excitement couldn't be hidden in their eyes, all deeply shocked by this enormous territory. For a while, with more and more people arriving, the police had to deploy in full force to maintain order. But even so, they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the Dragon Empire's people, as there were still masses rushing to come to 107. Forced to act. The military urgently intervened, sending a large number of personnel to occupy the streets and alleys of Donghai City. Especially in the central area of Donghai City. As this was the best spot to view the #1 territory, the largest number of people stayed here, naturally receiving special attention, with soldiers and police officers lining the streets on both sides. However, these soldiers and police officers were simply on duty, not obstructing the enthusiastic crowd. Even if someone needed help taking a photo, these soldiers would enthusiastically play the role of photographers, snapping a few pictures with the crowd that had come from far away. Apart from the crowd simply watching the territory projection, there were also many internet celebrities and bloggers on site. Naturally driven by profit, these individuals arrived and immediately started live streaming, pointing their cameras at the enormous territory in the sky, attracting many viewers. Make way! Make way! Amidst the bustling chatter of the crowd, a petite girl with chubby cheeks, accompanied by a few team members, maneuvered through the crowd left and right, finally securing a favorable position. Oh! Isn't this the adorable little round? Are you here to livestream the territory of the great Lin Xuan too? Someone in the crowd recognized the chubby-cheeked girl who had 60 million followers, the female blogger Little Round. Upon being recognized, Little Round flashed a cute smile, revealing her two small tiger teeth, and exchanged a few words with the person. After the exchange, Little Round took off her furry hat and urged her team members quickly, "Everyone, hurry up, we only have 5 minutes left before the broadcast starts." Her tone carried a sense of urgency. As one of the top bloggers in the Dragon Nation, she always valued her fans' requests. This time when she received numerous messages from fans asking her to come to Donghai City to livestream the great Lin Xuan's territory, she immediately set off with her team to Donghai City. Before setting off, she even specifically posted a video stating her intention to livestream Lin Xuan's territory, hoping her fans would come on time to watch her livestream. After the video was posted, her number of followers immediately increased by 8 million, making her ecstatic. So, upon arriving here, she didn't even spare a glance at the projection of Territory Number 1, and instead hastily began preparing for the livestream. Soon enough, with the busy work of her team members, the livestream equipment was set up, and the camera was directed towards the grand territory projection in the sky. Just under 2 minutes into the livestream, the number of viewers quickly skyrocketed, with over 100,000 people entering her livestream in no time. And the number of viewers was increasing at a terrifying rate. Wow! Indeed, the world's number 1 Lin Xuan is extraordinary. I just rode on a bit of the hype, and it had such a terrifying effect. Little Round was amazed when she saw the viewer count rising rapidly. In the past, whenever she livestreamed, she usually had around 300,000 viewers, but that was only after half an hour into the stream. Right now, she had just started her live broadcast a few minutes ago, and over 100,000 viewers had already tuned in. Within moments, the viewership had surged to 200,000. But Little Roundy understood. After all, for many people, due to various reasons, they couldn't come to Donghai City in person. Naturally, the live stream became the only place for these people to witness the domain of Lin Xuan the Great with their own eyes. As her thoughts wandered, Little Roundy revealed her adorable little fang and waved at the camera. "Hello, dear Roundy fans, I am the lovely Little Roundy. Today, at the request of Roundy fans, I have come to Donghai City. The huge domain behind me right now is the number 1 domain of the world's top master Lin Xuan the Great." Facing the gaze of over 200,000 viewers, Little Roundy remained calm and began interacting with the live stream. "Look! Is this the domain of Lin Xuan the Great? It's huge. Brothers, do you feel proud like I do when you see this domain? Haha! Of course we're proud. This is the strongest domain in the world. Dragon Country is awesome. Lin Xuan the Great is even more awesome. With this domain, it can easily crush all foreign lords. Little Roundy, quickly look around, see if you can spot Lin Xuan the Great's figure nearby. Yes, yes. Maybe Lin Xuan the boss lives in the neighborhood next to yours." The audience in the live stream was enthusiastic, feverishly refreshing the barrage. As Little Roundy looked at the lively live stream, she couldn't help but be surprised. Never before had her live stream been this active. What surprised her even more was that, in no time, the viewership had reached over 350,000. She also noticed quite a few foreign netizens based on the locations displayed in the barrage. "Beautiful country, is this the domain of Lin Xuan, the dragon of your country? South Vietnam, it does look quite big, but unfortunately, we can't see inside the domain clearly. Bixian country, there are so many people from your place. Are these people all here to see Lin Xuan's territory? Sakura country, trash from Dragon country, isn't it just a slightly larger territory? Surprisingly, so many people are going to see it. What an ignorant country. Dragon country, who let the wild dog upstairs bark recklessly? Dragon country, little ghosts from Sakura country, you are typical of sour grapes. Even if our Lord Lin Xuan's territory is small, it's still bigger than yours. Sakura country, bah! What's there to show off? Our Miss Huize's territory is about to be upgraded to intermediate shelter. We'll be up there soon enough to face you. Dragon country, shut your mouth. Are you really calling her Miss Huize? Dragon country, just listen to the name of their lord, you can tell right away that it's definitely some kind of pig breed. Sakura country, BD. A pig breed is still stronger than you bunch of diseased pigs. Nanbang country, friends from Sakura country, don't bother with these dragon country people. Arguing with them will only waste our bandwidth. Asin country, that's right, dragon country people may be lacking in other aspects, but when it comes to hurling insults, one of them can match 10 of ours. Let's see who has the more powerful territory. Dragon country, I never insult people, only a bunch of animals. Dragon country, young man, you seem to find it amusing. Besides insults, there's nothing else you can do better than us. Dragon country, not necessarily, if it's about who looks least human, then it must be the formidable Asin country. Dragon country, ha ha ha. Beautiful country, laugh all you want. Show some courage in reality. Our beautiful country will let you know who the real ruler is. Dragon country, hee hee, a country without even a top-class shelter, claiming to be a ruler. Beautiful country, middle finger F***CKU. Sakura country, don't be angry, brothers from beautiful country. Dragon country just talks tough. Let's upgrade to a castle first, and then we'll see if they still talk tough. Originally a cheerful live broadcast Room 0. Became somewhat chaotic due to the influx of a large number of foreign netizens. Xiao Tuanta quickly guided the conversation and shifted the focus to the projection of territory number 1. While speaking, she glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room. She found that the number of viewers had reached over 500,000, and many of them were foreign netizens. No need to guess. These foreigners must have come to the Dragon Kingdom live stream room intentionally after hearing the news, wanting to take a look at Lin Xuan, the world's number 1 territory. Immediately contact the staff and get these foreigners out of the live stream room. Xiao Tuan saw foreigners insulting Lin Xuan and was immediately filled with anger, gesturing for her assistant to quickly contact the official platform. Although she has tens of millions of fans on this platform, she did not have the authority to keep these foreigners out of the live stream room. After instructing her assistant, Xiao Tuan once again showcased her expertise and started interacting with the audience in the live stream room. However, as she cast her gaze on the barrage chat, she suddenly sensed something amiss. For some reason, the group of foreigners who were just arrogant and loud a moment ago were now silent. Dragon Kingdom, brothers, look at this. Lin Xuan the boss's territory seems to be expanding. Dragon Kingdom, hey? It really is expanding. Dragon Kingdom, oh my! How did it suddenly grow so big? Dragon Kingdom, ha ha ha! Brothers, don't be puzzled, I'm a gamer, and I just heard the system announcement saying our Lin Xuan has upgraded his territory to castle level. South Stick Kingdom, haha. This is truly the funniest joke I've heard. Sakura country, the people of Dragon Kingdom have gone mad, how could Lin Xuan upgrade so quickly? Dragon Kingdom, stop ranting. Just check the ranking list and you'll know if it's true or not. North Bear country, ah. This is true. I just checked the ranking list, and Lin Xuan's territory has really been upgraded from a shelter to a castle. South Vietnam country, hiss. Unbelievable, didn't Lin Xuan just upgrade not long ago? How did he upgrade so quickly? Dragon Kingdom, hail to Lin Xuan the Great. 0145024008 flies LU2121322030. Dragon Kingdom, where is the little devil from Sakura country? Why aren't they talking now? Did your grandma with no teeth come to scold you all? Dragon Kingdom, fireworks +1. Enough said, let's celebrate our boss Lin Xuan by setting off fireworks as he upgrades his territory to a level 4 castle. Dragon Kingdom, Racecar plus 9. Dragon Kingdom, Dream Castle plus 66. Chapter 104. In a split second. On the screen in front of Xiaochuan, it was filled with various gift special effects. If it were earlier, receiving so many gifts would have made her ecstatic. But now, when she saw the barrage saying that Lin Xuan, the great god, upgraded his territory, she immediately forgot about the joy of receiving gifts and turned to look at the sky. Right away, Xiaochuan was stunned in place. Only to see the largest territory projection in the sky, Lin Xuan's number 1 territory. In just a few minutes, it had rapidly expanded tenfold. Mom and Dad, quick, look! Lin Xuan brothers' territory has grown bigger. Wow! What's going on? How did it suddenly get bigger? It's an upgrade. I just heard the game announcement. What? Upgraded? Lin Xuan big brother upgraded his territory. This upgrade speed is too fast. According to Lin Xuan's territory level, if he upgrades again, won't it become a level 4 castle? It's really terrifying. Even though I'm from the dragon country, I feel like Lin Xuan is really abnormal. Amidst exclamations, the projection of Lin Xuan's territory rapidly expanded tenfold, transforming from a top-notch shelter into a beginner castle. The crowd who witnessed the whole process were instantly shocked, then burst into cheers. Even the soldiers and officers on duty beside, in their astonishment, also became excited. After all, Lin Xuan is from the dragon country. The larger the territory on the other side, the more population it can accommodate, and the more dragon country people who can survive in the dark. Reb. Guys of TUAN08. Our dragon country is the first country to upgrade its territory to a castle. After a brief moment of daze, Xiaochuan immediately excitedly making heart gestures towards the camera, as if she were the one who just upgraded to a castle. Dragon Kingdom, haha. Little Tuan is so cute, love you. Dragon Kingdom, I love Lin Xuan the great god more, please let me enter territory number 1, Lin Xuan the great god. Dragon Kingdom, have you guys noticed? The population of Lin Xuan the great god's territory has already exceeded 100,000 people. Dragon Kingdom, I noticed a long time ago, and I also found out that the population limit of territory number 1 has become 1 million. Dragon Kingdom, tisk tisk tisk. That's 1 million people. More than our old hometown county. Dragon Kingdom, what's that? Have you guys seen the defense value of territory number 1? That's a whopping 300,000. Dragon Kingdom, wow! 300,000 defense value, just hearing it is terrifying. How much is the defense value of the second place? Dragon Kingdom, the second place is held by players from Biling Kingdom, their territory is a mid-level refuge camp, with a defense value of only 5,000. Dragon Kingdom, what the heck, 5,000? The spare change of our Lin Xuan great god's defense value is over 3,000. Dragon Kingdom, excuse me for asking, my specialty is ancestral lock-picking, can I join the great god Lin Xuan's territory? Dragon Kingdom, someone upstairs please shut it, are you an ancestral thief or what? Seeing the comment about lock-picking, little Tuan couldn't help but smile, but still punched towards the camera and said, go for it, lock-picker baby. Maybe the great god Lin Xuan really needs someone with your talents. After saying that, little Tuan glanced at the viewer count, which displayed that there were over 1 million people currently watching her live broadcast. Knowing there were so many people, while amazed in her heart, little Tuan couldn't help but feel shocked by Lin Xuan's popularity. Next, in order to seize this rare opportunity of high traffic, little Tuan started interacting frequently with the fans in the live broadcast. But what made her a bit frustrated was that, as the number of viewers increased, there were also quite a few foreigners tuning in. The previously calm live stream room once again descended into chaos. Dragon Country, check in to hear that Lin Xuan, the big shot, has upgraded his territory again. Hanfa Country, Dragon Country people are really terrifying. I'm still at level 1 security house. Batiron Country, I just saw Lin Xuan's territory defense value, almost scared me to death. Sakura Country, as fellow Blue Star humans, I want to join this Lin Xuan's territory. Sakura Country, upstairs, don't be foolish. As a proud Sakura person, how can you betray Empress Coco? Sakura Country, Empress Coco can't die for me. The Dragon Country people are really powerful. This Dragon Country Lin Xuan's territory is already a level 4 castle domain. Sakura Country, it's shameful to have people like you in our glorious Sakura Country. When our Empress Coco upgrades to a castle, we definitely won't accept you then. South Bad Country, what's going on? Is there turmoil in your Sakura Country? Beautiful country, goodness. Seems like Sakura Country has all been conquered by Lin Xuan. Sakura Country, nonsense. How could we be conquered by the weak Dragon Country people? Sakura Country, that's right. Yamazujiro, will materialize our territory in Dragon Country, and then exterminate the Dragon Country people. Sakura Country, ha ha ha. A group of simple-minded Dragon Country people, our Empress Coco, will surely surpass you then. Dragon Country, have you all gone mad? Wait until someone in your Sakura Country owns a castle territory, then come here and speak. Sakura Country, you pig. Our Empress Coco will definitely upgrade to a mid-level castle before your Dragon Country's Lin Xuan. Sakura Country, that's right. We are preparing to mobilize the entire country to help our Empress Coco upgrade her territory. Sakura Country, prepare to face the wrath of our great Sakura Country. Seeing the barrage from the people of Sakura Country, Xiaochuan was instantly fuming, looking just like a big steamed bun. You Sakura people are the pigs. Please get out of my live stream room. Our Dragon Country's Lin Xuan, the great deity, will soon upgrade his territory to a mid-level castle. Xiaochuan said angrily. Still not relieved, he directly took out his phone and called the Melody official, contacting the staff. But just as she made the phone call, suddenly, with an unintentional glance, she discovered that all the foreigners in the live broadcast room had actually fallen silent, with only the players from the Dragon Kingdom frantically sending barrage messages. At the same time, the surrounding crowd's clamor reached her ears. What's this? What's going on? How did Territory 1 expand again? Is it haunted? Lin Xuan, the great god's territory, has unexpectedly expanded threefold. Hiss! Could it be that it upgraded again? Hearing the noisy chatter around her, little Tuan couldn't care less about the call, immediately raising her head to look at Territory 1. With just one glance, she saw that the great god Lin Xuan's Territory 1 was rapidly expanding its area once again. In just a few minutes, the projection of Territory 1 in the sky had expanded 3 times, a whopping 3 times larger than before. Ah! Could it be that the great god Lin Xuan upgraded his territory again? Little Tuan was shocked, then quickly guessed this possibility. But then she felt it was a bit unlikely. After all, this wasn't upgrading a safe house, requiring fewer upgrade materials that could quickly level up. Lin Xuan's territory now was a 4th level castle, and the materials required to level up each time were massive. For the other party to, at this moment, surpass all the players in the world and be the first to upgrade the territory to a 4th level castle was already quite incredible. In little Tuanchuan's view, even if Lin Xuan was amazing, it was impossible for him to consecutively upgrade his territory twice within just 1 or 2 hours. No. Just check the rankings and you'll know. Little Tuan suddenly realized, immediately activating the game mark on her wrist. The next moment, The latest rankings appeared before her eyes. World rankings. First place, number 1, Dragon Kingdom Intermediate Castle. Second place, Slap the Bear, Northern Bear Kingdom Intermediate Refuge Camp. Third place, Biggest and Strongest, Dragon Kingdom Intermediate Refuge Camp. Fourth place, Vantian, Country A Intermediate Refuge Camp. Fifth place, Fac, Beautiful Kingdom Intermediate Refuge Camp. Sixth place. It's really Lin Xuan ascending his territory again. Little Tuanchuan's breath stagnated, a tremendous storm surging in her heart. She never imagined. It was actually because of 660, Lin Xuan ascending his territory again, that led to the vast projection of the territory. The speed at which the other party is upgrading, let alone in reality, even in dreams. Little Tuan couldn't even dream this kind of dream. But Lin Xuan has achieved it. Realizing this, Little Tuan immediately shared this good news with the fans in the live broadcast room. Treasure community. Look at the projection of number 1 territory in the sky behind me. Lin Xuan has actually ascended 2 levels in a row, upgrading the territory to an intermediate castle at once. Dragon Kingdom, what? Lin Xuan has upgraded again. Dragon Kingdom, brothers. Little Tuan didn't lie. I just checked the ranking list, Lin Xuan really upgraded his territory again. Dragon Kingdom, obediently. Does the master treat upgrading like drinking water? Over and over again. Dragon Kingdom, haha. So satisfying. Where are those Sakura piglets from just now? Why aren't they shouting now? Dragon Kingdom, right, Sakura grandkids, come out, didn't you clamor to see who would upgrade to the intermediate castle first? Hanfu Kingdom, it's over, Sakura Kingdom netizens are really embarrassing this time. Bat Iron Kingdom, finally understanding why our Bat Iron Kingdom's number 1 fighter longed for Dragon Kingdom life, Dragon Kingdom people are too strong. South Viet Kingdom, congratulations to the big neighbors. Dragon Kingdom, get lost, I don't need a neighbor like you, you damn wolves. At this moment, as Lin Xuan upgraded his territory to a mid-level castle, the entire East Sea city erupted in excitement. Subsequently, the whole Dragon Kingdom also rejoiced. But the entire world fell silent. Players from many countries couldn't understand why Lin Xuan upgraded so quickly. They had all tried their best to catch up, but they couldn't even get close to Lin Xuan's tail. Soon, they could hardly even see his figure from behind. Almost simultaneously, a thought emerged in the minds of all players in the world. Lin Xuan is truly powerful. As if a great mountain is weighing on everyone's heads, making them unable to move. Chapter 105. The Dragon Kingdom, Jingdu. After nightfall, Xiao Guo was having dinner with his family. Suddenly, his assistant, Sun Hao, hurried in holding a small box. I'll be right back. Seeing Sun Hao's appearance, Xiao Guo softly explained before heading to the study. Seeing Sun Hao coming at this time, he knew there must be something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so hastily. Sure enough. Just as Xiao Guo sat down, Sun Hao followed and even closed the door. What has happened this time? Xiao Guo glanced at the small box in Sun Hao's hand, furrowing his brow and asking. From his weary expression, it was clear. Today was definitely another troublesome day. Haha. Xiaola, this time it's not a bad thing, but 3 good things to tell you. Sun Hao, looking at the tired Xiao Guo, immediately explained the purpose. 3 good things? Let's hope so. Hearing Sun Hao's words, Xiao Guo raised his eyes and glanced at the other person. Starting from early morning today, he had been disturbed by sudden announcements from the system. It could be said that he spent the whole day in meetings. And the content was naturally about the manifestation of the freehold. Rest assured, Xiaola, this first one is a great joy. Just now, Lin Xuan raised his territory 2 levels, instantly upgrading from a top-notch shelter camp to a medium-level castle. In our Dragon Kingdom now, we are the only country in the world that owns castle territory. Sun Haoan succinctly stated the key point. Upgrade by 2 levels? Intermediate castle. Are you not just trying to please me? Upgrading the territory to castle level is not an easy task. Xiaoguo was astonished. Yes, Xiaolao, how could I dare to make things up? Whether it's true or false, just take a look at the ranking list, and you'll understand everything. Sun Hao raised his wrist, indicating the anti-game mark on his wrist. Seeing this prompt, Xiaoguo suddenly realized, secretly scolding himself for being so preoccupied. Then, he lifted his wrist and glanced at the anti-game mark on it. At this moment, because he had died in the game and lost his gaming qualification, the game mark was no longer intact, turning into a fractured pattern. As Xiaoguo gently touched the mark with his hand, the next moment, the world ranking list appeared before him. On it, from high to low, were the territories of players from around the world. After each player's territory name, there was an option to apply to join. Wow! Lin Xuan's territory really upgraded to an intermediate castle. Xiaoguo clicked on the top-ranked lord, which was Lin Xuan's territory information. Subsequently, he clearly saw that Lin Xuan's territory level had changed from a top-notch shelter to an intermediate castle. The ranking list never makes mistakes. This meant that his assistant Sun Hao didn't deceive him. Lin Xuan did indeed upgrade his territory to an intermediate castle. Yes, Xiaolao, I didn't lie to you at all. Sun Hao nodded excitedly, his tone sounding a bit agitated. Haha. I indeed didn't misjudge this kid Lin Xuan. The other party seems unremarkable, but once they make a move, it's astonishing. Xiaoguo chuckled, his previous fatigue swept away, replaced by a spirited demeanor. This matter was truly too surprising. Leaving aside the fact that this is a first in the world, just looking at the current territory information of Lin Xuan was enough to make Xiaoguo very happy. Intermediate castle, capable of accommodating 2 million people, the territory defense value also skyrocketed to 500,000 points. Such territorial strength was simply outrageously strong. When Xiaoguo had just checked Lin Xuan's information, he had also taken a look at the territory information of the second-ranked player. The other party was a player from Bixian country, and their current territory was an intermediate refuge camp, only 4 levels lower than Lin Xuan. However, the disparity in territorial strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Currently, the territory of the second-ranked player could only accommodate 100,000 people, with a territory defense of only 5,000 points. Such strength could easily crush billions of players. But in front of Lin Xuan, it was simply too weak. In terms of territory population or territory defense value, Lin Xuan outperformed the other dozens of times. Especially in terms of defense value. Lin Xuan had 10 times the defense, directly 100 times that of the second rank. And 20 times the population. Not to mention other aspects. Although the information on the ranking list was sparse, Xiaoguo could even guess with his toes that other aspects inside Lin Xuan's territory were also far beyond the second rank. Hehe. This is indeed a great event. Lin Xuan's talent is too strong, as long as they can safely materialize the territory, then relying on their tenfold defense power. When the time comes, it will definitely be one of the strongest fortified territories in the world. Xiaoguo calmed down his excitement a bit, then went on to give his assistant Sun Hao a few instructions. Firstly, they may not have control in the game, but in reality, they must ensure Lin Xuan's safety with full force. There is absolutely no room for another attack like the last time. Secondly, immediately gather national resources and urgently increase the quantity to deliver to Lin Xuan. After all, the opponent's territory can currently accommodate 2 million people. Feeding so many people is not easy, so while it's convenient with the authorities now, every bit of help matters. Thirdly, by any means necessary, quickly collect another large batch of game resources from family consortia and other influential parties to send to Lin Xuan. Yes, Xiaolao. I will take care of it as soon as possible. Hearing Xia Wuqiuo's instructions, Sun Hao immediately straightened up his body, solemnly speaking in a low voice. As long as you remember. You said there were 3 good things. What is this second piece of good news? Xia Wuqiuo chuckled and waved for Sun Hao to sit down. The second matter concerns Elder Zhong. Based on the latest test results from the other party, we have decoded the secret of the crystal core. After sitting down, Sun Hao opened a small box and took out a small purple glass bottle. What's this? Seeing the small bottle, Xia Wuqiuo was immediately surprised and carefully examined it in his hand. The small glass bottle was not large, similar to a small medicine bottle, containing a light purple liquid inside the transparent bottle. Xiaolao, this is the energy extracted by Elder Zhong from the crystal core. After Elder Zhong's relentless efforts day and night, it has finally been successfully developed. The latest results of more than a dozen tests have all proven that the toxicity of this potion has been eliminated, and the more than a dozen subjects who participated in the tests all remained unharmed after taking this potion. Moreover, the strength of these more than a dozen subjects has also increased. When Sun Hao finished speaking, his eyes couldn't help but show some excitement. After all countries around the world are deciphering the secrets of the crystal core, but only the dragon country has been the first to successfully decode it. And developed this potion, which can enhance human abilities in reality. Sigh. Thank you, Elder Zhong. Has this potion been named? Hearing Sun Hao's words, Xia Wuqiuo took a deep breath first and then sincerely responded. He knew well that this small bottle of potion had made tens of thousands of people work tirelessly for more than 10 days. Only then was it successfully developed. Elder Zhong named it since this is a new energy discovered within the crystal nucleus by humans, let's call it energy potion. But Elder Zhong said he wanted to hear your opinion. Sun Hao nodded, faithfully passing on Elder Zhong's words to Xia Wuqiuo. Let's go with Elder Zhong's suggestion. This potion will now be called energy potion. Xia Wuqiuo didn't hesitate at all and directly adopted Elder Zhong's opinion. Later on, he asked Sun Hao about the current effectiveness of this potion. After hearing Sun Hao's response, Xia Wuqiuo finally understood. Apparently, this potion was only the first generation. Although it could enhance abilities, it had not yet been developed to 100%, still having some flaws. After learning about the energy potion, Xia Wuqiuo asked about a third matter. Hehe, this third good news was actually discovered by Elder Zhong. Smiling, Sun Hao took out something from the small box. To be precise, it was a small stone. A stone. Seeing this cherry tomato-sized stone, Xia Wuqiuo was somewhat puzzled. He wondered what good news this stone could bring. From the outside, the shape of this stone is not smooth, overall it is tea-green in color, holding it in the hand is neither clear nor heavy. Old Xia, don't just look at this kind of stone as ordinary, in fact, it contains a kind of energy inside. Originally, Old Zhong was just casually experimenting, unexpectedly discovered that the energy contained inside this stone is actually similar to the energy in the crystal nucleus. According to Old Zhong, if he hadn't cracked the secret of the crystal nucleus, the energy inside this stone would never have been discovered. Fortunately, Old Zhong has developed a complete set of equipment, only then did we discover this unexpected joy. After organizing his words, Sun Hao recounted everything to Xia Wuqiuo in detail. Could there really be such a thing? Then are these stones common? Can the energy inside be used to make energy potions? Xia Wuqiuo was very surprised. After a moment of groaning, he directly asked 2 key questions. According to Old Zhong, although this kind of stone is rare, there should still be quite a few on Blue Star. But as for the specific quantity, we will have to explore to find out. Also, according to old Zhong's experiments, the energy contained in this kind of stone can be used to make energy potions. But it seems, it's still a bit inferior to the energy inside the crystal nucleus. The specific situation, only through further research can we know. After pondering for a moment, Sun Hao spoke slowly. Great! This is a major discovery. You immediately send people to explore in Long State, and even on a global scale. Xia Wuqiuo clapped his hands, unable to contain his excitement. He keenly felt. This tea-green stone could lead humanity into a new era. And now, whoever first discovers and masters this kind of stone will be able to become the ruler of Blue Star in the next era. It's old Xia. By the way, do you think we should give this stone a name? Sun Hao nodded heavily, about to turn and walk out, when he suddenly thought of this question. Give it a name. Yes, let's call it Crystal Stone. Summer Wuqiuo was taken aback by the words, then after a moment of thought, the words Crystal Stone emerged in his mind. Chapter 106. Upgrade completed. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a mid-level castle. You now have one chance to draw a prize. An hour later, Lin Xuan sprinted through Aaliyah, who entered the defense game. Just entering the game, Aaliyah found that the territory had expanded significantly again. Honey! Our territory has expanded again. There was still a touch of blush on Aaliyah's small face, walking a bit unnaturally. Originally, Lin Xuan wanted her to rest. But Aaliyah refused because she really wanted to see what changes had occurred in the upgraded territory. It has indeed tripled compared to before. Lin Xuan said calmly. The area of the territory of the primary castle is 10 million square meters. After upgrading to a mid-level castle, it has expanded to 30 million square meters. In addition, the walls are a bit taller and thicker, with the same number of mid-level magic crystal cannons and high-level divine machines on top of the walls. It is just that on this basis, 8 more low-level magic crystal cannons have been added, along with 12 mid-level divine machines. As a result, the number of magic crystal cannons in his territory has increased to 18. The quantity of divine machines has also increased to 29. However, the magic towers have not changed and remain at 3. Even the crossbows have increased by 20, now totaling 83 crossbows. Most of the buildings on the ground have also undergone changes, with some places either increasing in quantity or upgrading from medium to large. Buildings like the Foundry, Alchemy Tower, and Research Institute have also added many rooms. Subsequently, Lin Xuan brought Aaliyah to the underground area again. He found that the original 10-floor underground living area remained the same with 10 floors, but the area had expanded from 10 million square meters to 30 million square meters. The number of residents increased from 100,000 per floor to 200,000. Although the number of people had doubled compared to before, the area had tripled in size. Therefore, not only was it not crowded, but it was actually more comfortable than before, and more spacious. Additionally, he discovered that the underground area now had a new temperature control mode that could adjust the temperature of each floor freely. Finally, Lin Xuan went to the planting area and breeding area to take a look. Both had added a few more floors. The underground planting area had expanded from 6 floors to 10 floors. The breeding area also increased from 3 floors to 5 floors. I used to worry that we wouldn't have enough food to eat. But now, I'm worried about what to do with too much food, Lin Xuan thought with a smile. With his 100-fold growth acceleration, 10 floors of planting area equated to 1,000 planting areas. 5 floors of breeding area meant 1,500 breeding areas. Each floor had an area of 30 million square meters, which in terms of land, was equivalent to 45,000 mu. Then multiplied by 1,000, he had 45 million mu of land. Even if one ate one meal a day, you couldn't consume this much food. Moreover, he also had 500 floors of breeding areas. If all were filled with chickens and ducks that could be eaten in 2 to 3 months, how many chickens and ducks would each person have to eat per day to finish them all? In his previous life, Lin Xuan, as the leader of 1,000 households, had ventured outside the territory many times to find food. Each time he went out, many people would be lost upon his return because there wasn't enough food in the territory, and sometimes they couldn't even have watery gruel. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many good-looking streetwalkers, and some even include internet celebrities and stars. More than 45 million mu of land. This is equivalent to half of a province's land. Reaching this conclusion, Lin Xuan was very happy. With the current production capacity of the fiefdom, not to mention 2 million people, even 20 million people could be supported. I need to tell Zhang Meng to quickly send me a large number of farming tools. Especially harvesters, seeders, and other automated vehicles. I need plenty. Otherwise, relying completely on manual labor would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan quietly noted this down. Soon after, he summoned the interface and checked the fiefdom's attributes. Base, number 1. Level, Intermediate Castle. Territory, 30 million m2. Population, 103,000 people out of 2 million people. Buildings, Lord's Manor, Estate, x1, Underground Living Area x10, Underground Planting Area x10, Underground Breeding Area x5, Medium-Sized Mall x3, Medium-Sized Commercial Street x4, Large Park x2, Large Square x3, Medium-Sized Office Building x6, Medium-Sized Hospital x3, Medium-Sized Police Station x5, Medium-Sized Fire Station x4, Large Garbage Treatment Plant x2, Medium-Sized Signal Tower x1, Large Comprehensive School x2, Large Stadium x1, Medium-Sized Broadcasting Building x1, Large Warehouse x2, Foundry x336, Alchemy Room x330, Laboratory x100, Mother-Child Teleportation Array x75 pairs, World Teleportation Array x1, Medium-Sized Power Plant x5, Medium-Sized Heating Facility x5, Medium-Sized Operations Room x1, Fiefdom Shield x1, 30-meter City Wall x1, Low-Level Repeating Crossbow x5, Medium-Level Repeating Crossbow x74, High-Level Repeating Crossbow x4, High-Level Magic Tower x3, Medium-Level Divine Mech Cycle x12, High-Level Divine Mech Cycle x17, Low-Level Magic Crystal Cannon x9, Medium-Level Magic Crystal Cannon x9. Defense Value, 503,300/503,300 points. Daily Consumption, 300,000 points of energy. Upgrade Requirements, requires 750,000 wood, 350,000 stone, 130,000 iron ore, 40,000 diamonds, 15,000 fine wood, 15,000 cold iron, 200 obsidian. The fiefdom's strength has improved a lot. The defense value has already reached 500,000. The daily energy consumption has also tripled, and the upgrade requirements have increased as well. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, scrutinizing the fiefdom's attributes in front of him. Upon seeing the final upgrade requirements, he closed the fiefdom attributes panel and instead opened his backpack to check his existing upgrade materials. Backpack, Timber x 3.14 million, Stone x 0.68 million, Pig Iron x 0.9 million, Diamond x 2,583, Fine Wood x 1.4 million, Wrought Iron x 0.5 million, Frigid Iron x 0.3 million, Bronze x 0.1 million, Century-Old Sandalwood x 1,997, Century-Old Frigid Iron x 5,855, Mysterious Silver x 714, Red Gold Sand x 412, Obsidian x 35, Low-Level Crystal Core x 1.94 million, Mid-Level Crystal Core x 3,516, High-Level Crystal Core x. There are still many materials in his backpack. To upgrade to an advanced castle, only 3 materials are currently missing. One is pig iron, still short of over 30,000. The other is diamond, also lacking over 30,000. The third is obsidian, short of only 165 pieces. For Lin Xuan, pig iron and diamond are not difficult to obtain. After Cook returns, he should be able to exchange for many. But obsidian is different. If the exchange with Cook goes smoothly, it is estimated that the territory can be upgraded to an advanced castle when the other party returns. However, if things don't go smoothly, he will have to think of other ways. It seems that I have to find more treasure chests. In terms of efficiency, it is faster to obtain obsidian from treasure chests. If I have to search on my own, it will be much slower. After a brief thought, Lin Xuan immediately decided to go to the city of Wuden tomorrow. He remembered that there were over 30 treasure chests in this city. After making up his mind, Lin Xuan thought for a moment and summoned the lottery wheel. He didn't forget the lottery draw. This is one of the two things he looks forward to after upgrading the territory. Start drawing. Boom. As Lin Xuan silently recited in his mind, the huge wheel in front of him began to spin faster. After a while, the red pointer in the middle of the wheel finally stopped at a golden word strip. Congratulations on drawing the golden talent, eternal life. Boom. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xuan. What is this? Lin Xuan blinked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Within the bucket-size beam of light in front of him, there was a floating item. Stepping closer, he realized that the item within the beam of light was actually a 10 cm sized model. Pool of Life. This is a model of the legendary Pool of Life, which can be used to build a Pool of Life, limited to within the territory, after use. Pool of Life. The name sounds powerful, but what is it used for? With this curiosity, Lin Xuan quickly examined the golden inscription he had just drawn. Eternal life. Golden. Once any of your subjects within your territory dies, their life essence will condense into a life imprint. By placing the life imprint of the deceased subject into the Pool of Life, you can resurrect them, natural death excluded. Wow! This golden inscription can actually resurrect the residents of my territory. Upon seeing the description of the golden inscription, Lin Xuan was immediately shocked. Such an ability from a golden inscription was simply unbelievable. If the subjects of the territory could be resurrected, wouldn't he be invincible in the future? He could already resurrect himself infinitely, and now with the ability to resurrect his subjects as well. All the subjects in his territory would never fear death. As long as it wasn't due to aging or illness. Then he could resurrect them all at that time. Just the thought of it made Xuan extremely excited. With the thought, Lin Xuan quickly came to the ground, pondered for a moment, then walked to the center of the territory, not far from the teleportation array. He then placed the model of the Pool of Life here. Swish! As soon as he placed the model down, it burst into a burst of white light, followed by a series of knocking sounds from inside. Waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. The white light disappeared, and a pool appeared in its place. This pool, known as the Pool of Life, is circular in shape and approximately 3 meters in diameter. Surrounding the Pool of Life is a layer of white stones, while its interior contains a kind of milky white pool water. Approaching a few steps closer, Lin Xuan immediately felt the rich aura of life. Pool of Life. This is the legendary Pool of Life, possessing the magical ability to revive the dead. By placing the mark of life in the pool water, the owner of the mark can be resurrected. The remaining uses, 100 times, current automatic increase of 100 uses per month, can be accumulated over the long term. The stronger the territory's influence, the more uses. Chapter 107. Can be used 100 times per month. And it can be accumulated continuously. Even if you don't use it for a long time, the number of resurrections will not expire. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up and he quickly understood the function of this golden entry. To put it simply, the imprint of life and the Pool of Life are two different things. The former is very simple. All the people in his territory who died unnatural deaths will condense a life mark in him after death. There is no limit to the number of times a life mark can appear. Even if the same person dies 10 or 100 times, he or she will condense his or her own life mark each time. Similarly, Lin Xuan can also store life marks indefinitely. Even if it is the life marks of hundreds of thousands or millions of people, he can store them all forever and they will not disappear no matter how long it takes. Whoever he wants to resurrect, he just needs to put that person's life mark into the pool of life. The difference is, the pool of life has a usage limit. Only 100 life marks can be released each month, which means that only 100 people can be resurrected. If only 80 people are resurrected this month, the remaining 20 chances will not be wasted and can be added to the next month. If you don't need it next month, you can keep accumulating it. It doesn't matter even if you never use it, the resurrection times will never expire. An additional 100 resurrection opportunities are granted every month. Moreover, this is only the number of resurrections for his current territory level. If the territory's strength increases in the future, the number of resurrections each month will also increase as the territory improves. This ability is really useful. What the Lord fears most is the death of his soldiers, especially those who are super strong like Maya or Rhodes. Every time a super class expert dies, the territory's strength will be severely damaged. But now, with this golden entry of eternal life, I don't have to worry about this anymore. Lin Xuan felt that the ability of this gold entry was definitely not inferior to any other gold entry. He has made up his mind. After the territory is materialized, the first day of every month will be designated as Life Day. From now on, he will resurrect any citizen who has made significant contributions to the territory for free, or this person can specify someone to be resurrected, such as family members, relatives, friends, etc. As for the quota, initially set at 50, on the first of each month, he will personally fulfill the resurrection requests of these 50 individuals in front of all his subjects. When all the subjects witness this scene, Lin Xuan believes that his soldiers under his command will surely shout bravely and vigorously go to battle against the enemy. As for the additional 50 spots, those belong to him as the Lord's gift, and he will decide whom to resurrect at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan smiled contentedly. Then, he left the game with Aaliyah. The stir-fried scorpion liver is ready, come and eat. As soon as they arrived in the living room, Biling, holding a pair of large bulging eyes, carried a plate of delicious dishes out of the kitchen. Smelling the fragrance of the food, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel hungry and took a few bites on the sofa. Not bad, it tastes great. The scorpion liver goes well with a bit of beer. Seeing Lin Xuan's satisfied expression, Biling's face blossomed with joy, and she casually poured a glass of beer for him. After hesitating for a moment, Aaliyah only tasted a little and stopped eating. She was a vegetarian and really couldn't get used to the scorpion liver. Seeing this, Biling rolled her eyes, muttered something under her breath about lacking taste, and then she and Lin Xuan finished the whole plate of scorpion liver. After dinner, Lin Xuan burped comfortably, took out his phone to contact Lu Ziming, and then headed to the steel refining factory alone. After the last attack incident, the steel refining factory had increased its security forces. There were guards patrolling around the factory compound, each equipped with heavy weapons, and large heavy artillery inside the compound. It could be said to have guards every 5 steps, ensuring high security. When Lin Xuan appeared, all the soldiers were excited, rushing to greet him. Mr. Lin is here. Mr. Lin, have you had your meal? Congratulations, Mr. Lin, you've upgraded to the intermediate city-state. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, some warriors even intentionally took a detour, pretending to pass by Lin Xuan here, just to have a word with him. While greeting Lin Xuan, each warrior couldn't help but look up at the sky, taking a glance at the huge territory projection of Lin Xuan. It is now evening, with stars twinkling in the sky, and the pure moonlight casting a mysterious veil over the territory projection. Every time they see this huge number 1 territory, all the warriors couldn't help but show their envy, all very much hoping to join Lin Xuan's territory. For this reason, each of them performs their duties diligently, fearing the slightest oversight. Mr. Lin. Entering the inner area of the factory, Zhang Meng's deputy was here. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, the deputy immediately set aside what he was doing and ran over. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, greeted the deputy, and continued walking towards the storeroom. With so many supplies arriving every day, all materials are piled up in the warehouse. Mr. Lin, today a total of more than 1,900 items have been delivered. It is expected that there will be even more tomorrow. The deputy followed behind Lin Xuan and briefed him on the situation of the supplies. All right, but when you go back, tell Zhang Meng. Have him send more farming tools, especially large harvesters and any machinery used for farming, the more, the better. Lin Xuan entered a large warehouse, slowly storing the piled-up supplies into the infinite space while instructing the deputy. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will definitely pass on the message to Brother Meng. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the deputy appeared particularly serious, immediately took out a small notebook and wrote down the matter. About half an hour later, Lin Xuan stored all the supplies in the infinite space, bid farewell to the deputy, and walked out of the steel refinery. Xuan. When he arrived at the gate of the steel refinery, Lu Ziming was waiting for him on the roadside. Two people got into an extended version Rolls-Royce. As per Lu Ziming's instructions, the driver drove towards the residential area where Lin Xuan was located. Congratulations, Brother Xuan. Your territory has been upgraded to a mid-level castle. Sitting on the genuine leather sofa in the car, Lu Ziming said with a hint of respect. As he spoke, he quickly took out a clean wine glass and poured a glass of white wine for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the glass with a smile, took a sip of the white wine, and raised his glass to Lu Ziming in acknowledgement. This gesture immediately startled Lu Ziming, who quickly raised his glass and took a big gulp as well. After putting down the glass, Lu Ziming looked at Lin Xuan in front of him, feeling somewhat restrained, even his posture became more formal and serious. There was no other way. The person in front of him was none other than the world's #1 powerhouse, Lin Xuan. Thinking back to when he first met Lin Xuan, who was just a seed person at the time, Lu Ziming's initial idea was simply to find a backer for himself. But he never expected that his gamble this time would hit such a remarkable figure. The current Lin Xuan was no longer just a seed person. He was the only A-class seed, with top-tier golden talents, the world's #1 powerhouse, and the current sole lord of the 4th-level castle. Any one of these identities, when mentioned, is enough to shake the entire world. So in front of Lin Xuan, Lu Ziming found himself completely restrained and respectful. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Xuan's voice came through. These 2 blueprints are for upgrading the shelter and refugee camp, respectively. After you go back, release the news to the entire world that there will be an auction in Donghai City. Whoever bids the highest will get these 2 blueprints. Lin Xuan took out the blueprints from his storage space and casually threw them to Lu Ziming. Little did he know that this casual gesture startled Lu Ziming, who felt like he was holding a time bomb, looking at the 2 blueprints in his hands in shock. 014502408212152120. The upgrade blueprints for the shelter camp. Lu Ziming subconsciously raised his tone. Lin Xuan softly responded. With Lin Xuan's confirmation, Lu Ziming instantly became excited. The shelter blueprints were one thing, although they were also very valuable, compared to the shelter camp, they seemed much weaker. You see, there are currently only about 100 shelter camp lords in the entire world. At this moment, Xuan casually handed him a shelter camp blueprint. This level of trust immediately moved Lu Ziming emotionally. But while moved, he also understood that he must not delay Xuan important matters. So he quickly forced down his shock, tremblingly asked. All right, Xianji. You can rest assured, I guarantee to handle this matter well. But, what materials should we use for the auction this time? Let's still use crystal cores. After a brief consideration, Lin Xuan decided to go with crystal cores. Although he also needed other materials, crystal cores were versatile. As long as there were crystal cores, any material could be exchanged. Moreover, after the onset of the darkness, crystal cores were equivalent to currency, immune to devaluation. As for why they had to wait a day before the auction, on one hand, it would give participants some time to gather crystal cores, and on the other hand, it would give foreign players some time to react. Thinking of foreign players, Lin Xuan immediately reminded Lu Ziming again. When announcing the auction, be sure to mention that if a foreign player wins the bid, an additional 50% fee will be charged, especially for countries like Sakura, where an additional 100% will be imposed. Ah! Will they still participate in the auction? Lu Ziming was somewhat surprised by the words he heard. Don't worry, if it's a shelter blueprint, I can't guarantee. But now we have a shelter blueprint. With this blueprint, it's almost certain that a territory for a level 3 shelter can be built. Facing such temptation, I believe many foreign players will be tempted. Lin Xuan took a sip of white wine and said confidently. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but this shelter blueprint will definitely drive people crazy. However, the only regret is that even if these people go crazy, the final selling price of this shelter blueprint probably won't exceed the total price from the last sale of the Cape of Brightness. The reason it sold for 2 million last time was because there were 20,000 targets for fleece. But this time is different, there's only one target. Nowadays, even if someone is outstanding at this stage, it's impossible for them to put together 2 million crystals. So Lin Xuan had already anticipated this outcome. Okay, Xianji. Lu Ziming nodded heavily. He was well aware of his identity. Although he had many questions in mind, he refrained from asking too much to avoid displeasing Xianji. At this moment, perhaps due to his maturity, Lin Xuan shared some good news with him. By the way, I will set a password later. You can have your relatives and friends who want to join my territory enter this password to apply for joining the territory. Ah! Thank you, Xianji. Thank you, Xianji. I wonder what this password is. Upon hearing this good news, Lu Ziming became excited. Last time, Xianji had told him that he could give him 50 spots for joining the first territory. The allocated slots were decided long ago, but he hesitated to inform Xian. Unexpectedly, Brother Xian is so thoughtful, remembering this trivial matter. The password, let's call it this white wine is really hard to drink. Lin Xuan glanced at the wine glass in his hand, pursed his lips, and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming subconsciously felt happy, but when he realized it, a wry smile immediately appeared on his face.